Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had marriage contract with Hermione and Ginny both? Join Patreon for early access and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The beginning. Breaking news for the wizarding world. In light of the recent war where the Dark Lord was finally defeated by none other than Mr. Harry Potter, the wizarding world found itself in a state of panic. With the Ministry of Magic scrambling to repair the damages to not only Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but to also Diagon Alley and houses etc., they have now found evidence of declining birth rates of witches and wizards. There is impending rumors that the Ministry have now begun to converse about reinstating the marriage law, in which they marry off a suited witch and wizard between the ages of 1735 who are most likely to birth magical children. However, these so-called rumors have not yet been confirmed by a member of the Ministry or the Minister himself, Kingsley Shacklebolt. We will update you with more news when it has become available. Molly Weasley read and reread the small article in the Prophet, but no matter how many times she continued reading the same paragraph over, the words would not change. Declining birth rates were to be expected with so many untimely deaths during the war, but it hadn't seemed that bad that the Ministry need to reinstate the marriage law. She slipped her reading glasses off and looked at her dear husband, who was pale in the face. "Any word, Arthur?" she asked quietly, her voice far too calm for such a situation. Arthur nodded and took his hat off, wringing it tightly in his hands. "Yes, Kingsley has decided that the best way for the wizarding world to reform is to reinstate the marriage law. It was a tough decision, but it's for the best, Molly. For the best. Arthur, our boys are barely men, and Jinny, she's only finished her 7th year, you can't expect her to marry. She's far too young." Tears sprung into Molly's eyes as she envisioned her daughter in a beautiful gown marrying a faceless strange, who may as well be a prisoner from Azkaban. "Look, Molly, I understand that you're frightened." Molly cut him off. "Frightened? Arthur, I am terrified. No one should be forced to marry this young, for the good of the wizarding world or not. And poor Harry and Hermione, what are they going to do?" Just as they thought they could finally live a normal life, Molly sighed and went over to the kitchen sink to stare out the window. Molly Weasley just hoped that whatever came of this marriage law, it would be for the good. God knows those children don't need any more trouble in their lives. "Very well, we may flew everyone and tell them to arrive. I think it'd be better to tell them in person before the Prophet finds out." "Yes, dear. The marriage law. Arranged marriage is like a blind date, except that date is supposed to last a lifetime." As the small Weasley kitchen once again became filled with not only the Weasley clan but also Harry and Hermione, they knew something was up. Arthur Weasley was currently punishing his hat to a cruel and unjustified ringing, and Molly Weasley looked pale and shaken. They all just prayed that Voldemort hadn't decided to make a surprise appearance again. "Mum," Jinny was first to speak. "What's going on? You look like somebody died." Mrs. Weasley shot her daughter a steely glare before sighing and placing herself in a chair, thinking that if she paced any more there would be a hole in the floor. "Arthur, you're better to tell them," she sighed and nodded to her husband, who choked at the sudden stares he got. "Well, me and your mother thought it would be best if you heard it from us rather than the Prophet," he began. "Hear what?" George quizzed. "I'm getting to that," Arthur barked. He took a deep breath and apologized to his son before continuing on. "As I was saying, we thought it would be best if we got to you first, because as of tomorrow the Ministry will be sending each and every witch and wizard from the age of 1735 a letter about a new law." He walked behind his wife's chair and held onto the sturdy wood for support. If this is how they were taking it, he would like to see other families. "A new law?" Hermione repeated. What on earth could this new law be about? As far as she knew, the wizarding world was slowly but surely rising to its feet again. There had been no trouble ever since Voldemort's defeat, and she certainly knew that none of them were in trouble. They had been perfect citizens as of late, trying to regain normality in their lives again. "A law, Hermione, that arranges you all to marriage." A dead silence fell on the group of 8. But only for a moment. Then an uproar occurred just like the two parents expected. First it was Fred and George who unceremoniously tipped their chairs backwards in a fit of rage. They downright refused to marry who was ever on that piece of parchment. Soon followed Ron and Jinny, protesting their human rights that they had free will on whom to choose as to be betrothed to. However, it was Hermione's reaction that shocked Mrs. Weasley the most, the older witch watched the young brunette as she physically stiffened in her chair, her usual creamy skin paling to a sickly white as the full effect of the law hit her. "Hermione, what do you think, dear?" Molly asked quietly. The pair of chocolate-brown eyes flicked up to her, sadness and confusion deep within them. She all but shrugged and returned to her mind. To say that Hermione was in shock would be an understatement. She was paralyzed with fear, thoughts of who her fiancé would be plagued her. For the love of God, she hoped it wouldn't be Draco Malfoy. As much as they had grown closer after the war, she just didn't think he would be suitable marriage material. Her eyes flicked to Ron. As a spark of familiarity spread through her body, it would be awkward, yes. Especially when it came to consummating their marriage, but they had tried before. Who said they couldn't try again? But she didn't want to go there. As much as she would love to be part of the Weasley family, all of the boys were like her brothers, and marrying one of them just didn't feel right. After a while, the loud voices began to quieten, and to everyone's surprise, Hermione spoke first. "When do the letters arrive?" Her voice was dull, lifeless, if you will. Kingsley said as early as tomorrow morning. They will be brought by Ministry official owls. He says he hired the best wizard matchmakers known to make sure they could couple the right pairs. Hermione nodded and looked at the rest of the group. "If you excuse, I'm going to head to bed. Thank you for the invite to stay, Mrs. Weasley." The older woman smiled as much as she could and shook her head. "No need, dear, you're always welcome here." And with a nod, Hermione disappeared. Hermione shut Ginny's door tightly and sat on the spare bed that had been conjured for her. In a few hours' time she would be engaged. To a stranger? To a good friend? Who knows? All she knew was that her life was flashing before her eyes. And in that moment Hermione pulled out sheets of parchment and quills. She began writing to the only person she knew who could comfort her right now. "Have you heard the news? The marriage law has been reinstated. I am due to be married. I'm not quite sure what to think at the minute, but I know you're probably as in much shock as I am to learn of your arranged marriage. Write back soon, Hermione." She reread her letter before sealing it and giving it to Hedwig, giving her food for the journey as well. And in what seemed like a robotic routine, she soon found herself in her pajamas and in bed, falling asleep to the thoughts of wedding dresses and planning. In what seemed to be the shortest 8 hours sleep of her life, Hermione woke up the next morning dazed and confused. Not too sure whether last night was a dream or not, but as she arrived in the kitchen to find the Weasleys sitting at the table with the Ministry owls perched in the middle, she knew it was real. "Good morning, Hermione. Take a seat." Mrs. Weasley smiled slightly as the young witch took a seat beside her. "We thought it'd be best to wait for you." She nodded and glanced at the large tawny owl that held large thick envelopes in its beak. All too quickly Mr. Weasley began handing out each teenager's letters before paying the owl. All eyes were on the purple envelopes and you could feel the tension in the room. "I guess I'll go first." Jinny took a deep breath and opened her letter. Her eyes scanned the letter until finding the information she needed. "I'm to marry Seamus Finnegan." She smiled a little. At least it was someone she knew. Plus she had always thought Seamus was cute, and now that he had filled out with playing for the Chudley Cannons, she could get used to it. Next up it was Ron's turn. His hands shakily pulled back the material and his eyes found the name in a matter of seconds. "Lavender Brown." He groaned in agony and placed his head on the table. She had to be the most annoying girl in all of Hogwarts, possibly even more annoying than Moaning Myrtle. "Don't worry, Ron. I saw her the other week, and she seemed a lot more mature." Harry reassured his best friend with a pat on the back before opening his own letter. "Luna Lovegood," he shrugged. Luna wasn't as crazy as before, but she still had that dream quality about her, which was actually quite appealing. "I got Angelina, the girl I used to date in 4th year." George chuckled with a smile. "Katie Bell for me." Fred grinned at his before and silently began thinking of rings in his mind. He was going to do this properly, albeit quickly but properly. Finally, it was Hermione's turn. She gulped and with steady hands ripped open her envelope. "Dear Miss Hermione Granger, as you know, on July 21st, 2000, the Wisingamot formally passed the bill requesting that the marriage law be reinstated for females and males of the ages of 1735 to marry their chosen soul mate as to help repopulate the wizarding world. I am pleased to inform you that you qualify in the age bracket and therefore have been chosen a suitor. I wish to inform you that all marriages must be made by next year. Said date is July 21st, 2001, exactly 1 year from now. Each marriage must be consummated within 24 hours of the marriage ceremony, albeit magical or muggle, or a mix of the both. The ministry will be doing inspections to see how the couple are doing and if they were following the rules. If you do not abide by these rules, your ward will be snapped and you will be exiled to the muggle world to live the rest of your life as a non-magical person. I am hereby pleased to inform you that your chosen spouse, suitor and soulmate is Charlie Weasley. To clarify the rules, here they are again. Marriages must happen within a year. If it has not happened before July 21st, 2001, you will be exiled. All marriages are to be consummated within 24 hours of the bonding and/or marriage ceremony. Couples must bear a child within 2 years of marriage. So for example, if you marry December 1st, 2000, you have until December 1st, 2002 to bear a magical child. Any witch who has problems conceiving a child are required to appear at St. Mungo's for fertility treatment. Referring to point 3, each couple may bear as many children as pleased, but 2 are required to be magical. Husbands are legally prohibited from physically, mentally, and verbally harming their wives and families. This is punishable by law. Wishing you all the success and happiness in your marriage, Matilda Hopkirk. Marriage law and human rights. Hermione's mouth fell open in a state of shock. Her whole world seemed to have stopped as the name kept appearing in her mind. Charlie Weasley, the second eldest Weasley brother, the dragon tamer as she came to know him. She would be his wife and he her husband. A warm feeling spread through her core, and she tried her hardest to ignore it. Hermione! 7 voices snapped her back into reality. Her eyes focused on Jinny. Who is it? It's, Charlie Weasley, she spit out quickly, her face burning a crimson red as 8 pairs of eyes stared at her. The unexpected visitor. Chapter 2. 8 pairs of eyes stared at her in a mixture of shock and confusion. Hermione felt her face go a darker shade of red, if that was even possible. It wasn't that she didn't like Charlie. She did, and in fact actually had a crush on him since they met at the Quidditch World Cup. But it was the fact that he was her ex-boyfriend's brother, and said ex-boyfriend was still one of her best friends. While things could get slightly awkward, she peered down the table and took in Ron's reaction. He actually seemed to be taking it quite well. His ears weren't turning red, which meant he wasn't angry. Well, she hoped not. Charlie? Oh, Hermione. This is great. You're officially going to be part of the family. Mrs. Weasley cried in delight and pulled the young witch into her arms. Hermione coughed a bit at the sudden tightness but relaxed when she knew that Mrs. Weasley meant it. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I can't wait to officially be a Weasley. Hermione smiled slightly. Who would have thought? Fred began. That little Miss Bookworm here, George continued, would marry the dragon tamer. The twins finished in unison, grinning at each other before smirking at Hermione. Fate always has a plan, Jinny smiled. She was excited that her best friend would now legally be her sister, even if it wasn't blood. She was just happy to have another witch around the same age as her to be around. Being surrounded by boys all the time definitely took its toll. I wonder if Charlie knows yet, Mr. Weasley mused for a moment before going back to his paper. Later that day, Hermione was relaxing in the living room with a large, red book perched in her lap. She had been there ever since she found out she would be marrying Charlie. Reading just seemed to take her mind off of everything, but right now her mind had drifted back to the second eldest Weasley, and she had been staring at the same page for the last 15 minutes. Something which Harry and Ron, who were in the middle of a tense battle of wizard's chess, picked up on. Hey, Hermione, you okay? Harry asked, glancing away from the game momentarily to check on one of his best friends. Hermione hummed. He said, "Are you okay?" Ron answered. Hermione shook her head, clearing any thoughts and doubts she had been having, and looked at her 2 best friends, just nodding. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about this stupid marriage law. I'll pretty much be ruining Charlie's life. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to move back to England to get married to his youngest brother's best friend. She sighed and looked up into the sky, thoughts running through her mind. What would Charlie say when he get here? How would he feel at seeing his future wife for the first time in a couple of years? It was all beginning to be too much. Hermione felt the tears prick at her eyes, and not wanting the boys to see her crying, she shut her book and ran inside to hide in the comfort of Ginny's room. She shut the door as quietly as she could and turned to her friend, who was currently painting her toenails. Jinny, immediately sensing a Hermione Granger freak out, got straight up and hugged her tightly. Breath, Hermione, breath. It's going to be okay, she whispered. Hermione nodded but felt the tears slide down her cheeks. I just don't want to ruin his life. His whole life has been over in Romania since he became a dragon tamer. He loves it over there. I don't want to take that away from him. Hermione, you won't be ruining his life. Charlie has always wanted the family life, and you'll be giving him what he's always wanted. And besides, I'm sure when you two eventually talk about this, you will both come to the best decision for what you both want. Jinny soothed her friend, bringing over her to her bed and sitting her down. Now, please wipe those tears. Hermione giggled softly and wiped her eyes quickly, her moment of panic now over. Next day, the Weasleys along with Hermione and Harry were in the kitchen having breakfast. Most of them had now come to terms with the fact they would be getting married soon. Some were still either apprehensive or nervous about marrying their chosen partner, but the majority of them were happy enough. I still can't believe all my babies are getting married, Mrs. Weasley sniffled as she looked around the table. Ah, Mum, just think of all the grandbabies you're going to get though. Plus, we'll always be your babies. George patted his mum's shoulder, surprising the table with his outburst of love. You going soft, Georgie? Fred smirked, earning a glare from his brother. No, but I just think we've never really appreciated how much Mum has actually done of us. I mean, we're all getting married and we'll soon have babies, our own house, job, etc. Our whole teenage lives have flew by. We've been living in constant danger, but now we can finally move on and enjoy our lives. The table fell silent, everyone thinking of how true George's words were. After everything with Voldemort, they could all now live without fear. Of course, they still had nightmares and slight worry that he wasn't gone for good. But they knew he was. They saw him die in the courtyard of Hogwarts, and not to be morbid, but it was one of the greatest moments of their life. Crack! The sound of apparition echoed around the kitchen as everyone reacted instantly. Wands all drawn, they pointed them toward the door that led out to the garden. Arthur stood up and moved closer to the door, trying to protect everyone from view. The door opened and a hooded figure walked through the door. Damn wards, he muttered. Arthur pursed his lips. It couldn't be, could it? The figure lowered his hood, and the familiar sight of ginger hair was a welcoming sight. The group sighed in relief as they lowered their wands. Charlie turned round and grinned at his family. Hello again, Charlie. Several chairs scraped across the ground before he was bombarded by a mass of bodies that tackled him to the ground. He laughed and gave each of his siblings a well-needed hug before they allowed him back to his feet. He shrugged his coat off and placed it on the rack before his eyes scanned the crowd again, finding the all-too-familiar brown hair. But this time, instead of seeing bushy hair, it was tame and straight. It hung just under her shoulders, and he would be lying if he didn't say that it took him aback. She looked completely different. Instead of the young girl he was used to seeing, she had matured beyond belief and turned into a beautiful woman. Mrs. Weasley watched silently by the window as her second eldest son drank in the sight of Hermione. She smiled softly. This was one pairing she knew would definitely work out, and soon enough she couldn't help but ask the question she already knew the answer to. So Charlie, what's brought you back so early? She smiled slightly. Charlie turned to his mom for a moment and grinned. Well, mother dearest, I am here to talk to my new fiancé. Same old routine gets boring. Chapter 3. Hermione felt her cheeks flush as Charlie's eyes found hers. That and the fact he called her his fiancé. Mrs. Weasley grinned between them both before ushering them both out into the garden, so they could have some quality time together, as she put it. And that's how Hermione found herself not sitting at the small pond in the garden, watching the small fish as they swam happily and blissfully unaware of what was happening above them. Charlie watched her with curiosity. She was handling the news quite well. He was just happy he hadn't been slapped. But then again, this predicament wasn't either of their fault. It was the Death Eaters and Voldemort's. He slowly walked over to the pond and sat beside her quietly, letting the silence envelope them. It wasn't awkward or long, just peaceful. Hermione! She turned to look at him. It had been so long since she had last saw him. But he looked no different other than his hair had grown slightly again, and he was more muscular than he had been before. Maybe he started working out again? Then again, handling dragons was a full-time physical job. That was a workout on its own. Yeah, Charlie? She sighed. How are you? I've been better. Hermione smiled slightly at him. Just getting used to the news that I'm getting married extremely soon. Charlie nodded in agreement and ran a hand through his hair. It's a scary thought, but at least we know each other. Could be worse. You could be engaged to Malfoy, He sniggered and Hermione swatted his arm. Draco isn't that bad anymore, honestly. After breaking away from his parents and getting rid of Pansy, he actually matured and apologized to me, Ron and Harry, about everything he'd done to us over the years. Was very humbling for him. Wow, Charlie hummed. Sounds like he did do a lot of growing up since the battle then. Fair play to him, he's still not my cup of tea. Though he shrugged and ran his hand through the grass, chuckling at the slight tickle it gave against his palm. It's only fair. He pretty much attacked the majority of your siblings. It's only right to hold a grudge against him. I know. The git was lucky you punched him and not me. I would have gave him more than a punch. Hermione blushed and looked down at the grass. You heard that story then? Charlie laughed and nudged her with his shoulder. Of course I did. Ron was pretty spellbound by it. He couldn't stop singing your praises for days after that. Only Ron, she laughed. Yeah, Charlie agreed and let the silence envelope them for a bit until he couldn't take it anymore. Hermione, I just want you to know that this marriage law has only speeded the process up, but I was eventually going to move back. But I've pretty much fully moved back as of today, and I really want to get to know you more. Hermione glanced at Charlie, trying to analyze whether he was telling the truth or not. He was a Weasley, he could be trusted. She didn't know why she was so afraid. She knew Charlie well, a little, and he was a genuine, kind and caring guy who would definitely take care of her. She nodded slowly and smiled a little. I would like that, Charlie. Let's get to know each other while organizing our wedding. She giggled. The couple walked back inside to find that pretty much everyone had left the kitchen. They could hear laughter coming from the living room, and after Mrs. Weasley refusing Hermione's persistent attempts to try help her clean the kitchen. So when they walked into the living room, they weren't surprised to find Harry and Ron engrossed in a game of wizard's chess as Jinny watched on while Fred and George were hidden in the corner, probably working on one of their schemes. And we're back into the same routine, she sighed softly. Charlie raised an eyebrow at her. What do you mean? I just mean this is what happens every day. Ron and Harry play chess while Jinny watches, and then the twins are in the corner planning something. It's just the same routine. Nothing has changed. She shrugged and went to her favorite spot on the sofa and picked up her book she was reading the night before. And I take it now is the part where you begin reading again and not stopping until you finished, Charlie teased, feeling his insides warm as he saw the blush creep on her face. Exactly. She smiled and Charlie grinned. Well, Hermione, today is your lucky day. For I, your knight in shining armor, am here to relieve you from your boredom and venture into the world of a little thing I like to call fun. He smirked, grabbed the book from her hand and pulled her hand so she was standing again. Charlie Weasley. Just what are you doing? She quipped. He just smirked and shook his head. I will be right back, dear. He winked and ran upstairs. Hermione rolled her eyes and jumped as Ron swore loudly. Honestly, Ron, it's just a game. She shook her head and took residence up in her seat by the window. It's more than a game, Hermione. It's a way of life, Ron sighed and looked at his friend. I mean, getting the chance to destroy someone without harm is actually quite a good way in releasing anger. Why do you think I enjoy it so much? He chuckled and glanced back at the board, contemplating his next move. Fair enough, she agreed and opened her book. Still doesn't explain why you have the emotional range of a teaspoon, she murmured softly, making Ron look up. What was that? He raised an eyebrow. What? Oh, nothing. Just muttering about losing my page again. Hermione smiled sweetly. Too sweetly. Ron nodded slowly before looking back at was just about to get back into her reading pattern when loud footsteps coming downstairs alerted her that there was going to be either trouble or noise. She sighed and tucked her book away, smiling as Charlie came back into the room followed by Bill. Righto, young ones, tidy away your games or projects. Us older folk have a little game we'd like to play with you. Charlie grinned and waited patiently as everyone put their respective things away before joining them in a circle. Hermione watched Charlie eagerly, noticing the mischievous glint in his eye. We are going to have ourselves a little game of hide and seek. Bill grinned. Some of the group, mainly Ron and Jinny, groaning while others, mainly Fred and George, yelled in delight. What age we? 6. Jinny huffed. For this time, yes we are, Charlie chuckled, glancing at Hermione who had an impish grin on her face. Her eyes met his and he blushed slightly as he realized he had been caught staring. A nudge in the ribs from Bill snapping him out of his thoughts and he smirked at his older brother. Anyway, the rules are that we go anywhere in the house apart from Mom and Dad's room. Last time Fred and George went in there, well, Let's just say they didn't enjoy how long it took them to redecorate. The group sniggered, causing Fred and George to roll their eyes. And no wands, this is a muggle game, so we're gonna play it like muggles. So the person who's on it will stay in the living room with their eyes closed and count to 60 while everyone goes and hides. Last person to get caught is on it. Got it. The group nodded in agreement. Right, who would like to go first? Bill asked, glancing around the room at his siblings, Harry and Hermione. No one raised their hand for a moment or two, so Bill opened his mouth to speak only to be cut off by Hermione raising her hand. Albeit, she smiled gently, the group nodding happily. Great. All right, Hermione, close your eyes and start counting. She nodded and closed her eyes, letting everyone run away to find their hiding places, and soon enough she was left in silence, something which wasn't too familiar in the Burrow. She sighed and hummed softly to pass the 60 seconds or so. Once she knew they were up, she opened her eyes and smirked. Ready or not, here I come, she yelled, pausing to think who would be the easiest person to find first. She glanced at the kitchen door and smirked. He was too easy. Hermione pushed the door open gently and snuck in, making sure not to give away her presences just yet. She listened closely to try and hear something. It was only a moment or so before she heard whispering in the cupboard. Best game ever, Ron smirked and snuck one of his mum's homemade biscuits out of the tin, shoving it into his mouth while listening out for any signs of incoming. Hermione rolled her eyes. So predictable. Creeping up towards the pantry door, she gave it a moment or two before pulling the door open and shouting boo in Ron's face. Ah! Ron screamed in surprise and dropped the tin in his hands. Placing a hand over his heart, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Bloody hell, Hermione. She giggled and took note of the deer cotton headlights look he had. How'd you catch me so fast anyway? He muttered. Really? You have to ask me that. Hermione shook her head and left the kitchen, Ron following behind her to only go into the living room and amuse himself until everyone else was caught. Hermione walked upstairs to the first floor and glanced around. There was Molly and Arthur's room, which was off limits, so of course no one was there. Then there was the bathroom, which was a bit too obvious, but then again some of the most obvious places are the best to hide in. Then there was Percy's room along with Charlie's old one. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she went for Charlie's old room. Of course she knew he wasn't going to be there, but playing a game of hide and seek with the Weasleys only meant one thing. Some of them were not going to pass up the chance to find anything incriminating the other rooms. She pushed the door open gently and glanced around. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, she took a step in, taking in the bright orange walls and all the Quidditch posters that were starting to slightly peel. She smiled. This room just screamed Charlie Weasley. She ran her finger along the oak wood desk and sighed. Thump! Hermione jumped, turning to glance at the wardrobe in surprise. She took a few steps towards it before pulling the doors open and smirking at Jinny, who was now in a crumpled heap at the bottom. All right there, Jin? Oh, shush, she pouted and stood up, dusting off her clothes before pulling Harry from behind her, making Hermione raise her eyebrows. How did you two fit in there? She smirked at the bright pink tinge in Ginny's cheeks. You don't want to know, Harry muttered, slightly embarrassed at being caught by his best friend. Ew, Hermione cringed. Ron's downstairs, I caught him in the pantry, she grinned and skipped out the door, followed by Jinny and Harry. Typical Ron. Wherever you find the food, you'll find him, Jinny sniggered, bouncing down the steps with Harry. It was another few minutes until Hermione caught someone else. This time it was Fred and George in Ginny's room upstairs. They had thought it was a good idea to hide behind the curtains, not realizing that their feet were hanging out at the end. For having a house so big, you would think they could manage to find better hiding places. But Hermione knew that since this was the first round, everyone was willing to be caught until the next few rounds, making it harder and harder on the person who was it. Although Fred's parting words didn't give her much hope at winning the first round. Good luck finding Bill and Charlie, Hermione. Those two always go off with each other and can never be found until the person on it gives up. They've been the champs for ages, Fred chuckled. Hermione frowned as she deemed the second floor free. She walked up the third floor landing and glanced about. Where would two of the smartest Weasley men hide? Doubt it would be in a bedroom. They wouldn't want it that easy if what Fred said was true. Not in a bathroom either, and it was unlikely that they would want to hide in the attic with a ghoul. It was only until Hermione ruled out those places that she knew where they were hiding. She smirked and found the all-too-familiar portrait by Ron's room, Glancing to both sides, she made sure no one was watching before pulling it back and walking through the secret door which led to another hallway, the loud chuckles confirming her thoughts. No way is she going to find us here. Bill grinned, glancing out the window as he saw Jinny and Harry taking a walk by the pond, telling him that the game was still going. I don't know, Bill, you have to give Hermione more credit. She is the brightest witch of her age, Charlie sighed, stretching his feet out on the sofa. I'll give her credit when credit is due, he smiled. Well, that credit is due now, so I'm happy to take it, Hermione smirked, leaning against the doorway and taking pride in scaring the two older Weasleys out of their skin. Jesus, Hermione. Don't sneak up on us like that, Bill groaned, trying to calm his racing heart. How'd you find us? Charlie grinned. Now. I'm not going to give away my trademark secrets, Hermione smirked, winking at Charlie, making him blush again. Bill noticed and laughed. All right, you two. Stop your flirting and let's go play the second round. Getting to know you. The game went on for what seemed like hours, none of the young adults really wanting to let go of the innocent fun they were having before bed. Their game only stopped when Mrs. Weasley came home and, being the concerned mother that she was, instructed them to get to bed because they all had early morning starts. What she meant by that no one knew, but they didn't disagree. No one dared to disobey Mrs. Weasley. So now Hermione was laying in bed, staring at the ceiling with the thought of marrying Charlie as clear as day in her head. She had managed to forget about her upcoming nuptials for those few fun hours. She was happy to be marrying someone like Charlie. He was a great person. He knew how to have fun, but he also knew when to be serious. He loved his family and he was easy on the eyes too. She just wished they knew each other more and actually had a relationship before this whole marriage law was announced. She sighed and shrugged her bed covers off, slipping her feet into her slippers and stood up, glancing at Ginny's bed which was opposite to hers, making sure she was still asleep before slipping out the door. She walked downstairs and headed for the kitchen when she found the light already on. She frowned and glanced at the newly installed clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would still be up at this time? She slowly pushed the door open and found none other than her fiancé sitting at the table with a cup on front of him. He glanced up at the sound of the door creaking open and smiled as he saw Hermione peering in. Hermione, come on in, you don't have to wait outside. I don't bite, Charlie chuckled, grinning as he saw the blush on her cheeks as she came into the light. Sorry, I just didn't expect anyone else to be up at this time. She shrugged and slid into the seat opposite his. It's fine. I'm usually up later than everyone else, but tonight I can't sleep. No idea why though, it's like my mind won't stop, he sighed. Hermione laughed softly. Funny. I have the same problem, he eyed her curiously, a teasing smile on his lips. You do, huh? Yeah. Hermione raised an eyebrow. What's keeping you up? He asked. Hermione sighed. May Oswell be honest with him. He was her future husband after all. I'm just nervous and excited, but more nervous about this whole marriage law. Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy I'm marrying someone I know and someone from the Weasley family. It's just a scary thought that this major life event is going to happen, and I don't really know my husband, Tobe. She took a deep breath as she finished her small speech, taking a glance at Charlie to try gauge his reaction. But it seemed he had his poker face because he was unreadable. They sat in silence for a few moments before he smiled. Is that all? Charlie chuckled. What? She raised an eyebrow. If not really knowing me was bugging you, Hermione, you could have just said. We'll have to sort that out right away. Really? Charlie nodded, smiling genuinely at her. Really. I'd love to get to know my fiancé more too. So how about tomorrow, or rather today, we go to Hogsmeade, go to the Three Broomsticks and get to know each other a little bit more over a butterbeer. Hermione smiled, a true smile this time. It seemed like her worries were all beginning to melt away now that she told Charlie her feelings. That sounds wonderful, Charlie. I'd like that. Charlie grinned. I'm glad. Now, I think it's time for both of us to hit the hay. I think I need my beauty sleep if I'm going on a date with my bride tomorrow. He winked at her, grinning as he saw the blush rise on her cheeks. Hermione laughed softly before standing up from the table and walking to the door, only to turn back round and smile at him. Good night, Charlie. With that, Hermione left the kitchen and crept back up the stairs and into Ginny's room, glad to see that her roommate was still fast asleep. Charlie sighed happily, staring at the now empty doorway. Good night, Hermione. The next day, Hermione awoke to a rather loud bang followed by a lot of shouting from Mrs. Weasley. She stretched and sat up before the events of last night came back to her, a soft smile on her face. She was going on her first official date with Charlie, and she couldn't wait. Sure, they were doing things backwards, but if they were truly soulmates like the ministry said they were, well, she didn't mind doing things backwards. The door flew open and Hermione jumped, glancing up to find Jinny standing there, staring at her. "What has you so happy, Hermione?" "What?" "Nothing." Hermione shook her head. "You must be seeing things," she chuckled, tying her unruly hair up into a tight bun. Jinny narrowed her eyes, watching her best friend move around the room in quite a hurry. "What has you rushing for? Going somewhere?" Hermione paused, glancing at Jinny, her own eyes narrowing this time. Jinny smirked back, raising a perfectly sculpted eyebrow at her friend before taking a seat on her bed. "How did you know? You honestly thought I was sleeping, Hermione? You know when I'm asleep I snore. Was I snoring at all last night?" Hermione frowned. Thinking about it now, she didn't hear Jinny snore at all last night. "No, you weren't." "There's your answer," Jinny grinned. "Now, where are you going?" Hermione sighed, knowing there was no way she was going to get out of telling Jinny. "I'm going to Hogsmeade with Charlie. We're going to the Three Broomsticks to get to know each other." "Aw, Hermione and her fiancé are getting to know one another." Jinny held a hand over her heart and pretended to wipe away a fake tear from her eye. "My little girl is growing up." Hermione rolled her eyes and threw her pillow at Jinny. "Oh shush, we're only getting to know each other, Jinny. It's not like we're in love yet." Hermione cocked an eyebrow. "What? You're not in love yet? I mean, come on, Hermione, it was obvious when you first met Charlie at the Quidditch World Cup that you two had a slight crush on one another. But you were underage and Charlie would have felt like a dirty old man. But now, you're legal and you've matured into a bright, gorgeous young woman. Anyone can see that when Charlie takes one look at you, he's in awe. He's smitten." Jinny grinned, giggling softly as she saw the blush on Hermione's cheeks. "And as for you, when Charlie walked through that door, you couldn't take your eyes off of him. Even sneaking a few glances at his muscular arms," she laughed, ignoring Hermione's glare. "The ministry have obviously picked the right couples. It's only a matter of time before you and Charlie fall in love and live happily ever after." Hermione chewed her lip. Jinny was right. Well, she didn't know if she was right about how Charlie felt, but she did have a crush on him. But she thought of it more of an infatuation with her husbando be. But could it really become more than that? First date. Chapter 6. First date. Hermione stared at herself in the mirror for what seemed like the millionth time, chewing on her bottom lip. She knew they were only going to the Three Broomsticks, but she still wanted to look good for him. The outfit she was in at the minute was a pair of black skinny jeans with a plain white vest top, black and yellow kimono jacket, and a pair of black pumps. She didn't know whether she was too underdressed or overdressed. "Jinny," she called out. "Yeah, Hermione?" Jinny knocked softly on the door, opening it slowly when she didn't hear a response. She walked inside, glancing around the room that was now littered with clothes. Jinny raised an eyebrow and laughed. "What happened in here?" Hermione sighed in frustration. "I'm trying to pick clothes for my date with Charlie, but I don't know what to wear. Everything I have seems to be either dressy or casual. No in between. This one I have on now was the best mix I could find." She turned round to Jinny, showing off her outfit. Jinny nodded in appreciation. "That's nice, Hermione. Stop overthinking it so much. This is Charlie and it's only the Three Broomsticks. You are going to have a good time, it doesn't matter what you wear, okay?" She smiled at her friend and hugged her tightly. Hermione sighed and nodded. Jinny was right. She was trying too hard and getting herself worked up about nothing. It was just for a casual lunch in the Three Broomsticks with Charlie. Nothing scary about that. I'll let you finish off. I'm sure Charlie will be expecting you downstairs any minute. And with a wink, Jinny left Hermione to herself. She turned back to the mirror and cocked her head to the side, glancing at the outfit again before sighing. "This will have to do." Hermione put on some lip gloss before grabbing her black purse and going downstairs. As she passed the kitchen, she peeked in to see Mrs. Weasley along with Fred and George and a big stack of papers. She raised her eyebrow until she heard the words "double wedding" being muttered by Mrs. Weasley. Realization clicked on and she left the doorway before being noticed. She didn't want to intrude on any wedding plans, and if Fred and George were planning on a double wedding, well then, Mrs. Weasley had her work cut out for her. God knows what the twins wanted. She walked into the living room, her heart hammering as she realized that Charlie might be waiting for her already. But as she glanced around and saw that it was empty, a feeling of disappointment settled over her. She shrugged and sat down in her favorite spot, pulling out a book to read to pass the time, and to also stop her from glancing at the clock every 5 minutes. As she began to get into her book, a soft knock on the door interrupted her. She glared at the door before realizing that no one else probably heard it. She tucked her book away before getting up to answer it, pulling it open to be delightfully surprised by none other than Charlie standing there, with a bouquet of flowers in hand. She smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Charlie? What are you doing?" Charlie gave her a lazy grin as he handed her the flowers. "Why? I'm picking you up for our first date, Miss Granger. A gentleman always picks the lady up." Hermione blushed, dipping her head to smell the roses. She grinned and looked back up at Charlie. "These are wonderful, Charlie. Let me just put them in some water and then we can leave." He nodded and stepped into his own house, watching the younger witch quickly conjure up a vase with some water. With one last smell of the flowers, she turned back to him and grinned. "Shall we go?" "Now." "Right this way, my lady." Charlie grinned and offered her his arm, which she took more than willingly. They stepped out of the house into the warm, summer air. Hermione smiled as they took the longer route to the apparition point. They ended up walking through a meadow filled with different types of flowers, and with the sun shining down. It was magnificent. Out of the corner of his eye, Charlie watched her, noticing how the sparkle in her eye grew every time she spotted a new type of flower. He smiled to himself. So far so good, he just hoped he could keep it up. They got to the Three Broomsticks shortly after 1 p.m. As they walked through the door, they reveled in the cooler air. Madame Rosmerta greeted them from behind the bar before serving her customers. Charlie grinned and tugged Hermione towards the back. "Charlie, where are we going?" He chuckled as they weaved through various tables. "You'll see. I thought I'd surprise you again." Hermione smiled to herself. This was turning out to be a great date. Charlie sure knew how to please. After weaving through tables and narrowly missing a hovering bowl of pea soup, Charlie brought them to their destination. He pushed the back door of the pub open to reveal a small garden with a picnic set up right in the center. Hermione felt her mouth drop open in surprise as she walked through the door. "Charlie, you didn't have to go through all of this trouble." "Trouble?" Charlie laughed and shook his head, wrapping an arm around her waist. "This was no trouble. I wanted to do something amazing for my fiancé. I hope you like it, Hermione." Hermione turned to look at him, pausing for a moment before throwing her arms around his neck. "Like it? I bloody love it, Charlie. No one has ever done anything like this for me before." She giggled, before realizing what she had done. She pulled away quickly and felt her cheeks flush bright red. "Sorry, Charlie," she whispered. Charlie just chuckled, his ears tinging red in embarrassment and happiness. "No need to apologize, Hermione. I know I'm irresistible." He smirked and winked at her. Hermione rolled her eyes and pushed him playfully as they sat down on the blanket. "You Weasley men. You're all incorrigible." "Hermione, I love it when you speak intellectually to me." She blushed again, something she would probably be doing throughout the date. "So wait, you punched Malfoy?" Charlie snorted. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her age, punching someone. Hermione nodded and smirked. He deserved it. He was being a foul git. Who hides behind a stone wall and tries to capture the beheading of a poor, innocent hippogriff? Just because he was too big for his boots and got what was coming to him. Thankfully, Buckbeak is still alive and well now. Charlie wiped his eyes and grinned. "You really do amaze me, Hermione." Hermione grinned, taking a sip of her apple cider before pursing her lips at Charlie, a teasing glint in her eye. "What do you want to know, Miss Granger?" He teased playfully. "What was the most embarrassing thing that happened to you during Hogwarts?" She smiled. "You like to ask the tough questions, don't you?" Charlie smiled before pursing his lips. He could hardly remember his time at Hogwarts. It seemed to pass by in a flash. "I got one." He spoke eventually. Hermione leaned forward, resting her chin on the palm of her hand, staring at him in anticipation. "When I was in my 5th year, I had this huge crush on a girl from the Quidditch team. You called her Evangeline. Well, one night, we were having a party in the common room. It was someone's birthday, I can't really remember whose. Anyway, There we were just enjoying the party and Evangeline comes swaying in, all the eyes go to her. Every male student of Gryffindor fancied her, but she had turned most of them down. So I thought I would try my luck. Oh no, Hermione giggled. Oh no is right my dear, Charlie laughed, running a hand through his hair. I grabbed 2 butterbeers from the drinks table and began making my way over to her. What I didn't notice though was that Bill had been watching me. He knew I had this massive crush on her and he teased me relentlessly about. Anyway, he was watching me and thought he'd try to be funny. He pretty much pulled a Fred and George. Charlie blushed, the memory fully coming back to him. He used his wand to conjure up a thin line of rope, so as I was walking I didn't notice it and tripped on it. Then it felt like time had stopped. The 2 butterbeers went flying from my hand and straight on to Evangeline. She was covered from head to toe in the stuff. Hermione covered her mouth as she burst into a fit of laughter. She could just imagine that happening to Charlie. Bill had told her before that he had always loved to pull pranks on him when they were at school. That's how Fred and George learned all their tricks. Wait, Charlie sniggered. That wasn't the most embarrassing part. I tripped over this rope, and the drinks went over her. But as I put my hands out to break my fall, I didn't actually realize just how close I was to her. So as I put my hands out, I fell forward and they landed on her boobs. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. She was laughing so hard that her ribs were beginning to hurt and tears were streaming down her cheeks. See, Charlie? Oh my. That must have been so embarrassing. She laughed. Charlie nodded, laughing himself as he thought back to it. McGonagall walked in at that point to ask what all the noise was about and just saw me with my hands on Evangeline's boobs. She gave me detention for a walk for public indecency. He quoted seriously, glancing at Hermione before they both broke out into uncontrollable laughter. After a few minutes, Hermione lay down on the blanket as she took deep breaths to calm herself down. That was hilarious, Charlie. I can actually picture that happening. Charlie chuckled, laying down beside her and grinning. Wasn't one of my finest moments, but it was bloody hilarious. I think Bill has photos of it somewhere, he sniggered, stretching out on the blanket and staring up at the now fading sun. He didn't actually realize how long they had been there for. He just knew he was having a great time and didn't want it to end. What was one of your embarrassing moments then? Can't leave a man waiting, you know. Hermione rolled her eyes and nudged him teasingly, her lips jutting out thoughtfully. Probably when I turned myself into a cat. Charlie blinked. Did she say that right? She turned herself into a cat? He turned his head to look at her in confusion. You turned yourself into a cat? Are you an animagus? Hermione laughed softly, shaking her head. No, I suppose Ron never really told you about the Chamber of Secrets since you were still in Romania. Well, anyway, we thought Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. Charlie sniggered, covering it up with a cough as Hermione gave him a sly look. We were struggling for leads, so when we thought of this, we thought it would be best to get into the Slytherin common room and try to interrogate him. The only way I could think of was using Polyjuice Potion. Polyjuice Potion? That's extremely dangerous. I know, Charlie. He smiled warmly at him. We gathered the ingredients and went to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to brew it. Took about a month to make it, but we got there in the end. Charlie's eyes widened. Hold up 1 second. You mean to tell me that at the age of 12 you brewed Polyjuice Potion, and it was successful? Hermione nodded and smiled at him. He shook his head in amazement. That is impressive, Hermione. You really are the brightest witch of your age, aren't you? Hermione shrugged before sighing. The boys got Crabbe and Goyle's hair fine. I put a simple sleeping draft in buns and they ate them. I mean, who would even think of eating 2 random buns that they found floating in the hallway? She giggled. Anyway, they got their hair fine. The hair I got, well, I thought it was from a Slytherin girl called Millicent. Turns out it wasn't. This isn't going where I think it's going, is it? It is. The hair on her robes was from a cat. Charlie. Hermione looked at him, seeing his expression change from disbelief to shock. But Hermione, that potion isn't meant for animal transformations. She nodded. I know, Charlie. I was so embarrassed. I didn't want the boys to see me, so they went on without me. But when they came back, Moaning Myrtle was there and she made them open the door. I wanted to cry. I was so embarrassed. I felt like I had failed. I was the smart one of the group and I couldn't even get a simple hair to make it right. Charlie shook his head and took one of Hermione's hands in his. Blimey, Hermione, you didn't fail. So what, you got a cat hair instead of the girls? I'm sure it was a painful transformation back, but you brewed a successful polyjuice potion at the age of 12. That's really impressive. It usually takes a wizard years of learning to make that, so they say. Hermione laughed softly. The pair fell into silence as they watched the sun set. Hermione definitely felt more at ease now that she and Charlie took the time to get to know each other. As she took another glance at him, she felt something inside of her stir. She wasn't sure what it was, but she knew now after today that everything was going to be all right. The Weddings Begin Part 1. Chapter 7. The Weddings Begin. September seemed to roll around all too soon, and suddenly, the first of many weddings were beginning. First up, the youngest of the Weasley clan and the only Weasley girl, Jinny. As Hermione leaned against the door frame and watched the chaos reign in the kitchen, she couldn't help but smile as she watched her girl best friend preparing for her wedding. It had been a stressful 3 months since the Ministry of Magic announced the new wizarding law, but everyone had seemed to be coming round to the idea, but Hermione still had her doubts. Sure, her and Charlie were getting along great. They had so much in common, and every day she was allowing herself to open up to him more and more. She's found herself confiding in him, telling him her worries and doubts, and every time Charlie would be so supportive. He would offer her calming words of wisdom, and before she knew, she was laughing at one of his dragon jokes. He truly was amazing, and she could see why he had always been the eligible bachelor. He was funny, sweet, and charming, not to mention easy on the eyes. But she was Hermione Granger, the buck-toothed, frizzy-haired girl that everyone teased and made fun of. Sure, she fixed her teeth after that incident, and Jinny had helped her eventually tame her wild locks. But she just couldn't see why anyone would find her attractive to date, let alone marry. Hermione, dear, are you okay? Hermione jumped as Mrs. Weasley appeared before her eyes. Oh yes. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, I was just reminiscing. She smiled slightly, hoping her voice didn't sound too shaky. Mrs. Weasley stared at her for a moment before nodding and sighing. I've been doing that myself too, dear. It's hard to believe that our little girl is all grown up and about to get married. I mean, I'm sure it was bound to happen sooner or later, but I would rather have it late than sooner. I just don't want her growing up so soon. Mrs. Weasley sniffled before conjuring up a handkerchief and dabbing her eyes with it. She's always going to be your little girl, Mrs. Weasley. No matter how old, she'll always be that little 11-year-old who loved to get up to mischief with her older brothers. Mrs. Weasley let out a watery chuckle and smiled at Hermione. You really do know how to cheer someone up, Hermione. My Charlie is lucky to have you. She patted her cheek before rushing off to make sure everything was on schedule. Hermione felt her cheeks burning up at Mrs. Weasley's compliment. She was glad she would have such an amazing mother-in-law. In fact, she was extremely happy to have such an amazing family as in-laws. She loved everyone in the house and couldn't want to be a part of the family. Blushing already? I thought that was my job. Hermione jumped as she felt hot air tickling the back of her neck. She spun round to find a grinning, half-dressed Charlie behind her. She let her eyes wander down for a moment, gulping in delight at what she saw. All those years of chasing dragons had certainly paid off. Charlie had a very defined six-pack, and his arms were rippled with muscles that became even more defined when flexed. Hermione felt her heart beginning to race the longer she stared. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke her out of her daydream, and her eyes snapped up to find Charlie laughing. What's so funny? Charlie looked down at her, a grin on his face. Nothing. Except for the fact I called your name 3 times and you didn't answer because you were too busy staring at my chest. He laughed. Hermione felt her face flush and knew she must have looked like a tomato. She was so embarrassed. It would only be her to get caught gawking at her fiancé's chest like she had never seen someone topless before. Oh, sorry, she squeaked before spinning back round, checking the kitchen for a quick getaway, and tried to dart off. But Charlie, sensing her embarrassment, grabbed her hand gently and turned her back to face him. Hermione, he asked softly, but her eyes stayed rooted to the ground. Hermione, please look at me, he whispered. It was silent for a few moments before Hermione slowly raised her eyes to look at him. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. I was only joking. I actually find it quite cute that you like to stare. He smiled at her, giving her a sly wink. The more you do that, the more my face stays red. She pouted, causing Charlie to laugh again. I'll try not to flirt with my beautiful fiancé anymore. Is that okay? Hermione blinked. Well, I didn't say you couldn't flirt. I Just, she paused, struggling to find her words. My oh my, is the brightest witch of her age struggling to find words? I'm in shock. Charlie fake gasped, a grin on his face as Hermione playfully swatted at his arm before smiling herself. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you Weasley men, you're so incorrigible, she laughed. You know, one day Hermione, you'll have to teach me what that means, he grinned. They stared at each other for a moment before bursting into laughter. What is going on here? Mrs. Weasley burst into the door frame again, her hair frizzy and a look of pure, utter stress on her face. Charlie Weasley, go get yourself dressed at once. Your sister's wedding is in less than an hour and you're still only half dressed. And while you're at it, check in on Fred and George, they've been awfully too quiet for too long. Charlie nodded straight away. No one dared refuse his mother. He gave Hermione a quick peek on the cheek before dashing up the stairs. Mrs. Weasley then turned to Hermione with a more relaxed smile on her face. Dear, Jinny is asking for you. She's up in her room. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione smiled before running up the stairs herself, glad to get out of the way of everyone. She knocked on Ginny's door softly. Jinny, it's me. Come Hermione. But make sure Seamus doesn't see anything. Hermione chuckled to herself before sliding into the room and closing the door quickly. She turned to find Jinny in her dress, with hair and makeup done to perfection. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. Hermione? What's wrong? Jinny raised an eyebrow. Is the dress okay? Does it not look nice? Merlin, I knew I should have picked that other one in, she groaned. No, Jinny. Don't panic. Everything is fine. Hermione reassured her with a smile. It's just, you look absolutely breathtaking. Jinny felt relief flood her body and a smile came back to her face. You really think so? I thought I would go for a traditional muggle gown since Seamus is half muggle. I thought it would be nice to incorporate both sides of the wedding. Of course I think so. You're the most beautiful bride I've ever saw. Seamus is going to love it when he sees you. Hermione grinned and gave her a light hug, not wanting to mess anything up. Jinny grinned at her best friend. She knew she could always count on Hermione no matter what. But behind Hermione's smile, Jinny could see there was something wrong. Hermione, what's wrong? And don't lie to me. I can sense everything. Jinny smiled. Hermione rolled her eyes playfully. Jinny always did know when something was wrong with her. You could never hide anything from her. She sighed and decided to go for the truth. It's just, you know how I was in first year? Frizzy hair, buck teeth, no one wanted to be my friend, etc. Well, some people still see me that way. What if, before the wedding, Charlie finally realizes what everyone has been talking about? What if he still sees me that way and is just pretending to flirt with me? What if? Jinny cut her off. Hermione Jane Granger, you need to stop worrying over nothing. 1. Hardly anyone thinks of you as that girl anymore. Secondly, Charlie would never do such a thing. Everyone can tell that he genuinely likes you. You're the first girl that's actually been able to keep up with Charlie. Scratch that, Charlie is keeping up with you. He's finally happy to be with someone who he can have conversations on a silly level with as well as an intellectual level. You're his dream girl, Hermione. Hermione felt her face flush. People had got to stop doing that to her. Mainly Charlie. But she had to admit, she did like it when Charlie made her blush. You really think so, Jin? Think so? I know so. Jinny grinned. Between you and me, Charlie has been confiding in me. He knows I'm the only one who will keep quiet about what he tells me. This is an exception though, so don't tell him I told you, otherwise he'll never talk to me about anything again. Hermione nodded. You need to stop worrying about everything and just go with the flow. You and Charlie make an amazing couple. And yous will make exceptionally cute and intellectual babies. She winked. Jinny! Hermione gasped. Her face was now bright red. She was sure of it. The Weddings Begin Part 2. Chapter 8. Hermione sighed happily as she sipped on a flute of champagne. She watched as all her friends and Soontobe family mingled with each other. It had been a perfect day so far, and she knew that it would stay that way. Seamus and Jinny got married without a hitch, the wedding having both elements of the Muggle and wizard traditions. Jinny had looked absolutely stunning in her dress and Seamus looked handsome in his tux. Everyone could see that they would be in love in no time. They were quite suited for each other. Charlie watched Hermione from across the dance floor, not trying to be creepy, but he just wanted to admire his fiancée. She was definitely no longer the young, bushy-haired which he had first met during the Quidditch World Cup, but she had surely blossomed into a smart young woman. His heart fluttered at the thought of being the lucky man in her life. As the song changed, he gracefully crossed the dance floor so he was now standing on front of Hermione, chuckling as she jumped back in surprise. He outstretched his hand to her and smiled. "Care for a dance?" Hermione giggled. "Of course, Mr. Weasley." She placed her now empty glass down and slipped her hand into his, gasping as he pulled her quickly to his chest, her eyes now gazing at the slight tuft of chest hair that was noticeable through the open top button of his shirt. "Have you been having a wonderful day, Hermione?" Charlie asked quietly. Hermione blinked, her heart thudding at the thought that he had caught her staring at his chest. But as she studied his gaze and the playful smile that graced his face, she realized he hadn't noticed a thing. "I have been having a great day, Charlie. I'm glad everything went well considering the last wedding we went to." She trailed off, some memories of the war flooding back. She didn't mean to bring it up, but she was sure that everyone here were having slight flashbacks to what happened at Fleur and Bill's wedding. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up," she murmured quietly, not quite sure on how Charlie would react. Charlie sucked in a deep breath at the mere mention of the war, but not for himself, for Hermione. He didn't know the full story of what happened on their adventures, but he knew well enough that Hermione had many battle wounds, with some he was sure had not healed. "It's okay, Hermione, it's a part of us, we are allowed to talk about it. What happened that day at Bill and Fleur's wedding was awful, but the happy memories outweigh the sad and angry. You have to try remember that. At least now we know for sure and for certain that he who must not be named is dead and gone for good." She allowed her eyes to look back up at him, surprised but not all too surprised at his reaction. She smiled gently. "You always have a way with words, Charlie. Thank you." She rested her head on his chest, as they continued to dance together, unaware that Arthur and Molly were watching them from a nearby table. Molly smiled as she finally saw how happy and content her second eldest son looked. "I know it wasn't the way I wanted any of this to happen, Arthur, but I am glad that Hermione and Charlie were matched together. They both look so happy." Arthur nodded, watching the young couple with a loving smile on his face. "This is the happiest I've seen Charlie in a while. Even when he was with his dragons, he was never this happy. I'm sure Hermione will be able to give Charlie everything he wants in life. They both will." The night drew to a close, and it wasn't long before the marquee was tidied and put away for the next wedding. As everyone who wasn't staying at the Burrow began to file out of the garden and off home, Hermione stood upon one of the taller of hills and gazed up at the stars, tears filling her eyes as she thought of all the countless order members, students, parents and teachers that had been lost in battle and weren't able to make it to any of the weddings. Some more than others stood out. Her heart ached for them to be here, but she knew their sacrifice was not in vain. Thanks to them and their valiant efforts to save the wizarding world, they succeeded and have allowed the generations yet to come to live in peace and harmony. Hermione slipped off her shoes and gently sat down upon the hill, enjoying the feeling of the grass in between her toes. Harry sighed in relief as he shut the gate which led to the Burrow as the final party members left. It had been a long night and he couldn't wait to get into bed and sleep. One wedding down, a ton to go, he yawned and began heading back to the house when a figure sitting on the hill caught his eyes. He squinted slightly to try improve his vision, but unfortunately the few, or should he say many, glasses of fire whiskey that he had at the wedding had begun to affect his vision. He stumbled slightly up to the top of hill and plunked himself down beside the unknown figure, though when the moon hit her face he recognized the brown, slightly bushy hair anywhere. "You okay, Hermione?" "I'm fine," she sighed, turning her head to look at her friend and his now disheveled appearance. She laughed and grinned at Harry. "Why, Harry, I think you're a bit drunk." Harry rolled his eyes but chuckled. "I am indeed, Hermione. I am indeed. It's a wedding, the first of many. So why not have a few glasses of fire whiskey and party the night away with friends?" "I'm glad you had fun tonight, Harry. It was a lovely wedding and Jinny looked amazing." Hermione sighed happily, glad that her best friend and soon-to-be sister-in-law finally had a chance at her own happiness. "Jinny looked beautiful. She really did, and Seamus is one lucky guy." Hermione looked at Harry again, unsure whether it was appropriate or not to ask him such a question, but the curious side in her got the best of her, and she found herself blurting out the question before her reasonable voice could stop her. Are you not upset that it wasn't you that was matched as her soulmate? Silence. Hermione felt the awkward tension began to rise, and she felt her face began to grow hotter and hotter as she knew she had made a mistake in asking that question.
Harry, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have asked that question. She trailed off, ashamed of herself, but Harry patted her hand and smiled a little. It's okay, Hermione, honestly. When we first opened the envelopes and Jinny said she had been matched with Seamus, I did feel a little bit of jealousy, and it was understandable that I would. Jinny and I's relationship has always been complicated, obviously because she is Ron's little sister. Then there was the whole Chamber of Secrets thing, then Dean Thomas. I could go on, but that's not the point. I'm glad of the time that Jinny and I got to spend together. It was wonderful and we loved each other so much. We still do. But as time went on, we just both began to grow apart instead of closer together. I was spending more time at work and she was spending more time at Quidditch practice. The only time we really only saw each other was at home, and even then we were both too tired to even say anything to each other, so we just went to bed. Hermione's eyes were wide. She didn't know if it was just because Harry was drunk that he was telling her all this, but she had never known the true reason why they had broken up, and she was pretty sure no one else but Jinny knew either. When we broke up, we were both upset, of course. But I think in the end we both knew it was the right thing to do, because as much as we loved each other, we weren't in love with each other, if you know what I mean. It was like you and Ron, right? Hermione took a sharp breath but nodded. Kind of. Yeah, it just couldn't work out. So when her letter said Seamus, I knew that he would make her happy. I mean, they're both Quidditch crazy. And I know I was, but not as crazy as them. Both Harry and Hermione laughed. The two were known for their love of Quidditch. It did make more sense for their pairing now that Harry had explained the end of their relationship. Thank you for telling me that, Harry. Even if you remember it or not in the morning, she laughed. No worries, Hermione. I never told anyone that, and I don't think Jinny has either, but I was glad I could tell you. You're my best friend, and we tell each other everything. So thank you for always being there for me. Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulders and gave her a tight one-armed hug. Hermione smiled and leaned into the hug for a moment before they both pulled away. Of course, Harry, I'm always going to be here for you. We stick together through anything. Hermione smiled and stood up, brushing the excess grass from her dress, and slipped on her shoes before extending her hand for Harry to take. Now, Mr. Potter, let's get you into bed because you look ready to pass out. Harry gratefully took her hand and shoved himself off the grass. I feel like I'm ready to pass out. Too much fire whiskey and then some guests wouldn't leave, he sighed. I do not want to be ushering out Muriel again. I don't know what's worse, her yelling at me or hitting me with her handbag. They both laughed and walked into the Burrow, both grateful for the family and friends they had around them. It was never boring when you were at the Burrow. Falling for You. Chapter 9. It had been a few weeks since Jinny and Seamus' wedding. They were currently still off adventuring around the coast of Ireland, visiting Seamus' family and seeing the sights. Jinny had been so excited to travel to another country. Of course, she had visited Egypt and Romania with her family, but getting to see a country on her own, and with her new husband, was a dream come true. Hermione couldn't help but laugh as she dragged Seamus out the door and into the ministry car that was awaiting them. Everything had begun to wind down and the chaos from the first wedding began to settle. But Hermione knew it was only a matter of time before the fuss kicked up again. It was the twins' double wedding next, and she had no idea what that was going to turn out like. Hermione was currently sprawled across her bed in Ginny's room with magazines upon magazines of wedding-related articles laying across the bed and the floor. Ever since she found out this marriage law was happening, she started doing research. Well, not so much research but planning. She knew Mrs. Weasley already had a lot on her plate, and she just wanted to try lighten the load if she was able to plan some of it out for her. It was her wedding after all, and she wanted to put in as much of what she wanted as possible. A light knock on the door disturbed her from staring at a gorgeous Muggle wedding dress, and she glanced up to see Ron poking his head through. Mind if I come in? He asked sheepishly. Sure. Hermione smiled a little, pulled out her wand, and made the magazines into a neat pile on Ginny's bed. Ron chuckled as he closed the door. Going mad with the planning as well? Hermione shrugged. Not so much mad. I know your mum has a lot on her plate right now, and I'm sure she's stressed. I just wanted to try help make it as unstressful as possible for her. Plus, it is my wedding. I think I'm allowed to plan by myself for a while. Ron nodded. I understand. He trailed off, slightly glancing at Hermione before he felt warmth spreading in his cheeks and right up to his ears, and of course Hermione noticed. Ron? Are you okay? She raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, actually, Ron sighed and leaned against the wall, his eyes finally meeting hers again. I never expected it to be like this, you know. Like what? Us apart. Planning separate weddings to different people. He ran a hand through his hair. I just always thought that it would be us planning our wedding together. I never thought we would break up. I always imagined us being together and fighting against the world. Proving all the people who thought we wouldn't last wrong. Hermione pursed her lips. She understood where he was coming from. While they were at Hogwarts and they kissed inside the Chamber of Secrets, Hermione thought that was it. She had found her one true love and that it would be her happily ever after. But how wrong she was. They would constantly bicker and fight. Ron always thought he was right and would push Hermione into an argument, and then they wouldn't talk for days. It took them both ages to figure out that they were just meant to be friends, not lovers. I know, Hermione whispered. I thought it too. Ron glanced up at her, surprised that she would even say that. I don't know how we both didn't see it sooner, he laughed a little. I mean, you always did say I have the emotional range of a teaspoon. He grinned and met Hermione's eyes. They both paused before breaking out into laughter. I am sorry I said that to you, Hermione giggled, a bright smile on her face. Ron shrugged it off. Don't apologize. You were right, I did. But thanks to the time we spent together, I feel like I've grown up and matured a lot more. And Lavender has as well. I was totally surprised when I first went to her house to propose that she didn't start slobbering all over my face like she used to. He chuckled. She didn't call me one either, in case you were wondering. She's turned into a wonderful, mature woman, he grinned. Ronnie's in love, Hermione grinned and shoved him playfully. I think I might be Hermione, Ron smiled. You could see it in his eyes how much he now cared for Lavender. I think maybe, just maybe, that even though she was an annoying git in school, that I truly did care for her. But obviously my feelings for you at the time hid them, and only now with this law being passed, that they've finally came to the surface. I think I needed that time to understand and grow as a person. And I'm thankful for all the time we spent together because you made me the man I am today. Ron smiled and placed his hand on top of Hermione's. Hermione felt the tears begin to prick at her eyes. She never knew Ron could be this deep. I'm glad I could help in making you the man you are today, Ron. We will always be friends, you know that. She smiled. Of course I do, Ron beamed. And not only friends, but you're going to be my sister-in-law. Very true. Hermione smiled, her mind now filling with the though of Charlie. Although she didn't want him to know yet, he truly did make her happy. I'm very lucky to be matched with Charlie. Ron nodded. You're a lucky girl and he's an extremely lucky guy. I know Charlie will treat you right and take great care of you, Hermione. We can all see in his eyes how much he already adores and cares for you. Hermione felt her heart flutter. Just hearing someone confirm her thoughts made her fill with love and joy. She was so glad to find someone who truly cared for her, and she knew wouldn't hurt her. Thank you, Ron. No problem, Hermione. What I came up here for was not to give you and Charlie my blessing, but to wish you luck. I know people must think because we're exes that we need to hate and loathe each other, but that will never happen. I'm glad that you're becoming part of the family, and Harry too. It's about bloody time. Ron laughed and hugged her tightly before rising. I best be off. Lavender needs me and her brothers to go try on robes, and I don't want to be late. I'm glad we got talking, Hermione, he smiled. Me too, Ron. Me too, Hermione grinned at him before he left and sank back into her cozy space as the door closed. She was glad Ron was now being mature about this all. Obviously, when they were first told of the law, no one was happy, especially not him. But she was happy that he had found the one for him, and she hoped that what he said about Lavender was true. They couldn't take her if she was. Still, how she was at school. Charlie slumped onto the sofa and sighed in relief as his aching back began to unleash all the tension from today. It had been a long and hellish day of work, but he was glad with the amount he had gotten done. The surprise he had for Hermione was going to be complete sooner than he thought, and he couldn't wait to show her. She was going to be speechless. Speaking of Hermione, she had just walked through the door to the living room when she saw Charlie relaxing on the sofa. She smiled and went towards him. Someone looks sleepy, she grinned. Charlie's eyes popped open when he heard her voice, and as soon as his eyes met hers, he felt a grin spread across his face. Exhausted, he agreed. It's been a long day, but the surprise I have for you is going to be worth it. Hermione's mouth popped open into a small O shape and her brows furrowed together. Charlie, You didn't have to get me anything. He rolled his eyes and stood up. I wanted to Hermione. Really. Plus this surprise is really for both of us. But only I and a few select others know about it. Honestly, you're going to be really pleased when it's finished. I promise. He pecked her cheek and grinned. Hermione pursed her lips and stared at him, trying to get him to back down, but the longer she started, the more she felt herself backing down. And when he kissed her cheek, it sealed the deal. Okay. I can't wait to see what it is. Any hints? She smirked, causing Charlie to laugh. You've certainly changed your tune, haven't you? He winked. But nope.
No hints.
I want to totally surprise you and sweep you off your feet. You already have Charlie. Hermione smiled, batting her eyelids at him. Charlie stared at her. How could one woman be so magnificent and cute? He could feel his heart hammering inside his chest and his palms began to grow sweaty, not to mention the butterflies in his stomach. She definitely had him wrapped around her little finger, and he didn't mind one bit. He knew he was falling in love, oh big time, but as he stood here and stared into her eyes, he knew she was falling in love with him too. You're amazing, you know that, Hermione? Charlie reached out his hand to caress her cheeks softly, smiling wide as he saw the blush creep across her cheeks. I'm falling for you so hard. I'm falling for you too, Charlie. Hermione glanced up, her heart racing as she saw how close Charlie was. She could feel his warm breath on her skin and the smell of his cologne was beginning to drive her crazy. Her eyes glanced down to his lips. The temptation to press her own to his was driving her insane. Without knowing, her arms slowly found their way to his shoulders before wrapping them around his neck, her hands tickling the bottom of his hair as she glanced up at his eyes again before going to his lips. Charlie, sensing the sudden change of atmosphere, soon caught on. His own temptation to kiss this amazing woman was driving him crazy. He pulled her closer into his chest and sighed happily at the tantalizing smell of her shampoo, strawberries and cream. What a brilliant combo, he thought. If he pulled her any closer to his body, they would merge into one. Charlie's fingers grazed at Hermione's hips. He chewed his own lip for a second before beginning to lean down. Their lips were inches away, just a little bit closer, and they would be having their first kiss. Charlie closed the distance, and then, the double wedding. Chapter 10. The door to the Burrow swung open with such force that when it collided with the wall it shook most of the pictures that were hanging. Hermione and Charlie leapt apart, almost if they had both gotten an electric shock. Charlie glowered. He hated being interrupted. He and Hermione were just about to kiss, and how he had been fantasizing about it for so long. She was so close, their bodies almost touching, their lips inching apart. The smell of Hermione's shampoo drifted into his thoughts again, and he felt himself slipping into a daze before he remembered that they had just been rudely interrupted. Charlie frowned and looked towards the door to see none other than a frazzled Mrs. Weasley standing there, a pot in one hand while waving her wand. He supposed she must have been in the middle of baking something, but the look on her face did not look happy. "Oh, so sorry, dears. I didn't realize you were both in here." Mrs. Weasley looked sheepishly between them, between the color of Hermione's face and the red that was beginning to tint Charlie's ears. She realized she had just interrupted a most important moment. "It's okay, Mrs. Weasley." Hermione smiled politely towards her soon-to-be mother-in-law, but she gave a quick side glance at Charlie, who spotted a wicked glint in her eyes. Charlie had to bite his lip from smirking. His mother always did hate it when someone was smirking. She always called it the height of rudeness. "Is there anything we can help you with?" Mrs. Weasley simply looked flabbergasted. She had always been so used to doing everything herself, with Arthur always being at work and kids who loved to cause mayhem, that anytime someone asked her if there was anything they could do, she could never respond or say no. "Oh, Hermione, dear. Thank you ever so much." Her eyes shined with happiness, and she could feel a weight coming off her shoulders. Organizing so many weddings in such a short period of time was stressful. "It's no problem at all, Mrs. Weasley. You're already doing so many things for everyone else. The least I could do is help." Hermione smiled. "Well, if you don't mind, dear, I'll need a bit of help with the garden. The bushes need trimmed, and some new bulbs are growing which need a little help along. If it's not too much trouble." Mrs. Weasley paused. She didn't want to ask too much. After all, Hermione was also planning a wedding too. Hermione waved her hand in the air and laughed slightly. "Of course it's not too much trouble. I used to do the gardening with my mum all the time. It was quite lovely, especially in the warm summer air and sipping a glass of refreshing lemonade. She smiled sadly at the memory. She hadn't tried to think too much about her parents. It ached to know they wouldn't remember her. But she knew they were safe, and maybe someday she and Charlie would go to Australia and find what they made of their new lease on life. Before anyone could notice the hint of sadness on her face, Hermione picked herself up, grabbed her wand from where she was once sitting and made her way out to the back garden. Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly at Hermione as she passed and then turned her attention to her son, who was still standing quietly in the corner. "So, Charlie, did I interrupt anything?" A teasing smile and wicked gleam appeared in her eyes, a form slowly planning in her head as she watched Charlie search for an answer. Charlie chuckled softly. "You know too well, Mum, that you interrupted something. But Hermione and I will certainly have to pick up from where we left off late," he grinned. Mrs. Weasley nodded and left Charlie to his own devices, pottering back into the kitchen to try and remember whose wedding cake she was making. Hermione stood back, one hand on her hip and the other covering her eyes as she admired her handiwork. Well, more like the wand's handiwork, but she did use her hands to pull out the weeds. But once the heat got to her, she just had to use her wand. The twins' wedding was coming up soon, and the garden had to be sitting perfect. Plus, Hermione had a check around the hidden areas just to ensure that no prank machines were left by the twins. God knows what they had planned for the wedding. Over in the other end of the corner, the twins plus Harry, Ron, Mr. Weasley and Bill were all setting up the marquee for the twins' double wedding. "That's it, boys. Just nice and easy." After a few minutes, the marquee had not been set up and Mr. Weasley had went about securing the tent to ensure that there was no way the marquee would fly off into the night. Fred and George were standing by, eyeing the large tent and pursing their lips. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Gred?" George smirked, twirling his wand in his hand. Fred smiled and nodded. "Of course I am, Forge." He raised his wand, and with George they both muttered an incantation. Sparks shot out from their wands, and almost in slow motion the color of the tent began to change from white into a bright purple and orange. The twins stowed their wands away and high-fived with delight in marvel of their handiwork. Hermione laughed to herself. Of course the twins were going to go all flashy and boisterous with their colors. They had always been so fun and animated, so she knew their wedding was going to be too. She drifted over to the rest of the group. At first she was going to help, but everything had been set up, so she now had some time to relax. She stood by Fred and George, her arms folded and a smile on her lips. "So, Granger, what do you think?" Fred smiled. "Why, I think it's marvelous." Hermione beamed at him. "I couldn't imagine it any other way. You both have always had such a creative and colorful life that I couldn't picture either of your weddings being any different." "Wow, thank you for amazing words. We certainly feel honored to have such high compliments from the brightest witch of her age." George bowed, which caused the trio to burst into a fit of laughter. "Are either of you nervous?" Fred glanced at George, who just stared back at his brother before they both shrugged. "Honestly, I thought I was going to be nervous," George admitted. "But after thinking about it, we're getting older and there would have come a time where it would have happened eventually. I think I'm more excited than anything, really. It's a new chapter, not only for us but for everyone. And I for one cannot wait." George grinned. Fred nodded. Here. Hermione giggled and glanced back at the tent, noticing that Charlie was inside the tent helping to place the chairs for the ceremony. She couldn't help but watching at how concentrated he was while still laughing with Mr. Weasley as they set up. A small smile formed on her lips, something which the twins did not miss. "Is a certain bookworm feeling all sappy now with her dragon tamer?" Fred teased, gently nudging Hermione in the side. Hermione felt the warmth creep up in her cheeks, and she knew that feeling too well. Charlie had constantly made her blush ever since it was announced they would be getting married. "You boys," she sighed. "But to tell the truth, I am feeling sappy. I know you probably don't want to hear this about your brother, but Charlie has stirred feelings inside of me that I never knew I could feel." Hermione grinned. George pretended to gag before covering it up with a cough as he saw the steely glare that Hermione was giving him. "I hope it's not awkward for the rest of the family," thought, she muttered. Fred raised an eyebrow. "And why do you think that?" Hermione shrugged. "Everyone always thought that Ron and I were meant to end up together. And now for me to be paired up with one of his brothers and getting married. I just don't want anyone to be upset." she whispered. Fred and George glanced at her. They hardly ever saw Hermione so worried. Scratch that, of course they saw her worried, especially during exams or when essays were due, but this was different. They both wrapped a protective arm around her and pulled her in for a hug. Honestly, Hermione, no one could ever be upset or angry with you, especially about this. Remember, the pairings were out of our control, and if Kingsley honestly got the best matchmakers to make these pairings, then they have done one hell of a job. Nothing against Ron or anything. George bent down to met her ear. You and Charlie are much more suited to each other. Hermione felt the smile creep up on her face again. She didn't meant to get so nervous about her and Charlie being together now. She just wanted to be accepted by the Weasleys, and after her failed relationship with Ron, she just wanted to know what everyone had been thinking and that they didn't think anything less of her. I 100% concur with my twin here, dear. You and Charlie have a lot more in common than what you and Ron had. No offense to Ickle Ronikins, but Charlie can certainly hold an intelligent conversation and would never get upset at the slightest of things. Fred grinned, thinking back to all the times when he and George would do anything they could to wind Ron up, which was the easiest thing as he had the shortest temper. I'm glad. Thank you both for your support. All I want is to be accepted by everyone, and I know you all think that I'm part of the family now. You're practically part of the furniture now. There's no leaving the Weasley clan now. George laughed, which in turn caused Hermione and Fred to laugh. Charlie glanced up as he heard a sudden burst of laughter and saw that Hermione was now chatting to Fred and George by the side of the tent. He couldn't help but smile himself as he saw how happy Hermione was. He truly was a lucky wizard to be getting married. Hermione Granger. Next day. Finally, the day had come for the much-anticipated double wedding of the year. The noise in the Burrow seemed to increase now with the extra guests who had arrived. Angelina and Katie had arrived early in the morning of the wedding to ensure that Hermione and Jinny were able to help them get dressed. All four girls were holed up in Jinny's room while the grooms, their brothers, and some of the girls' relatives were in the living room. Charlie was leaning against the wall watching as the chaos ensued. He knew that in a matter of days that this would be happening for himself and Hermione. So for the time being, he was more than happy to just soak all of the chaos in and to tease the life out of the twins while he could. Fred and George were both sitting on the sofa. Despite what everyone thought they were going for in their choice of suits, they both had went the traditional Muggle route as they wanted to incorporate both the Muggle and wizard elements of a wedding. Nervous boys, Molly smiled as she brushed the non-existing lint from their suits. She had been trying not to cry all morning. She couldn't believe all of her babies were getting married. And each time a wedding happening, she was starting to feel the empty nest syndrome even more. A little bit, Mum, Fred admitted. He was quite nervous and excited to be starting this new chapter of his life. After Molly finished swatting at his arm, he pulled her into a tight hug. Molly, who was quite surprised at such an affectionate hug from her joker of a son, hugged him back just as tight. Hey! George moaned, catching the attention of everyone in the room. You can't have a hug with one twin and not the other. He pretended to pout before Molly made a fuss and pulled him into the hug too. Charlie chuckled and heard footsteps coming from above. He glanced around the corner and his heart soared when he saw Hermione coming down the stairs. He couldn't take his eyes off her as he noticed what she was wearing. It was a pale pink dress which went down to her knees. It was a satin material and it accentuated all of her curves. Hermione could feel the blush creeping up again and had to remind herself several times to breath as she saw Charlie coming out from behind the wall. Charlie, just like the twins, was dressed in a Muggle tuxedo. With his muscles, the crisp white shirt clung to his arms and Hermione could make out each outline of the muscle. She couldn't help but smile as she saw the bow he was wearing along. He looked devilishly handsome. As she got to the bottom of the stairs, Charlie held a hand out of her to take. She slipped her hand into his, and they both shuddering with delight at the sudden warmth. Wow, Charlie murmured, his eyes glancing up and down at Hermione once again. You look breathtakingly beautiful, Hermione smiled. I could say the same about you, she giggled as he quirked one eyebrow up. I look breathtakingly beautiful? Charlie teased, a smile on his eyes. Why? Yes you do, Mr. Weasley, Charlie chuckled. Here I was thinking that I looked quite dashing in my tuxedo, but I suppose breathtakingly beautiful will have to do, he sighed, trying not to let out a laugh. Hermione rolled her eyes, smiling teasingly at her fiancé. It's a compliment nonetheless. Charlie couldn't help but laugh. Why yes it is, and I appreciate it very much so. He leaned closer to her, and for a second Hermione thought he was going to kiss her. But at the last second he placed a quick but meaningful kiss on her cheek. Once he pulled away, she could still feel his lips on her skin. Her heart was racing after the contact. Wow, she thought, if that's what it feels like to be kissed on the cheek by Charlie, imagine what it feels like to be kissed on the lips. Hermione couldn't help but feel like a giggly schoolgirl at the thought of it. It felt like the day had went by in a blur. And before she knew it, Hermione was sitting at the table watching as Fred with Katie and George and Angelina had their first dance. The tent had been as brightly decorated on the inside as it had been on the outside. When Hermione first saw it, she couldn't help but giggle. All she could do was imagine the reaction of Mrs. Weasley when she found out the twins' ideas. The tables had been decorated in a mix of purple and orange, the twins' signature color. Some tables had purple cloths and then others had orange. The candelabras which were used for the centerpieces corresponded with each color. Therefore, with the tables that were purple, the candelabras were orange, and the tables that were orange had purple candelabras. Overhead, the twins had used one of their devices they had been developing for their store, everlasting fireworks. Of course, they weren't everlasting. They had an incantation for when the user wanted to stop them, and they were reusable so they could be put away for another occasion. So as the fireworks were exploding, silently so as not to ruin the atmosphere, small multicolored sparks were shimmering over the crowd, like a snowflake. Hermione couldn't help but be in awe of the twins' effort and cleverness. They really did not like to show how smart they really were. She could just imagine the amount of magic that went into creating those ideas of theirs. Charlie, who had been watching Hermione for several moments, could see the cogs spinning in her head as she tried to work out how the twins had pulled it off. He chuckled and wrapped an arm around her shoulders before leaning in to whisper in her ear. "You seem a bit distracted. Anything I can help with?" He smiled as he felt her jump under his arm. She turned her head slightly and smiled back. "I was just thinking about the amount of magic it must take to make their inventions." Hermione glanced around again, taking note of the candy dispenser by the entrance to the tent, which offered either a trick or treat to each passerby. Hermione and Charlie had been left gasping for air when they released that the dispenser had given Ron a rather unfortunate sweet that turned him in a peacock at random intervals throughout the night. They had been in mid-conversation with him when a flash of light appeared, and in Ron's place was now a peacock, which looked quite angry. "I do have to admit that Fred and George are both a hell of a lot smarter than what they make it out to be," Charlie admitted, his eyes glancing over to his twin brothers who were beaming with happiness as they danced with their new brides. "They showed me how they made their puking pastels before they went back to school, and I couldn't believe it. They were doing NEWT-level magic years before they should have been doing it. And although my mum wouldn't want to admit then, she was very proud that they had found something they were talented at and passionate about. The level of magic that it takes to make their inventions is incredible. I'm just glad that it's worked out for them. They really put their mind to opening this shop, and the success they've had has been amazing." Charlie smiled. He truly was proud of his brothers. He had known how tough it was for them to grow up in his and Bill's shadow, after all the success they had brought. But he knew that they would find their passion and would make the family proud too. Hermione's heart warmed as she saw how happy and proud Charlie was of his brothers. She knew how much family meant to Charlie, and with him now moving back home, she could truly see how much they meant to him. "Although I gave them a lot of trouble in school, I was secretly in awe of what they could do. I always dreamt about being able to do that type of magic, and for them to have achieved it so young is incredible." Hermione smiled, resting her head on Charlie's shoulder as she heard the music change. Charlie watched as other couples began to join the dance floor. "Hermione, would you care to dance with me?" Charlie smiled as her head snapped up to look at him. "You want me to dance with you? That's what I asked, isn't it?" He chuckled as he saw Hermione's cheeks tinge pink. "Of course I would like to dance with you." Charlie rose to his feet, bowing towards Hermione, which made her giggle, and then outstretched his hand to hers. She placed her hands in his and let him guide her towards the dance floor. Hermione gasped as Charlie suddenly twirled her onto the dance floor before pulling her securely into his chest. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and he tentatively placed his hands on her waist. "I do have to say, Mr. Weasley, that you have taken my breath away." Hermione let out a soft laugh as she let herself relax into the dance. "I seem to be doing that a lot to you this evening, my lady." Charlie grinned as they slowly swayed to the beat of the music. He could feel his eyes watching them, and he glanced over to find Bill and Fleur smiling at them. Bill had a wicked glint in his eyes, and Charlie just knew that he was going to be in for a teasing later by his older brother. Hermione glanced up at Charlie, her eyes taking in all of his features from his jawline right to the freckle just above his eyebrow. Her heart thudded against her chest so hard she thought it was going to burst out. Charlie glanced back down to find Hermione looking at him. As their eyes met again, it was as if the rest of the guests disappeared. It was just them now on the dance floor, swaying to the music and enjoying others' company. The feelings of what had happened in the living room of the Burrow a few nights ago both played back in their memory. Charlie's grip tightened around her waist ever so slightly. It was as if he couldn't get her close enough to him. Hermione began to play with the ends of his hair, smiling as she heard a small growl rise from his chest. Her eyes glanced over his lips, and she felt the overwhelming desire to kiss him. Hermione bit her lips softly and shuddered as Charlie bent down to her ear. She could feel his warmth breath at the base of her neck. "You don't know what you do to me, Hermione," he whispered before pulling back slightly to gauge the emotion on her face. "You don't know what you do to me, Charlie." Charlie caught her eyes flicker down towards his lips again, and he knew this was it. He had to kiss her. This was the moment they had been waiting for. He moved a hand up to the back of her neck, holding her there. They both caught each other's eye before moving in time with each other. Charlie made contact first. As soon as his lips met Hermione's, it was like a jolt of electricity spread through his body. He could feel her shudder from the touch before giving in and relaxing into his tuff. Her body molding into his way in a way he had never felt before. It lasted a few moments. He kissed her a bit more firmly before pulling away. He slowly opened his eyes to find her brown ones gazing back at him. They gazed at each other for a moment before they both felt a grin spread across their face. "Wow," Hermione sighed happily. She could still feel the electricity from the kiss spreading through her body. That had to be the best kiss she had experienced. "Wow is right," Charlie whispered, pulling her close to his chest. Hermione rested her head on his chest as they continued to sway to the music, neither noticing that the music had now changed to a faster song, and that the Weasley family had congregated on the side of the dance floor to watch them. "It was about bloody time," Fred laughed. "Looks like you owe me a galleon, Fred," George smirked, sticking out his hand. "Oh bugger," Fred frowned before placing the galleon into his brother's hand. Perfect. Chapter 11. Hermione had the worst dream of her life. She felt like she had been transported right back to the war. The moment she thought they had lost as she stared at all the lifeless bodies around her. Suddenly a flash of green light shot towards her, and just as it was about to hit her, she awoke from her nightmare. She sat up in bed, feeling the cold sweat dripping down her body. Her sheets were soaked and she didn't want to think about going back to sleep. She slipped her feet into her slippers and pulled on her dressing gown before slipping out of Ginny's bedroom quietly. She tiptoed down the stairs to ensure that she didn't wake anyone up. As she got to the kitchen door, she noticed the light was on and could hear the faint sound of a quill on parchment. Although she would never admit it, but everyone probably knew, that was her favorite sound. She found it so soothing just being able to write, and feeling the parchment under her skin was soothing. She pushed the door open slightly and was pleasantly surprised to find Charlie hunching over a piece of parchment. She couldn't help but grin as she saw that his tongue was poking out slightly and his brow was furrowed. He must have been concentrating very hard on whatever it was he was writing. "Boo!" Hermione let out a quiet giggle as Charlie jumped in his seat. He turned in his seat, his eyes brightening as he saw the sight of Hermione before him. "Don't scare me like that," Charlie breathed before letting out a small laugh. "Sorry. I couldn't resist." Hermione smiled as she took a seat opposite Charlie. "The twins seem to be rubbing off on you," Charlie smirked, not even the slightest bit shocked as she nodded her head in agreement. "The twins have, and I appreciate it. I know I can take things too seriously. I'm just that type of person. But after the war..." Hermione paused, unsure if she could talk about it. The vivid nightmare still etched in her mind, but she pushed through. "It was always better to talk about your feelings. Things changed after then. I released that life was too short. I didn't want to always be known as the goody two-shoes or the bookworm. I wanted to have fun." Charlie leaned on his hand and watched her intently. By the emotions flickering on her face, he didn't think she had told anyone about this. It had been such a close call. And I don't want to regret not experiencing everything and… Hermione paused, trying to find the right words before smirking. Basically, I just wanted to grab life by the balls and enjoy it. Charlie blinked, momentarily stunned that Hermione would even say that, but then let out a hearty laugh. His chest soon began to hurt as the duo laughed together. The laughter slowly quietened down and Hermione grinned at him. I definitely think the twins are rubbing off on me. I think that's a favorite quote from Fred, she smiled. Charlie nodded in agreement. That it is. He reached across the table and gently took Hermione's hands in his, only noticing now that her hand seemed to be soaked. He raised an eyebrow at her before she quickly pulled her hand away, looking down with a look of sadness on her face. What is it, Hermione? You can tell me. Hermione glanced up. It was better to be honest than to hold her feelings in. Plus, this was Charlie and they were getting married. She needed to be honest. So for the next few minutes Hermione recounted the tale of her nightmare. By the end of it Charlie had moved round to be beside her, enveloping her in a big hug and hugging her so tight Hermione thought she was going to pass out. I'm glad you told me, Hermione, Charlie murmured softly as he played with her hair. I know it must have been so hard to tell someone that. Everything is okay now. There is no more war. No more Voldemort. Nothing can hurt you. Plus, I'm always here to protect you now. Even though I know you are more than capable of taking care of yourself, but that's just me.
I'm protective.
Hermione giggled and nuzzled her head into the crook of Charlie's neck. You can protect me any day, Charlie, they sighed happily, letting a comfortable silence fall between them until Hermione remembered about the parchment he had been writing on. She eyed it curiously. Charlie, what were you writing before I came in? Charlie's eyes popped open as he grabbed the piece of parchment before Hermione's curiosity got the better of her. I was writing my wedding vows, he said quietly. Hermione blinked at him, feeling a sudden rush of love and happiness course through her. Oh, Charlie, she whispered, beginning to hug him even tighter. No words needed to be said. They both knew what each other was thinking. Charlie gently tipped Hermione's chin up so he could look at her. Stay with me tonight? He asked. Hermione felt her face blush. She must have been tomato red judging by the cheeky grin Charlie gave her in return. I mean to sleep. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Only if you want to, he winked, enjoying as her face flushed a much deeper red. He didn't think anyone could blush as much as she could. And, Hermione, you know I will never force you into doing something you don't want to do. Hermione smiled. She honestly was so lucky to have been matched with Charlie. She didn't know what she would do if she had been paired with someone she didn't like. Thank you, Charlie. She pecked his lips quickly, laughing at the glazed look that come over him. And of course I'll stay with you tonight. Hermione blushed again, hiding her face in his neck. She could feel the rumble of his chest and just knew he was laughing at her. What she didn't expect, though, was for Charlie to sweep her in his arms and carry up the stairs to his bedroom. In all of her years of staying at the Burrow, Charlie's room, along with Bill's, had been the only bedrooms she hadn't seen. But it was no surprise that when he opened the door, with one hand as she was still in his arms, she found it decorated in red and gold, Gryffindor colors. She smiled. Even the bed sheets were red and gold and had the house crest emblazoned across it. He had an oak desk which was littered with various books, most on dragons, of course. She glanced at the title of one and swore she found the dragon winking at her. A few Quidditch posters had been plastered on the wall, but she found a picture that she quite liked and had not yet seen. It was of her and Charlie, as they had sat in the back garden together. His arm was draped lazily across her shoulders and her head was resting on his. She smiled. Where did you get this? Charlie flushed, causing a small smirk to appear on Hermione's face. So he does blush, that's good to know. I got it from my mum. She had been in the kitchen washing the dishes that evening when she saw us and thought it would make quite the candid photo. I've been meaning to show you, but everything around here has been so hectic. I think she has also put it in the family scrapbook. Hermione grinned. She knew of the Weasley family scrapbook, but had never seen it. So to be put in it by Molly was such an honor. Charlie smiled as Hermione looked at the photo again before she took a step before the bed, only to stop, glanced down at herself and frowned. "What's wrong? My pajamas. They got a bit soaked after my nightmare," she whispered, turning towards the door to go and fetch herself a new pair only to be stopped by Charlie, who handed her a red and gold shirt. She unfolded it to find that it was his Quidditch shirt, his number and name printed on the back. Hermione truly felt like a schoolgirl right now. She felt so giddy and excited that, to both her surprise and Charlie's, she stripped down to her underwear and pulled his shirt on. Charlie didn't blink. He felt that if he blinked he would miss what he was seeing in front of him. His fiancée just stripped down to barely anything, and what a view Charlie got. His eyes glanced quickly down to her chest, and he was pleasantly surprised. Underneath the sweatshirts and baggy t-shirts, Hermione had a nice couple of assets. He felt a blush creep up on his cheeks, and he had to fight the temptation and desire he felt for her. But as she pulled the Quidditch top on and over her head, he couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. The shirt had fell down to just above Hermione's knees. She had also tied her hair up into a messy bun, and Charlie swore that she was the cutest and most beautiful girl he had laid eyes on. He gently cupped her cheek and pecked her lips, lingering for a moment before pulling away. "May I say that this is the first time I have ever given anyone my Quidditch shirt to wear," he stated softly. Hermione looked up in surprise. Of course she knew Charlie had been with other girls, of course he had. Look at him, the man was practically a god. But to be the first girl, and only girl from now on, to be able to wear his Quidditch shirt felt like a great honor to her. "I wanted to save it for that special someone. The someone I knew I was going to spend the rest of my life with, and I am so proud and lucky to say that someone is you, Hermione." Charlie smiled, leading her towards the bed and pulling the covers back to allow her in. As they both get settled and comfy, Charlie used his wand to distinguish the light. They cuddled for a few moments in silence. "This is perfect," Hermione sighed happily. "It really is. The first of many cuddles." Charlie grinned and Hermione giggled. She gave him a soft kiss, their lips moving together as one before a breathless Hermione pulled away and snuggled into his chest. "Good night, my dragon tamer," she murmured sleepily. "Good night, my bookworm." Charlie kissed the top of her head before they both drifted into a sound sleep. Hermione's big surprise. Chapter 12. Hermione! Hermione's eyes flew open and she jumped straight out of bed, wand at the ready. It only took her a few moments to realize that Jinny was standing on front her, a wide beaming smile on her face. She looked like she was really trying not to jump up and down in one spot. Hermione yawned before glaring at her soon-to-be sister-in-law. "Jinny, what in the name of all that is good are you shouting for? She paused and glanced at the clock on the wall. 7 a.m., and you're shouting my name? Do you want to wake the whole house up?" Jinny blinked before laughing. "You really aren't a morning person, are you, Hermione? Charlie will have fun with you," she giggled, not noticing the small blush rising on Hermione's cheeks. Hermione sighed. She really didn't have a comeback for that. Instead, she just watched as Jinny flung open Hermione's wardrobe and began searching for some clothes. "Whatever are you doing, Jinny?" Jinny peeked out from behind the wardrobe. "Oh, nothing. Just searching for an outfit for you. Charlie gave me strict instructions to wake you at this time, but to also dress you suitably for the occasion." She smiled and went back to hunting in the wardrobe, finding a lovely pair of skinny jeans, with a pink vest top and white canvas shoes. Perfect. Hermione, for probably one of the first times in her life, was utterly confused. "But why would Charlie need you to wake me at this time? What has he got planned?" she questioned. Now, you don't think I would tell you anything, do you?" Surprised, Jinny grinned, putting the clothes on the bed and standing on front of Hermione again. "Now get dressed and then come downstairs. Don't take too long." Jinny wagged a finger at her before leaving the room. Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't help to smile as she began to get dressed. So many scenarios began to run through her mind. She had no idea what Charlie had planned, but the list was endless. She had to admit Charlie had truly surprised her ever since the marriage law was introduced. She had thought that he wouldn't be too happy about moving back home and leaving his dragons. But everything had worked out perfectly. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she was falling for Charlie. And fast. She had no idea she could ever feel like this about someone in such a short amount of time. Hermione took one last look at herself in the mirror before skipping downstairs. She found Charlie sitting on the sofa, reading a book about the Welsh green dragon as he waited. Hermione smiled. She would have to make an effort to learn more about what Charlie loved to do. She coughed slightly to make him aware that she was there. Charlie glanced up from his book and grinned as he saw her standing there. "I'm glad Jinny kept to her word," he grinned, walking towards Hermione and placing a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Ready to go?" he asked, a wicked gleam in his eye. Hermione quirked her eyebrow but nodded. "I am. But where to?" "Now, bookworm. Do you really think I would give away the surprise?" Charlie chuckled and pulled a blindfold from his back pocket. "I hope you don't mind, but I really want to surprise you." Hermione giggled and nodded. "As long as you promise not to leave me in some random country." Charlie nodded and slipped the blindfold over her eyes. "I would never do such a thing," he teased, wrapping an arm around her waist and guiding her out of the house and into a nearby field. "Now, I'm going to apparate us to where we need to go. Okay?" Hermione nodded, not long after she felt the tugging sensation side along appariation. She had to remind herself not to be sick, but it wasn't long before she felt her feet on solid ground again. She took a deep breath of fresh air and felt her stomach settle after the brief trip. "You okay?" Charlie asked softly. "I am, thank you, Charlie. It's just been a while since I've had to do that." She laughed slightly, leaning against Charlie for support as the effects wore off. Once Charlie felt that she was steady enough, he slipped the blindfold of her eyes and watched her reaction with eager anticipation. It took a few moments for Hermione to get used to the sunlight again, but once she had her eyes fully took in the sight of what stood before her, she out an audible gasp as she eyed the house that stood on front of her. It reminded her so much of the Burrow, just a more modern version. The house itself was red in color and was 3 stories high. It had a large garden, and for a fleeting moment she could picture her and Charlie's children running about the garden. "Charlie," she whispered, the tears slowly beginning to build before she felt a few fall down her cheek. Hermione looked over at Charlie, who was staring at her with a small, loving smile on his face. Without warning, Hermione threw herself to Charlie and wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. Charlie chuckled and wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her close to him while the shock settled in. "How? Where? Why? When?" Hermione babbled. She felt like she couldn't form a coherent sentence at the moment. "Slow down, bookworm," he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "This was the house I had purchased before I moved to Romania. Before I knew I wanted to care for dragons, I had been ready to find a place of my own. I found this one evening as I was taking a stroll. It almost appeared how the room of requirement did back at Hogwarts." Charlie smiled fondly. "It hasn't always been red, though. I managed to persuade my siblings into giving me a hand to redecorate it. Once I received the letter from the ministry informing me that I was to marry you, I knew I had to come back. But not only that, during the time that we've been planning our wedding and getting to know each other, I just knew that I had to make this home yours as well as mine. I wanted you to feel at home and at ease. So all the times that I've been disappearing and not returning, this is where I've been. I've been getting it ready for us to move into soon." Charlie finished, watching Hermione's eyes and waiting for her reaction. Hermione listened intently to Charlie, wiping the tears away from her eyes as he told her about everything he had done. "I can't believe it," she whispered, glancing away for only a moment to look at the house. "Charlie, this is the most romantic thing anyone has ever done for me." She hugged him tightly again. "You truly are one in a million." She smiled and pecked him on the lips softly, lingering for a moment or two before pulling away. "Can we go in?" "Of course." Charlie pressed the key into her hand and let out a hearty laugh as she took off like a shot towards the front door. Hermione unlocked the door and pushed it gently open. She stepped inside, and for the second time that morning she gasped. The front room was how she had always envisioned her living room to be. There was a small fireplace against one of the walls, with a mirror hanging above it. The walls had been decorated white, with a white carpet to match. There was a light blue rug sitting on top of the carpet. All along the back wall, however, had a large amount of books along it. She glanced at Charlie, a loving smile on her face. Charlie shrugged but smiled. "I wanted to give you something that you loved, and I know that's books." Hermione sighed happily. Their sofa was in the corner. It was a modern sofa in the shape of an L, but also had an armchair in the opposite corner of the room which was draped in a lovely and cozy-looking blanket. Her eyes scanned the rest of the room and Hermione couldn't believe how much it suited her taste. "Charlie, you've outdone yourself. This is perfect," she smiled, hugging her fiancé again. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Hermione. I wanted to do something special for you." Charlie smiled. "Now, let me show you the rest of the house." Hermione and Charlie had just left their bedroom. She was ready to go back downstairs, but Charlie stopped her by tugging on her hand gently. "Wait a moment. There's one more room I would like to show you." Hermione let Charlie pull her towards a dark brown wooden door at the end of the hall. She raised an eyebrow at him as she outstretched his arm, allowing her to do the honors. She smiled and pushed the door open gently, feeling the wind being knocked out of her as she done so. The door swung open to reveal an almost identical replica of the Hogwarts library. It was, of course, not as big, but there were numerous bookcases all lined up, and even more were stacked on the wall. Hermione felt the tears welling in her eyes as she looked back at Charlie. "I heard from a birdie that one of your favorite rooms at Hogwarts was the castle." Charlie smiled and stepped into the room. "It also happened to be one of mine. I used to go there all the time to read about dragons." He sighed happily and caressed one of the bookshelves. "You can thank Professor McGonagall for this one. She really helped you with this?" Hermione whispered, feeling even more in shock now. "She did." Charlie nodded. "I owed her a few weeks ago to ask for her help. I couldn't believe it when she replied with a date and time she could come. She was more than willing to do anything for you, Hermione." He smiled and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. They both stayed silent for a moment, feeling in awe of everything that Charlie and his family had done. Hermione made a silent note to make sure she thanked each and every one of them, especially Professor McGonagall, who she ensured to write a lovely thank you letter once she got back to the Burrow. "Thank you for everything, Charlie." Hermione glanced up at him and smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "Anything for my bookworm." "Now, come on and let's get back," Charlie chuckled, glancing at the time and seeing it was nearing 11 a.m. "I'm sure Mom and Jinny are dying to hear about this. Plus, as it is our wedding tomorrow, they want to properly get you prepared and get the finishing details added to everything." Hermione nodded, but before either of them moved, she tugged Charlie's shirt, which made him look down at her. She grinned before capturing his lips with her own. They shared a long, passionate kiss, but it was Charlie to break away first. Feeling slightly flushed and breathless, he tugged his shirt down again and smirked at Hermione. "I'll make sure to surprise you more often if that's the reaction I get," he teased. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. "You Weasley men," she whispered as she left the room with a love-struck Charlie following behind her. The Big Day Part 1, Chapter 12. Every heart sings a song, incomplete, until another heart whispers back. Those who wish to sing always find a song. At the touch of a lover, everyone becomes a poet. Plato. Hermione stared at herself in the mirror as Jinny, Mrs. Weasley and Fleur danced around her, trying to get both her and themselves ready for the wedding. She was beginning to play with the hem of her silk dressing gown, which Jinny had decorated on the back with Mrs. Weasley to be, and that's how she knew she was getting nervous. She caught the eye of Jinny, who was busy styling Hermione's hair. She nodded silently before turning round to her mum and Fleur. "Mum, Fleur, do you mind giving me and Hermione a moment alone? You can take time to get your dresses and makeup sorted," Jinny asked politely. "But Jinny, we have so much to do to get Hermione ready." Mrs. Weasley stared her daughter in the eyes but was met with a raised eyebrow. She glanced at Hermione and suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to hug her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. "Oh, all right. We'll give you a few moments together." She smiled and patted Hermione lovingly on the shoulder before taking Fleur out of the room. "What's on your mind, Hermione?" Jinny asked, continuing to style her hair. "I'm so nervous, Jinny," Hermione replied truthfully. She had never felt this nervous before. Well, she had felt so nervous and scared during the Battle of Hogwarts, but this was something different. She was spending the rest of her life with Charlie, and that terrified her. All she wanted was to make him as happy as he made her, but she knew how controlling she could be, and the truth was she was a goody-two-shoes, know-it-all who loved to live by the book. But since this marriage law, Charlie has been helping her to find her other qualities. Ones that she never knew had been there before. "Oh, Hermione, there's no need to be nervous," Jinny chuckled, glancing at her friend in the mirror. You know Charlie will take great care of you, and you will take great care of him. You two have waited so long to find someone suited to each other who knew that yous would be right under each other's noses the whole time." She smiled, making Hermione laugh in return. True, Hermione nodded and sighed. "I just want this to work out. I've always envisioned only marrying one person in my life, and I don't want anything to happen to make us split or make Charlie want to leave after the minimum time is up." Jinny understood her fears. She too had felt like that before marrying Seamus, but once she walked down that aisle and saw him face to face, she couldn't have felt more happier if she had tried. "Listen, it's going to be okay. You know you don't have to worry about anything like that with Charlie. You two are so smitten with each other. It's adorable." She grinned, finally finished placing Hermione's hair into a soft curled updo. She slowly placed the veil on her hair and beamed. "You look amazing, Hermione." Hermione blushed, playing with the hem of her dressing gown again before taking a deep breath. "I feel like I'm about to take a test. That's how excited and nervous I am." She laughed. "You were excited to take tests?" Jinny raised an eyebrow before shaking her head. "What am I saying? Of course you were excited to take tests. You're Hermione Granger." The girls glanced at each other before bursting into laughter. Hermione stood up from her chair and enveloped Jinny into a tight embrace. "I'm so glad I'm about to be your sister. It's about damn time too." Jinny yelled. "Now, I'm pretty sure my mother is outside of this door," pointing at the clock on the wall and muttering about how long we're taking, so let's let her back in and get you ready. Meanwhile, across the hall Charlie was in his room with Bill, playing about with his bow tie and frowning when it didn't stay in place. Bill watched with an amused smile on his lips as his brother fussed about how he looked. "Come here, brother," he chuckled after a few moments. Charlie turned towards him just in time for Bill to flick his wand and his bow tie to magically straighten itself. "Better now?" Bill teased. Charlie threw him a steely glare before nodding, turning back to look at himself in the mirror. He was wearing a muggle suit, and all he knew was that Hermione was wearing a muggle dress. They had both decided to honor both the wizarding and muggle traditions of a marriage. They were going to have a muggle ceremony with a magic flair at the end of it. And the ceremony was going to be magical. Charlie could feel his heart beating fast under his chest. He felt like he was about to pass out. He was that nervous. He jumped slightly as Bill placed a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, Char, and take a deep breath." Charlie nodded and followed Bill's instructions, repeating the cycle for a few moments before he felt himself calming down. "Thanks, Bill," he smiled. "I can't believe I'm this nervous. A woman has never made me this nervous before." Bill chuckled. "That's how you know you've finally met your match. And what a bloody good one she is too." He smiled at his younger brother. "Honestly, Char, you and Hermione deserve each other. Not only have you both been waiting for years to find the right person, but you are both clever, smart, strong, and funny. You both keep each other on your toes, but at the same time are completely honest with how you feel. Hermione is a brilliant girl. You deserve her. And you are an amazing man. Hermione deserves you too." Charlie blushed. It had been so long since he and Bill had shared a deep conversation like this. But this conversation was special to him. Charlie had never been in love before. He thought he had, but it was more lust than anything. Just a pure physical attraction. But with Hermione, she was everything he could ever dream of. She was witty, smart, and pretty rebellious from the various stories she had been telling him, some of which Harry and Ron didn't know of. She cared deeply for his family, and that was one of the most important things to him. He was a family man, always looking out for his parents and siblings, even Percy, although he could be a giant prat at times. And he had always wanted a partner that could share that with him. He knew how hard it had been for Hermione during the war, having to erase her parents' memories and never really knowing the truth as to what happened to them. The Weasleys had encouraged her to go and find them, but Hermione disagreed, feeling that if she were to reverse their memories, they would never forgive her for her ultimate sacrifice. She felt it best to leave them where they were safe and happy. Charlie felt a pang of sadness as he realized that Hermione wouldn't be able to walk down the aisle with her father, from what she had explained to him and what he had heard from Jinny. A father walking his daughter down the aisle was a very emotional moment, and it was upsetting that Hermione couldn't get to experience it. But he was going to make this day the most amazing and wonderful day for Hermione. He wanted to make sure that no matter what she was always happy and smiling. And he would go to the ends of the earth for her. Earth to Charlie, Bill laughed, waving a hand on front of Charlie's face. An even bigger grin spreading across his face when he saw Charlie jump. Sorry, Charlie smiled. I was just thinking about Hermione. Bill nodded. I'm sure you were. You were just standing there with an incredibly love-struck expression on your face. He dodged another one of Charlie's slaps and smiled. Now, before we go downstairs to wait for your bride-to-be to arrive, I have been instructed by Jinny and also Ron, Harry, Fred, George, Seamus, and whoever else. The list was honestly too long for me to remember all of the names. Bill waved his hand nonchalantly and stood to his full height, looking Charlie in the eyes and putting on his best big brother act he could muster. I am obliged to give you the talk. The talk? Charlie questioned, only receiving a nod in return. Indeed, the talk, Bill repeated. Charlie, if you were to ever hurt or harm our dear bookworm's head or heart, then you will be hexed into oblivion. Bill broke character for a moment and smiled. Jinny wanted you to know that she's made an improvement on her bat bogey hex. Bill had to stifle a laugh as he saw the color drain from Charlie's face momentarily. Anyway, where was I? Ah yes. If you cause anything to warrant heartbreak or sadness into Hermione's life, then our mother will certainly give you a stern talking to. And who else knows what else she has in store? Bill grinned cheekily. All we are saying is, don't hurt Hermione. And I have on good authority that Hermione has been given the same talk that I've given to you from our dearest and only sister, Jinny. Charlie chuckled. He could only imagine the show Jinny must have been put on while delivering that speech. I promise, brother, that I will not harm or hurt Hermione. She means the world to me, and all I want to do is bring her happiness. Wonderful! Bill cheered. Now let's get you downstairs, mingle with the guests a bit, have a fire whiskey, and then wait for your blushing bride to arrive. He clapped Charlie on the back and walked out of the room. He was too busy skipping down the stairs to notice that Charlie had wandered towards the girl's bedroom. He knew that Jinny had cast a silencing charm on it. She thought that the girls should have the utmost of privacy while getting ready. He pulled a rectangular box from his pocket and knocked on the door softly before announcing it was him outside. The door was pulled open ever so slightly and the face of his mother shone through. Charlie, what are you doing here? You are not to see the bride before the wedding. No, go off downstairs. She'll be coming down soon. But wait, Mum. I have something that I want you to give to Hermione for me. Charlie smiled and handed his mum the box. She glanced at the box curiously and pulled the lid open to have a look for herself. As soon as she saw what it was inside, her eyes filled with tears. Oh my boy, she whispered, shimming out of the door frame to wrap her son in her arms. You are so thoughtful. I'll make sure she has it on. Molly patted Charlie on the cheek before disappearing back into the room. Charlie smiled, knowing that his mother would keep to her word. He turned from the door and went downstairs to join Bill, George and Fred in a glass of fire whiskey before the ceremony. Molly closed the door softly and turned back round to Hermione, the tears finally falling as she gazed at her. Hermione, dear, you look absolutely beautiful. Hermione spun round to face Molly. Her dress had been one that she didn't think she would pick. She had never thought of herself as a ball gown or princess dress type of person. But when Jinny picked the dress out in the store for her and she had tried it on, she knew it was the one for her. The dress itself was white. It had a lace bodice, with short sleeves that only covered the top of her shoulders. The lace covered the top of the dress, and before reaching the skirt, there was a small diamond band tied around her waist. The dress then flowed outwards. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. The bottom half of the dress was plain. She hadn't wanted too much lace on the dress as she thought it would look gaudy. Her hair was pinned into a simple curled-up do with the thanks to Jinny, who had spent the majority of an hour still trying to tame her hair. Although it wasn't as bushy nowadays, sometimes Hermione still had a bit of trouble trying to hold it down. Her veil was pinned neatly into the back of her and flowed down to her mid-back. Again, she didn't want it too long as the dress spoke for itself. She truly felt beautiful, and for the first time in her life, she was truly happy. Not that she hadn't felt happy, but on her wedding day she finally felt complete. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Hermione smiled, glancing at herself in the mirror and not believing the reflection she saw staring back at her. You done amazing, Jin. Thank you so much. Jinny waved her hand while wiping away her own tears with the other. It was my honor, Hermione. You look amazing. Charlie's jaw is going to hit the floor when he sees you. She giggled. That reminds me, Hermione. Charlie was just at the door. He wanted me to give this to you. Molly smiled and handed Hermione the red rectangular box. Hermione opened it slowly and gasped at what is inside. Inside the velvet box lay a beautiful silver charm bracelet. There were only 2 charms on it currently, but she knew inside that the rest was to come in her and Charlie's future together. The first charm was Silver Dragon with a red ruby eye, to show both Charlie and Hermione's love for dragons. The second charm was a silver bookworm wearing a graduation cap. It also had a colored eye, however this time it was the color of her birthstone, a sapphire. Hermione felt the tears beginning to well up. She didn't want to cry just yet. Jinny, who sensed the wave of emotion, quickly grabbed a tissue and dabbed under her best friend's eyes. Don't you dare cry, Hermione. Your makeup will smudge. Hermione laughed at her younger friend, chastising her. I can't help it, Jin. The bracelet is gorgeous. She smiled and lifted it out of the box, watching as Molly quickly undone the clasp and fastened it around her wrist. I think Charlie meant this to be your something new gift. Molly smiled warmly, patting her hand gently before fixing herself up. She could not wait to stop crying at all of these weddings. I will have to make sure to thank him later, Hermione whispered. She glanced up and found Jinny staring at her with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. Hermione immediately blushed. I didn't mean it like that, Jin, she whispered. Of course you didn't, Hermione. Jinny rolled her eyes, picking up Hermione's flowers and handing them to her. Now, are you ready to become Mrs. Weasley? Of course I am. It's been a long time coming, Hermione. Well, come on now, girls. We don't want to keep everyone waiting. Molly smiled, ushering the 2 girls out of the room, only pausing for a moment to stare inside the room in which they had left. She would always cherish the memories of Jinny and Hermione staying in her together. She would often hear the girls giggling into the night, and unknown to them, she would always send a plate of cookies and milk to their door. Molly always knew they had gotten them because she could hear Jinny running to the door every night at 10 p.m. to make sure they were there. How time flies, Molly sighed happily and followed the 2 girls downstairs. The Big Day Part 2, Chapter 13. Hermione took a deep breath as she stood just behind the entrance of the marquee. She was about to walk down the aisle, and the nerves were only hitting her now. Harry chuckled and patted Hermione's shoulders. Calm down, Hermione. Everything's going to be okay. Hermione looked at her friend, glad to have him there to help calm her down. Thanks, Harry, she smiled. I'm just so nervous all of a sudden. What if Charlie doesn't like me as his wife? What if I mess up? What if? She shuddered, not sure where her rant was going, but she was interrupted by Harry placing a finger on her lips. Hermione, Charlie is smitten with you. He is never going to think that you're a bad wife, and you're not going to mess up. Marriage is work. There may be days where you argue, but you and Charlie will work through it. Of all the time that I have known Charlie and that I've seen him when he's here, he has not talked about someone or even looked at someone the same way he does to you. You're important to him, Hermione, and he'll not want to lose you. Harry smiled and pulled his best friend into a hug. Thanks, Harry, Hermione smiled, giving him a tight hug before pulling away and glancing at the marquee. It's time, isn't it? Harry nodded and held his arm out for her to hold. It is, and believe me, Hermione, when you see Charlie standing up there, all of your worries will disappear. Hermione took a deep breath and linked her arms with Harry's. She was grateful that she had him to walk her down the aisle. Even though she wished it was her father, Harry was a great choice. He had been there for her through school, the war, everything, even the nightmares she had after the war. Harry was her family. She squeezed his hand and took one last look at him before they entered the tent, her breath hitching as she saw just how many guests were seated in the tent. They were all now standing and watching her approach. Her eyes glanced over to the Weasleys, and her heart melted as she saw Mrs. Weasley with a handkerchief wiping at her eyes. Hermione was just glad to become an official member of the Weasley clan, although before the marriage law, Mrs. Weasley had always told her that she already was. Hermione gave her family a loving smile before letting her eyes wander up to the top of the aisle. Her breath stopped momentarily as she saw Charlie standing up there. He was standing beside Bill. For a moment they were having a quick conversation, but then Charlie saw Hermione and his eyes widened. He couldn't believe at how even more beautiful she was. The dress she was wearing suited her perfectly, her hair and makeup done to perfection. She was amazing. And for the first time in a long time, Charlie felt tears beginning to fall. That's how he knew. He knew that he was in love with Hermione. Charlie hadn't cried for the longest time. He knew himself that he would only cry about someone he truly cared about, like his family. He sobbed for a day straight when he thought Fred had died. But when Fred had awakened in the Great Hall, the relief he felt was tremendous. Bill glanced at his brother in surprise. He hadn't expected Charlie to cry. He knew the extent of Charlie's feelings. He had experiencing them when he had first met Fleur, and knew it was only a matter of time before Charlie realized just how strong his feelings for Hermione were. Bill conjured up a quick handkerchief and passed it to Charlie. Anytime Harry grinned and took his seat, watching as Hermione and Charlie took their places at the top. Hermione grinned at Charlie. "You look incredibly handsome, Charlie." Charlie blushed but smiled. "Thanks, Hermione. You look amazing as always." He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it softly. This time it was her time to blush, and Charlie couldn't help but grin, glad that he could still have that effect on her. The couple turned towards the minister and let the marriage begin. The minister gave a quick speech to the crowd, welcoming them all in before getting the ceremony started. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man and this woman in matrimony." The minister smiled, glancing around at the people in the tent. "Charles Gideon Weasley, do you take this woman to be your wife, to live together in matrimony, to love her, to honor her, to comfort her, and to keep her in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live?" Charlie stared into Hermione's eyes, smiling widely as he gave his answer. "I do." The minister turned to Hermione. "Hermione Jane Granger, do you take this man to be your husband, to live together in matrimony, to love him, to honor him, to comfort him, and to keep him in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, for as long as you both shall live?" Hermione blushed under the start of Charlie, but she couldn't help the smile spread across her face. She had waited and dreamed about this moment for a long time, the moment she would marry the man she was meant to be with. Although when she first found out that it was Charlie, she was nervous. She didn't know anything about him, but as the weeks went by and they spent more time together, she knew she was in love with him, and she was truly excited for everything in their future, even as quick as it was all happening. Hermione knew Charlie would be a great husband and eventually a great father.
Ido.
"Repeat after me," the minister smiled, turning back to Charlie. "And while you repeat what I say, please hold each other's wrist as my wand casts the bonding charm." Hermione and Charlie both held each other's wrist, watching in awe as a gold link enveloped their wrists. It was like an unbreakable bond. But when the gold link was around them, all they felt was warmth and love. "I, Charlie Gideon Weasley, take you, Hermione Jane Granger, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." Charlie repeated the minister's words, not taking his eyes off of Hermione for a moment. "I, Hermione Jane Granger, take you, Charlie Gideon Weasley, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." Hermione giggled at the end, making their friends and family chuckle as they saw how happy she was getting. Harry watched the couple in awe. He was glad that Hermione had finally found someone to be happy with. That's all he had ever wanted for her. "Now, Charlie, if you would please put the ring on Hermione's finger and repeat after me." Charlie nodded, placing the wedding band on Hermione's finger, gazing into her eyes as he done so before repeating the minister's words. "I give you this ring as a token and pledge of our constant faith and abiding love." Charlie pushed the ring fully down to sit on her finger, his heart swelling with love as he realized that Hermione was now his wife. "And Hermione, if you would do the same." Hermione took Charlie's ring from the pillow that Bill was holding, smiling at the older brother with thanks before delicately placing the ring on his finger. "I give you this ring as a token and pledge of our constant faith and abiding love." She pushed the ring fully down onto his finger, and then took his hand in hers, squeezing it gently. Charlie grinned at her, returning the affectionate squeeze before they both looked at the minister again. "By virtue of the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife." The minister grinned and looked at Charlie. "You may now kiss the bride." Charlie couldn't help it. He had been waiting for so long that he almost threw himself at Hermione, much to the laughter of their family and friends. He placed a hand at the nape of her neck and placed his lips to hers, enveloping her in a passionate kiss. Although the crowd were cheering and clapping, to Hermione and Charlie they were the only ones in the room as they enjoyed their kiss. After a brief few moments they broke apart, resting their foreheads against one another. "I love you, Hermione. I love you too, Charlie." Author's note: sorry for the long wait. The reception party will be included in the next chapter. Hope you all enjoy the reception. Chapter 15. Attention, everyone. Mr. Weasley amplified his voice to ensure that he could be heard. The reception was just getting underway, and he couldn't be more proud to announce the happy couple in for the first time as husband and wife. "It is my pleasure to introduce you to the new Mr. and Mrs. Weasley." Charlie and Hermione entered the newly decorated marquee to a thunderous applause. Hermione could feel the heat in her cheeks already as they made their entrance. She had never really been one for grand entrances or much attention on herself, but she was just so happy and on cloud nine that nothing could ruin that. Without warning, Charlie suddenly twirled Hermione onto the dance floor and into his arms. Hermione hit his chest with a small thud, but grinned up at her new husband. "Wow, my husband has moves," Charlie chuckled, feeling himself flush this time. "He certainly does," he winked as their first dance song began to play. "Thank you for such a wonderful day, Hermione." "No, thank you, Charlie," Hermione smiled, letting her hands play with the small tufts of hair at the nape of his neck. "It's been a wonderful and beautiful day. Right now, I couldn't have imagined it with anyone else," she admitted. At first, when the marriage law had been announced, she had found it hard to fathom that she would be forced to marry someone, especially if it had been someone she didn't know. Of course, when she found out she would be marrying Charlie, she was still scared. He was older than her, had a job over in Romania, and only ever met her as the bushy-haired and large-toothed 14-year-old at the Quidditch World Cup. But he had been amazing, making her feel at ease and treating her how she always wanted to be treated. "I know how this wasn't something either of us were looking forward to, or how we necessarily wanted things to happen like this, but I'm glad it did. And I'm glad that I have gotten to know you. I couldn't imagine anyone else to be partnered with." Charlie kissed her cheek softly, spinning her once again as the song came to a finish. After their first dance, it seemed like the rest of the night went by in a blur. There had been so many people that Hermione was speaking to and so many congratulations. She finally understood why weddings were so stressful and how burnt out you got by the end. But as the night came to a close, she found herself standing on top of the hill just beside the Burrow, staring up at the moon. She was so grateful that she still had her life to lead after the Second Wizarding War, although at times she still had the nightmares or flashbacks to the cold, lonely nights in the tent in the forest. She was happy that peace had finally been restored. A gentle breeze brought her out of her thoughts, and she wriggled her now bare feet in the grass, sighing at the pleasant feeling it brought her. She heard someone approaching from behind and turned to see that it was Harry. "Oh, hi Harry," she smiled. "Hey Hermione, what are you up to?" Hermione shrugged, just staring at the stars and feeling grateful for everything. "I'm very lucky to have been paired with Charlie, and to feel the way that I do," she smiled. "I couldn't imagine what I would have done if I had have been paired with someone else." Hermione shivered at the thought. "Yeah, I think everyone is glad that the matches have been pretty good. Whoever the matchmakers were have certainly done a great job." Harry smiled, looking out over the hill and down into small village of Ottery St. Catchpole, appreciative of the fact he could now do this without worrying that someone would find him and kill him. Hermione nodded in agreement, the breeze once again making her shiver. "I think we should head back inside. I need to say goodnight to everyone before." She paused, her cheeks tinging bright red as she realized what now had to happen. "Hermione." Harry looked at his best friend in confusion and slight worry. It wasn't often that Hermione would stop speaking in the middle of a conversation. Hermione?" He shook her shoulder gently, trying to wake her from whatever thought she was having. "Merlin's beard," Hermione half yelled, causing Harry to jump back in surprise. "What are you on about, Hermione? I have to have sex with Charlie Weasley." Hermione felt her face burning red, her heart hammering in her chest as she realized that in the next hour or so, they would be back at their home for the night, and they had to consummate their marriage together. Harry blinked in surprise, even feeling his cheeks turning warm all of a sudden. Out of all the things he had expected Hermione to say, that had not been one of them. I don't know what to say," Harry stuttered, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "Oh, Harry," Hermione buried her face into her hands. "I'm still a—" "You know what," she muttered. "What was that?" "I couldn't hear you." Harry nudged his friend, trying to get her to look at him again. "I'm still a virgin, Harry," Hermione hissed. Harry froze. Now he was really unsure of what to say. He shuffled awkwardly, wishing that the ground would swallow him now. Don't you think Jinny would be the right person to speak with about this stuff?" "Of course I would. But if you haven't noticed the one tiny, very important detail." "And what would that be?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Honestly, you would think he would have noticed. I don't really want to talk to my girl best friend about shagging her brother." Oh, Harry was at a loss for words. He had actually forgot about that for a moment, and now he felt terribly stupid for even suggesting that she talk to Jinny. "Okay, well, in that case," Harry sighed, "just be yourself, Hermione, and tell Charlie the truth. I'm sure he'll understand. Hasn't he understood a lot of the issues you've had before?" Hermione nodded. "Well then, there you go. The best person to talk to this about would be Charlie, your husband. And I'm sure he'll be, how to phrase this?" Harry frowned. He didn't want to come across rude or inappropriate despite the conversation they were having. "Experienced enough to know what you would like?" Hermione gulped, feeling an involuntary movement in her gut. "I feel like I'm going to be sick. This is like having the talk with your dad, but much more embarrassing." She took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. "But okay, I'll do as you say, and I'll just be honest with Charlie. That's the best thing to do. Be honest." She tried to keep repeating it to herself to try calm her down, but all it done was made her more nervous. Harry took her arm gently and guided her back to the marquee. "Honestly, Hermione, just take a few deep breaths and you'll be okay. Just try not to think about it right now." Hermione nodded. "Try not to think about it," she repeated, again taking a few deep breaths to calm the nerves. As they approached the inside of the marquee, she noticed Charlie. He was laughing at a conversation he was having with Bill, and when he caught her eye, Hermione felt safe and protected. She felt the nerves disappear temporarily and smiled back at Harry. "Okay, Harry, I think I can do this," she smiled. "Good." Harry hugged his best friend and ushered along. "Now go back to Charlie. He'll want the last dance with you." Hermione nodded, saying goodbye to her best friend again before practically skipping towards Charlie. Harry sighed. "I need a fire whiskey after that." Home Sweet Home, Chapter 16. "You ready to go home, Mrs. Weasley?" Charlie smiled. No matter how many times he said that, it still wouldn't sink in. He had a wife. Charlie Weasley was now a married man. All the guys back on the reserve in Romania would have laughed at anyone who said that Charlie would get married. A Rouge Bludger would get married before Charlie does. He clearly remembered the day that his friend, Roy, had shouted this, quite loudly in the dining hall too. The rest of the crew laughed themselves hoarse, but Charlie knew deep down it would take a special girl to tame him. And he finally found that girl in Hermione. Charlie knew he was lucky, and he vowed to himself that no matter, he would always remember that and always treat Hermione how she deserved to be treated. As he noticed the nervous look on Hermione's face, he couldn't help but chuckle. He held out a hand to her and smiled lovingly as she took it. "You don't have anything to worry about, Hermione." "I don't bite," Charlie smirked, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Much, and with that, Hermione once again looked a bright red tomato. The newlyweds apparat back to their new home, grateful to have a quiet night to themselves. As soon as they got inside, Hermione kicked off her heels and sighed as she rested on the comfortable sofa. "What a day," she smiled as Charlie took a seat beside her. "What a day indeed," Charlie agreed, conjuring them both one last glass of champagne from the kitchen. "I loved every minute of it." "As did I," Hermione smiled, attempting to press a soft kiss to Charlie's cheek, but was pleasantly surprised when Charlie captured her lips with his own. As soon as their lips met, Hermione felt herself melt into the kiss and felt her worries melt away with it. It was a few moments before they both had to break for breath. Somehow Hermione's hands had ended up clutching Charlie's crisp white shirt and turning it into a wrinkled mess. "That's not going to get old anytime soon," Charlie grinned, running his hands through the pieces of Hermione's hair which were starting to fall loose. "Charlie, I have to tell you something," Hermione whispered, feeling the nerves build up again. Charlie quirked an eyebrow. "You can tell me anything," Hermione nodded, biting the bottom of her lip and not noticing the look of desire that formed in Charlie's eyes. "I'm still a virgin." She rushed out. Charlie blinked before laughing. "I'm sorry, love, but I didn't quite catch that. I'm still a virgin." Hermione dropped her hands from Charlie's shirt and looked down at her white dress, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. She had expected Charlie to laugh and to make fun of her for still being a virgin, but she was pleasantly surprised when he didn't. Gently, Charlie titled Hermione's head back up so she could meet his eyes. She gazed into his own and saw the understanding he held for her. "Hermione, you don't need to be embarrassed." Charlie smiled, stroking her cheek softly. "Even before the wedding I knew this part would be something that you would be nervous about, but I promise you, I'll not hurt you. The first time for you, it may hurt a little or sting, but I'll stop and let you adjust. You just let me know what you can and can't handle. It may not be perfect first time, but I'll try my best to make sure you enjoy it and that you are at ease and feel comfortable." Hermione felt the smile creep up on her face. How had she got so lucky with Charlie? She told him the problem, and he managed to calm her down and put her mind at ease with a few words. "Thank you, Charlie. I was just so worried that you'd laugh at me or make fun of me for never." Charlie shook his head. "Hermione, I would never laugh at you for something like that. I know sometimes I could come across as immature or seem like I have my mind in the gutter, but you now know that I'm not that type of person. Family is everything to me, and my relationship is everything to me. I will always take care of you." Hermione felt the butterflies begin all over again. How someone could feel like this about someone she never knew, but she really never understood feelings. She was more of a book and logic sort of girl. "I trust you, Charlie," she whispered. And with that, nothing else needed to be said. Charlie captured his wife's lips again before pulling her up to stand. He broke the kiss for only a moment to sweep her up into his arms. As soon as Hermione was in his arms, he kissed her passionately again and carried her to their newly decorated bedroom that he was more than happy to christen. Hermione woke up during the night after a cold breeze made her shiver. It was only then that she remembered that she was naked and curled up in the arms of her also naked husband. A small grin broke out on her face as she looked at the sleeping Charlie. His hair was tousled and slightly falling over his closed eyes. His chest was rising and falling in a steady rhythm, and Hermione thought that she finally found the definition of peaceful. She pulled the blankets over her exposed legs and cuddled more into the side of Charlie as memories of their wedding night came flooding. All she could really remember was that once they were in the bedroom, clothes were being thrown off, and she felt an incredible amount of pleasure. With that last thought, Hermione rested her head on Charlie's chest, her heart warming as Charlie shifted in his sleep, moving into the position that he now had both of his arms wrapped around Hermione and his chin was resting on her head. "I love you, Charlie Weasley," Hermione whispered in the darkness, barely hearing the whispered reply in return before she fell asleep. "I love you too, Hermione Weasley," the secret admirer. The next couple of months after the weddings had finished were busy to say the least. Everyone was still adjusting to their new pairings and new marriages. And for the most part, everyone seemed happy, on the outside at least. They had all tried to attend a Weasley family dinner every Sunday evening, and most of the time they could keep to it, but often you find some people occasionally dropping out due to work commitments. But then it started happening. Pregnancies started happening. Unsurprisingly, the first couple to announce their addition to the family was Ron and Lavender. From how hot and heavy they had been during their brief time at Hogwarts, everyone could only imagine what their love life must be like now they've rekindled. When Molly had found out the news, she immediately burst into tears, crying that her baby boy was going to have his own baby. Fred and George had immediately started taking bets on how long it would take it before Ron dropped the baby. Almost immediately after, it was Jinny and Seamus who announced they would be bringing a bouncing baby boy or girl into the world. They were soon followed by Angelina and George. Angelina was more than happy to recount the story of when she told George the news and he fainted in the middle of their kitchen. Molly Weasley sobbed for a few days. She had only gotten over the shock of the arranged marriages, and now had to get used to the thought of having 3 grandbabies. It had been at one of the annual Sunday evening dinners when, just after finishing dinner, Hermione had found herself distracted from the book she was reading. The cause of her distraction was the 3 highly excited pregnant women who were chatting animatedly to each other about their pregnancies. She couldn't help but closely watch the 3 pregnant ladies who were across the room. She could make out parts of their conversation, ranging from talking about if they were going to have a boy or a girl, followed by baby names, which was then followed by baby clothes and talk about decorating the nursery. She sighed to herself and tore her eyes away from them to look back down at her book. She had just gotten back into the spot she was reading when she felt the seat beside her dip down slightly, alerting her that she was not alone. Hermione tore her eyes from the page she was currently on and found her husband smiling at her. She couldn't help but smile back as they stared at each other in silence. Finally, Hermione was the first one to break. "And good evening to you." "Good evening, my sweet wife." Charlie pecked her cheek before draping an arm over her shoulders. "What are you reading tonight?" Hermione shrugged. "I was trying to read some Sherlock Holmes, but I'm a bit distracted." "By what?" Charlie was curious now. Usually nothing was able to distract Hermione from her reading. Not even him. Hermione shook her head, closing the book over. "It's silly." Hermione was pleasantly surprised when Charlie didn't laugh. Instead, he placed one of his calloused hands onto her smaller one, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Obviously, it's not silly if it's distracting you. It's just..." She sighed. "It's Jinny, Angelina, and Lavender." Charlie quirked his eyebrows. That's what was distracting her? And why, pray tell, are they distracting you? All they're talking about baby clothes and nurseries and baby names. It's all baby this, baby that, Hermione ranted. "Don't get me wrong, I am happy for them. I truly am. But ever since they all got pregnant at the same time, all they seem to do is talk about babies." Charlie bit his lip from laughing. He hadn't seen Hermione become this worked up about something since Ron made a prat of himself at a family dinner as usual. Seeing the glint in her eyes, Charlie knew not to let out a chuckle. "What has you so worried? Are you wanting us to start trying?" He felt his cheeks flush. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. That was definitely not what she expected him to say.
No. No.
Charlie raised his eyebrows, a slight look of disappointment in his eyes. Not that I don't want to. Obviously we're gonna have to soon because of the whole law issue. But that's not what I meant." Now it was her time to get flustered. She felt the blush on her cheeks creeping higher and higher. She was pretty sure she looked like a tomato right now. "Okay," Charlie drawled, a smirk on his face. He wanted to hear her say it. "Then what did you mean?" Hermione groaned. Of course he was going to torture her like this. "Charlie, of course I enjoy being intimate with you. You make me feel really good. But right now, I am not ready to try for a baby. We've only been married a few months." Charlie felt his grin widen. He pulled her in for a quick kiss and chuckled as her skin flushed even darker. "Don't worry, Hermione. I know what you meant." "Good," Hermione sighed. "I just feel lonely from the other girls. I feel like I can't contribute to the conversation because I don't know anything about babies. I'm not pregnant. And as excited as I am for them, I can't be really excited because I don't understand the feeling they're having. I just miss having my girlfriends." Charlie nodded, understanding where she was coming from. The three pregnant women had often been going out for lunch together, going shopping together, or even just sitting together at the Burrow when they met up. He could see why Hermione felt lonely. From what he knew, Hermione had reached out to Jinny to ask her to come over for tea and a catch-up. What that meant he didn't know. All Hermione had said was that it was a Muggle term for girl talk. And what those conversations included, he did not want to know. But Jinny had declined her owl, stating that she had plans with Angelina and Lavender. Hermione had been quiet for the rest of the night after that. "Do you want me to talk to Jinny?" Charlie offered. "She is my sister. Maybe she'll listen to some brotherly advice." Hermione snorted. "If that brotherly advice is pushing her into a room to make conversation with me, then no. I would rather her do it of her own accord. I know I'm being petty, and I don't meant to be. I'm the brightest witch of my age. 1/3 of the golden trio. I have a brilliant and handsome husband. But sometimes, a girl just needs her girlfriends, and right now, I feel like I don't have that because they're all beginning with another stage of their life." Charlie nodded and pulled her into a tight embrace. His heart ached for her. He always hated seeing her so sad. And even though she told him not to, Charlie would just casually drop into conversation the next time he seen Jinny. "It'll be okay, Hermione. Once they get over the initial excitement and everything settles, and then they'll be back to normal." Hermione nodded, letting herself relax in his arms before pulling away slightly. "I just need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. She pecked his cheek and went upstairs to the bathroom. She took a deep breath and sat on the edge of the bath, taking a moment or two to herself before she went back down to Charlie and the others. A slight pecking noise at the window made her jump. Frowning, she opened the bathroom window to allow the small black and gray owl in. It dropped a letter into her hand and stared at her, awaiting his treat. "Oh, fine you," Hermione muttered, reaching into her trusty beaded bag and pulled out an owl treat for the owl. With a polite chirp, the owl took off into the night sky again. Hermione shut the window and opened the letter, her eyes widening at the contents. "My dearest Hermione, I apologize for the delay in my response to your last letter. I know we've both had a hard time coming to the understanding of who our partners are. It's been a long and busy few months, with both of us having had our weddings we both long to get out of. I would like to meet with you sometime soon, and I hope that you agree. Maybe with the two of us working together we'll be able to get the law thrown away and the marriages revoked. Maybe we can start again. I certainly remember all the good times we had together. I hope you remember them, to my dove. Hope to see you soon. Your admirer." Hermione's eyes widened in surprise and horror. She had completely forgotten about the letter she had sent to him all those months ago after they were told that the marriage law would be coming into effect. When he didn't reply, she put it to the back of her mind, thinking that he had forgotten about her and she was able to move on into a happy, albeit quick, relationship with Charlie. Now she didn't know what to do. Oh bollocks! The secret meeting. Hermione stared at the letter in her hand in complete and utter shock. She hadn't expected him to reply, especially after this length of time. She just remembered sending the letter to him in shock and anger after finding out about her arranged marriage, and at the time she didn't know who it was going to be. But now here she was, married to Charlie Weasley and somewhat happy. Then he has to send a letter like this and potentially screw everything up. She clutched the letter tightly in her hand, knowing exactly what she had to do. Hermione grabbed some parchment and her quill, writing a quick reply. She had to make this inconspicuous and as discreet as possible. "Dear secret admirer, I don't mind the fact that you took longer than expected to reply because, surprisingly, I am enjoying my marriage to Charlie Weasley. Even if it was brought about in such an archaic matter, I wholeheartedly agree that the law should be overturned. It's not fair. People should have the right to find love on their own, without the unnecessary intervention of the ministry. I agree to meet up with you, but only on the terms that we are in it to attempt to reverse the law. We could try find some loophole of sorts to allow the people who are unhappy in their pairings to get out of it. My heart breaks for those in a loveless marriage. Please don't get your hopes up about anything happening between us. That ship sailed a long time ago and I'm happy now. And I hope that we're able to find a loophole in this law so you can be happy again too. Meet at the Leaky Cauldron at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. I'll be the one in white. Sincerely. Dove?" Hermione took a deep breath as she slipped the parchment into an envelope. She truly hoped this worked. She wasn't trying to get herself out of her marriage. Charlie made her happy. But she still found the law unfair of forcing people into arranged marriages. She understood that the population had declined due to all the losses in the war, but surely there should be another way. As she finished putting the parchment into the envelope, she gently opened the door, listening carefully for the sound of footsteps on the stairs. But after a moment or two, all she could hear was the quiet echoes of someone laughing. She crept across the hall and found Errol in Percy's old bedroom. Since they had moved out after their wedding, Mrs. Weasley used the room as an extra storage space and kept Errol and Pidwidgeon here. "Errol, deliver this immediately and come back with a response. Also, make sure to give the sender a nasty nip for me." Hermione smiled, giving the owl a few treats, and watched as he too flew out into the darkness of the night sky. After a few moments, she left the room and joined the others back in the living room. She returned to her spot on the sofa beside Charlie and picked up her book, but again she couldn't focus. And this time her thoughts were on her secret admirer. A slight pang of guilt hit Hermione in her gut, but she knew what she had to do, and she hoped that Charlie would understand when he finds out. The next day seemed to drag on forever. It was as if the heavens were cursing Hermione for going behind her husband's back. She knew she wasn't doing anything bad, but she didn't want people jumping to conclusions. First, she wanted to ensure their plan was foolproof and that they had found an actual way to rid the wizarding world of the magical law. As the clock rung 6 p.m., Hermione felt the nerves wash over her, and suddenly she wondered if she actually was doing the right thing. A number of doubts flew through her mind, but after calming herself down, she knew this was the right thing to do. She glanced at her outfit in the mirror. It was a plain set of black skinny jeans with a white long-sleeved polar neck shirt paired with some knee-high boots. She slipped on her jacket before making her way to the fireplace. What she didn't expect to find was Jinny sitting in the living room, trying her hand at knitting a pair of baby boots but failing miserably. Jinny glanced up from her yarn mess to find Hermione standing before her, looking quite sheepish. "Hey Hermione, going somewhere?" Hermione gulped. She always had been a terrible liar, but she had to think of something believable. "Yes, actually," she smiled, pulling her jacket closer to her body. "I'm going to Diagon Alley. Flourish and Blots are having a late-night sale, and I wanted to pick up some new reading material." Jinny paused for a moment before nodding, not even surprised that Hermione wanted to go shopping for books at this time. She would spend all night in a bookstore if she could. "I would offer to come with you, but my ankles are so swollen it hurts to walk." Jinny frowned, glancing down at her feet, which now resembled two hams. "It's okay, Jinny, you stay and, keep practicing your knitting." "Oh, do you like it?" Jinny perked up, holding the bundle of purple wool in her hand. "It's taken me forever to even knit one arm, but it's keeping me preoccupied." Hermione forced a smile onto her face. "It looks great, Jin. You'll have it finished in no time." She glanced at the clock, wanting to make sure she wasn't going to be late. "Sorry, Jin, but I really have to go now. I'll see you soon." With that, Hermione grabbed a handful of flue powder, stepped into the grating and shouted, "Diagon Alley!" Bright green flames engulfed her, and before she knew it, she was being transported through various fireplaces before she landed in the right one. She stepped out and dusted herself off. She had decided to arrive at the Leaky Cauldron. Her eyes scanned the scattered crowd sitting in various places but could not find the eyes she was trying to seek. With a sigh, she went to take her place at the bar before glancing at the time. It was only 6:30 p.m., so he still had time to arrive. Knowing that she had time to kill, Hermione left the Leaky Cauldron, stepping out into the fading daylight and making her way across to Flourish and Blots. She did tell Jinny she was going there after all. Better to make it the truth, so she didn't feel as bad lying to her best friend. She stepped inside and sighed happily at the scent of the books surrounding her. A bookshop never failed to cheer her up. She wandered up and down the small aisles before finding a number of books that caught her eye. One in particular was a book regarding wizarding laws and what would constitute as going against not only those laws but human rights also. After thanking the sales assistant, she made her way back to the Leaky Cauldron and resumed sitting at the place she had when she first arrived. With still some time to spare, she opened up the book of wizarding laws and began to read. The further she got into the laws, the more interested and curious she became. She hadn't realized how fascinating the laws had been. They were much more interesting than Muggle ones. Hermione was so engrossed in her book, she didn't realize a figure taking the seat next to her, ordering them both a drink, and watched her silently for a moment or two, his eyes scanning right from her head to the bottom of her toes. She hadn't changed one bit, and that's what he loved about her. Especially when she was absorbed in a book, she would lean on the palm of her hand, tuck a piece of hair behind her ear, and when she was really interested in what she was reading, the tip of her tongue would peek out between her lips. He sighed wishfully as he took a sip of the fire whiskey that Tom had handed to him, leaning back into his seat, and wondered if she would even notice him now that she had a book on front of her. After what seemed like a lifetime, he finally decided to break the silence. My, look what we have here." He smirked as he saw her flinch. Her shoulders tensed and her back straightened up as she realized that she had company. Her brown eyes met his and he felt the butterflies erupt in his stomach. After all this time, she could still make him feel like that. He felt like an idiot, though, for not responding to her before they were both married. Maybe then things would have been different. But nevertheless, here they were together again, and ready to get back to some mischief like they had done when they were at Hogwarts. Although no one else seemed to know about their adventures, and truly he didn't mind that. What he did mind was the fact that Hermione had never faced up to her true feelings, and now he was ready to fight for her and for them, even if it caused a lot of people pain. Both of them knew what pain was, but for all the wrong reasons, and he was determined to make it right. "Let's get to work, shall we?" Unrequited love. Fred. George. I am going to kill you. Charlie's head looked up from his book at hearing the harsh yell which most certainly came from his wife. Usually when she yelled like that she was not happy. At all. At least it was Fred and George getting yelled at and not him. He heard the thundering footsteps coming down the stairs which were then followed by the two identical heads of red hair which were grinning at him. If you see your oh so lovely, George began, and delightful wife, Fred continued. Please do not tell her our whereabouts. Charlie quirked an eyebrow, smirking at his younger brothers. And why would I do that? I don't want to face the wrath of an angry Hermione. What did you do on her this time? Fred winced. Not only did they not think of what Hermione's reaction would be, they definitely did not factor Charlie's reaction into the equation either, and since he has now grown quite protective of Hermione ever since the marriage law came into effect, he was most definitely going to be like a young dragon mother protecting its young. Well, that's the thing, Charlie, dear brother of ours. Fred plastered a smile back on his face. We didn't exactly do anything per se. George nodded. Exactly. Poor Hermione just happened to walk into the room and accidentally knocked against one of the product boxes that had been sitting by the door, and instead of exploding or shooting rainbows, George added. Fred nodded in agreement. Well, it gave our dear bookworm a rather painful gift. Charlie grew worried whenever Fred or George used the word painful in a sentence. Nothing would end well. He groaned and stood up from his place on the sofa. What did you two dunderheads do this time? I can answer that. Both Fred and George jumped from their position at the door and moved towards Charlie as Hermione stood behind them, now sporting a rather impressive but painful-looking black eye. And she did not look happy. Were you making some improvements to your punching telescope, boys? Because it definitely hit a lot harder. Charlie shook his head. When will you two ever learn to not leave boxes by your doors? Especially with products like that in them? It's not our fault. She walked into them, Fred protested, ignoring the death glare that Hermione was now sending them. We were saving them for Ron, that's why we had them out. Would have gave everyone a right laugh too, George chuckled. Now is not the time. Hermione groaned. Her eye now felt like it was throbbing. Can you at least give me some of that healing antidote to take away some of the pain? Right away, my lady. Fred bounded across the room, bending down to reach for hand and placed a chaste kiss before running up the stairs, not long followed by George, who copied his brother's movements. Charlie chuckled as they both left the room before walking over to his wife, placing a gentle hand on her cheek as he inspected her eye. They definitely got you good. Tell me about it, Hermione huffed. Don't worry, we'll get you all fixed up and then we can plan our retaliation. Charlie smirked. Some revenge does sound good, Hermione grinned, a silent understanding coming between her and Charlie as they began their plan for a prank war. After another moment or two, the twins came bounding down the stairs with the tub of cream to help remove the black eye. Here you go, Hermione. And again, we're really sorry. Fred smiled too sweetly at her as he handed her the tub. Thank you, Fred. Hermione nodded, watching as the twins disappeared back upstairs. She sighed and turned back to face Charlie, holding out the tub of goop to him, and smiled sweetly at him. Charlie, who understood the silent message Hermione was giving him, gently guided her to the sofa. Once she was sitting down comfortably, he began to put the cream around her eye. Thanks, Charlie. I don't know what I'd do without you. Hermione smiled and placed a quick kiss on his cheek. Once he placed the lid back on the tub. You'd probably be black and blue from their inventions, but I am your knight in shining armor and I will always be here to help protect you from their evil shenanigans. Charlie bowed, making Hermione giggle in response. I don't know how to repay you. Hermione wiggled her eyebrows suggestively at him. I could think of a number of ways. Charlie smirked and stole a quick kiss. That was one, for example. You'll have to show me more later once we're home. She winked, standing from the couch and grabbing her bag from the nearby armchair. Why not now? We have loads of time before everyone gets back. Hermione gasped and swatted him playfully on the arm. Charles Weasley, we are not going to be getting intimate anywhere in your mother and father's house. Plus, the twins are upstairs and they'll more than likely have extendable ears hiding somewhere. I don't want to be giving them blackmail material. Charlie chuckled and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her flush against his chest. But that's where the fun is. Nothing like a bit of danger at being caught doing something you shouldn't in somewhere you shouldn't be doing it. It spices life up a bit. Hermione snorted and shook her head, Maybe for you considering you're an adrenaline junkie, but not for me. She smiled proudly. I wouldn't be able to live with the embarrassment if someone was to walk in on us. Especially your mother. Fine, fine, Charlie surrendered. Maybe one day I'll get to change your mind, he winked, stealing another kiss from his beautiful wife before she pulled away. I have to get going now, but I'll meet you at the house for dinner as always? Hermione asked. Charlie nodded. I just wish you didn't have to work so late sometimes, but I know it'll be for the greater good. Exactly, it'll all be worth it. If I can get away early, I will, but I'll let you know. I love you, Charlie. I love you too, Hermione. With that, Hermione turned from her husband and disappeared through the green flames in the flue. Just like the first time she had met with her secret admirer, she found herself in Diagon Alley. The leaky cauldron had become a place of solace for them both, although Hermione ensured it remained strictly professional at all times. As she entered the dimly lit room and spotted him dressed in all black almost immediately, some things never changed. Hello again, she greeted as she took her place across from him. Draco smiled, pushing a cup of fire whiskey towards her. I had the pleasure of getting you the first drink this time. You were early for once then, Hermione laughed, placing her glass to the side as she got her books from her bag. I still don't know how I feel about this, Draco. I mean, do we really have to sneak behind everyone's backs? I don't understand why I just can't tell Charlie what we're looking into. Come on, Granger, you know as well as I do that everyone would freak out. One half of the Golden Trio hanging out with a Death Eater's son? That wouldn't make good press, would it? He shrugged and took a sip of his own drink. You know, no one thinks of you like that anymore. You've worked hard to rebuild your reputation after what your father did. You're nothing like him, Draco. Hermione smiled comfortingly at him, dipping her quill in ink as she did so. Moving on, Draco grimaced. Talking about his father was not one of his favorite subjects, so he was eager to begin their meeting. Have you been able to find anything? Hermione shook her head. Not really, no. If anything, I've just found out how thorough Kingsley Shacklebolt really is, but there has to be a loophole somewhere. He had to overlook something. Well, I for one, have something interesting that you might like to know. Draco grinned, almost laughing at the dejected look on her face when she realized that she had failed and he had not. This was the first time he had actually beaten her to something. Well, go on, Hermione pushed. I have a little birdie at the ministry, someone who works on the Wisengamot to be exact. Let's slip vital information pertaining to the marriage law. Draco began, pausing for dramatic effect as Hermione looked like she was on the edge of her seat, hanging on to his every word. So, what is it? She pushed. Calm down, Granger. Otherwise people might think you're getting excited for me, and not your husband, Draco smirked, throwing a wink at her for good measure. Oh, you despicable ferret, she hissed, eyes aflame with anger. Don't call me ferret, Draco challenged, a dark look in his own eyes as they came to an impasse. They both fell silent, neither one wanting to apologize but neither wanting to move on until someone did. Finally, it was Draco who broke the silence by continuing with his revelation. Anyway, she let it slip that the minister actually did not bring the law to the Wisengamot for them to sign and actually declare the law as binding. He took it upon himself to pass through an emergency law without the consultation of any member of the Wisengamot. This emergency law that he passed didn't need any signatures from the council. It was literally his word against anyone else's. Hermione's mouth dropped open. There had to be some sort of mistake. There was no way that the Kingsley Shacklebolt she knew, the one she fought alongside with, would do something like that. No, that can't be, she whispered. Draco nodded sadly at her. It is. The person that I spoke to is in high authority on the Wisengamot. He didn't seek counsel with anyone. So what you're saying is, Hermione paused, trying to wrap her mind around the new information, that Kingsley Shacklebolt took it upon himself to decree this law? He didn't get it passed or put through the right channels. He literally just decided one day that something needed to be done. Pretty much. Draco took another drink of his fire whiskey before sighing. So in effect, he has literally decreed this law to save his own skin, so it would make him look better as minister and to try show the wizarding world that he was actually doing something to repair the damage done by the war? So he's basically saving his own skin. I would say that sums it up perfectly, Draco agreed. I think he's been under so much pressure from everyone. The public, his colleagues, and everyone else to come up with some solutions for something to be done that, in his eyes, this was the best way forward. Yes, he may have gotten the best wizarding matchmakers in the world to make it seem fair, but realistically it still isn't fair. It's taking away someone's choice to love who they want to. And as my mother always told me, you can't choose who you love. Love finds you." Hermione stared at Draco, slightly in awe of the man that he had grown into. He was no longer the Slytherin bully, but now a mature and respectable grown man. And for once, Hermione could say she appreciated that about him. He was now showing his own values rather than hiding behind someone else's. "Look, you know I agree with you, Draco," he nodded. "But I am very happy with my pairing. Charlie and we share something very special. I honestly believe that he and I are soulmates. The way we got together may have been unconventional, but I truly do love him, and I don't whatever it is we plan to do about the minster to affect our marriage. You understand that, right?" He watched her as she spoke. He could see the light in her eyes as she talked about Charlie and how he loved him. She truly did care for the eldest Weasley, and that killed him. It caused his heart to ache knowing that her affections lay with someone else, and that someone else was now her husband. If he hadn't have been such a screw-up during their brief time together, then maybe, just maybe, they would have worked out. Maybe he just needed to try harder? There had to be some way that Draco could change Hermione's mind and show her that he was worthy of her love and could give her everything that she wanted. So for now, he plastered a fake smile on his face and nodded in agreement to her words. "Sure, Hermione, I understand. And all I want is to get out of this sham marriage that I am because my supposed soul mate wants nothing but my money." Hermione nodded and began tidying her books away, glad that they had managed to make some progress on their scheme. "Well, Draco, I have to get going now, otherwise I'm going to be late for my dinner with Charlie. But thanks for proving me wrong." Draco raised an eyebrow at her, confused at her statement. "You proved me wrong about two things. The first was that you've actually grown up. I can see that your feelings and values towards Muggleborns and half-bloods have changed. You're not prejudiced anymore. I suppose if you had just had your mother growing up, maybe you wouldn't have turned into your father so much. You should be proud of how much you've changed and grown into your own person." She smiled. Draco felt his breath hitch. The words Hermione was telling him was something that he had been waiting to hear for a long time. Not from her, but from anyone really. Now he knew it was true. He really was different, and no one would be able to see him as that stupid 11-year-old boy at Hogwarts who liked to make fun of people. "And secondly, you proved me wrong about the fact you could do something if you put your mind to it. You actually beat me at something too, which was finding out information. Usually I would have been able to find out something in a nanosecond, but I just couldn't get through how tight that contract was." She shook her head, but smiled. "Don't worry, Draco. We'll get you out of that loveless marriage, so you can find the person you truly want to be with." With that, Hermione patted him gently on the arm before waltzing out of the leaky cauldron, not noticing how Draco's eyes lingered on her retreating form. Draco sighed. He knew what he had to do, and that was to get Hermione Granger to become his. The Minister's Downfall Part 1. "Congratulations!" Hermione winced as Fred and George lit some fireworks outside as the group inside shouted in celebration. The noise of them combined sounded strangely like nails running down a blackboard. She took a sip of her fire whiskey and looked around at the gathering which called for said fireworks. It was Jinny, Lavender, and Angelina's joint baby shower. All three girls were standing together in the center of the room, draped in sashes that proud displayed the words "Mum" to be on them. The only Muggle invention that Mrs. Weasley seemed to like, and pleaded with Hermione to get them for her when they were planning the shower. It seemed that the Burrow was crowded as ever. Bill and Fleur along with their little Victory were visiting. Even Percy along with his wife had attended. The Weasleys were full of cheer as they chatted about the impending births, but Hermione felt like she was isolated from the celebration. Not because of anyone else's fault, but because of her own. She had been secretly meeting with Draco for too long now, and the guilt was beginning to eat at her. She didn't want anyone thinking that she was cheating on Charlie, because that was certainly not the case. But she didn't think they were going to react kindly when they found out she had been working alongside Malfoy to banish the marriage law. Obviously not for her because she loves Charlie very much, but because she felt like she owed it to Malfoy for some strange and peculiar reason. He did deserve a second chance. It wasn't his fault that he was brought up with his parents' prejudices. Hermione quickly drained the rest of her fire whiskey and slipped upstairs, not noticing that one pair of blue eyes was watching her movements. She climbed the various stairs until she reached her favorite spot of the house. It was a small nook hidden behind a tapestry that was emblazoned with dragons on it. She stared out at the sunset and sighed as the silence gave her some peace of mind. Without warning, the tapestry pulled open again, and she found a very pregnant Jinny sitting beside her, a frown on her face. I thought I saw you disappear up here. Hermione forced a smile. Sorry, the fireworks were getting a bit too loud for me. They do get quite annoying, don't think? Too bad the twins didn't bring their silent ones. Jinny smiled, staring at her friend solemnly for a moment. Hermione began to shift under the intense gaze of her friend, knowing she was trying to work her magic to discover what she was hiding. What, Jin? Jinny shrugged. Nothing. It's just you seem sad lately. Anytime the family has gotten together, you put your fake smile on and pretend like everything's okay when it's not. Is everything okay between you and Charlie? He hasn't upset you, has he? Because I will be more than happy to sting him with my bat bogey hex. Turns out they get a bit more vicious when you're pregnant. I think it's the hormones. Jinny smiled. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Jinny always knew how to cheer her up. No, Charlie hasn't upset me, don't worry. He's been perfect, as always. Then was it? Jinny questioned, concern etched on her face. Hermione pursed her lips, unsure whether or not to tell Jinny the truth. She hated it when people are angry at her. Do you ever feel like doing the right thing could be the wrong thing? She glanced to see a puzzled-looking Jinny. It's hard to explain, but what if I was doing something which I knew was right for a specific person because I owed it to them, but it wasn't right for everyone else? Hermione, you're speaking in Parseltongue to me right now. My pregnancy brain is working too slow to try catch up. Jinny laughed. Hermione shook her head and smiled sadly. Never mind. Forget I said anything. You just go back down and enjoy the rest of your party. Jinny stared at her for a few moments longer before standing up to stretch her swollen and sore limbs. If you say so. But Hermione, you know you can always talk to me about anything, right? Hermione nodded. I know, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Jinny. Jinny nodded, and with one final look at her friend, she disappeared behind the tapestry again to rejoin the party downstairs. Hermione knew she would have to go down herself in a few moments or two, but for right now she was content to sit on her nook and enjoy the peacefulness. Next day, Hermione stared at herself in the mirror of her and Charlie's bathroom. She was dressed in a deep red dress that fell to just about her knees, which was paired with a black blazer jacket and some flats. She would have wore heels, but they hurt her feet too much. Today was the day that Draco and herself were going to confront Kingsley Shacklebolt about his betrayal to the wizarding world. They had managed to gather some proof of what he had done thanks to Draco's contacts within the ministry and knew that he would have nowhere to hide once he was confronted. She still didn't know if this was the right thing to do or not, but in her gut she knew she should be helping Draco, even after everything he had put her through before they had their brief relationship. She still cared for him as a friend and wanted to make sure he was happy. As she was staring in the mirror, she didn't see Charlie walk past the door. Before doing a double take and entering the bathroom, he whistled in appreciation of his wife, who was looking radiant as always. And where, my dear, are you off to today looking so beautiful? Hermione blushed but smiled. I'm going to the ministry. I have an appointment with the minister to discuss some job opportunity, she lied smoothly, her heart falling to her gut as she saw Charlie's seductive smile turn into one of pure pride. She really hated lying to him. Oh, Mione, that's great. I'm so proud of you. Charlie grinned and pulled her into a tight hug before snogging her senseless. Both pulled away when they needed to catch some breath. Hermione was flustered, her cheeks a bright red and her jacket half of her shoulders, while Charlie's shirt had somehow opened a few buttons and his hair was running wild after Hermione's hands had been in it. I should get a job interview more often, she grinned teasingly, much to the pleasure of her husband. I agree. I would definitely like to experience that reaction some more. Maybe later tonight, Mr. Weasley, as I am now running behind schedule. Hermione stood on her tiptoes to press a gentle kiss to the side of his cheek before dashing out of the room. I'm counting on it, he yelled after her, chuckling as he got an excited reply in return. Hermione made it to the ministry with 10 minutes to spare, and it was just by chance that as she clambered into lift, her eyes connected with the gray steely ones she had gotten used to seeing again. She smiled and made her way to the back to stand beside him. Hi, Draco, she greeted. Draco smiled back at her, his eyes falling to her lips momentarily before he started to laugh quietly. What's so funny? She frowned at him, glancing down at her outfit to make sure she hadn't spilled anything on it. Oh, nothing, Draco shrugged before leaning down to whisper in her. It's not like you look like you've just been shagged or anything. Your lipstick is smeared on your chin and your hair is looking how it did back in first year. To myself and anyone else, it looks like your husband has had his way with you." Hermione gasped, pulling out her small compact mirror from her bag to stare at her reflection, hoping that Draco had been joking. But when she saw her reflection, she knew he had been telling the truth. Her nude lipstick was smeared across the sides and almost on her chin, and her once straight hair was now turning frizzy again. "Damn it, Charlie," she growled. Not that she was complaining, because she certainly enjoyed getting to kiss her dragon tamer. But today was an important day and impressions mattered. She quickly wiped off her remaining lipstick before reapplying it and used a quick styling charm on her hair to make it look a bit more presentable. Hermione looked back at Draco for approval. He nodded and smiled at her, signaling that she did indeed look presentable once more. Finally, it was their stop. They pushed past the crowd in the lift and stood in the atrium, both adults having their own overwhelming feelings of being back in a place that held so many horrid and violent memories. They glanced at each other, both silently glad they had each other for company, before making their way to the secretary's desk. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. How can I help you?" The woman looked up at them both, her glasses teetering dangerously on the end of her nose as if they were ready to fall at any moment. "We're here to see the minister. We have an appointment booked for 11 a.m. Hermione smiled. "What's the name?" "Hermione Granger." The woman stared at her for a moment, glancing between her and Draco as if she had recognized them. Hermione really had to control herself from not rolling her eyes. Ever since the war, she had hated being recognized as 1/3 of the Golden Trio or the brains behind the group. She was just simply a young woman who, alongside hundreds of other men, women and children, fought in a war. She just so happened to be the best friend of the person who vanquished Voldemort once and for all. Draco, on the other hand, knew the look of disgust in the woman's eyes as she stared at him. He had truly been working so hard to rid himself of the reputation that his father gave him. He didn't want to be known as the son of a Death Eater or as a Death Eater himself, considering he was forced into being branded with the mark. All he wanted was for the prejudice surrounding his name to disappear so he could live a normal life, just for once. "I'll let the minister know you've arrived," she smiled before directing them to a waiting area. They both took their seats, falling into silence as they watched the workers going about their day. Some looked ready to run for the hill as they practically ran to their offices with a mountain of paperwork clutched in their warms, while others were stopping to have a general chat before going about the rest of their day. After what felt like an eternity, Hermione's name was called forward. With a reassuring look from Draco, they both made their way to the office. When they entered the room, Kingsley had his head buried in paperwork, looking increasingly agitated with every passing moment. After a moment or two just staring at him, Hermione summoned all of the Gryffindor courage she had and placed her briefcase on his desk, quite loudly to get his reaction. With a huff, Kingsley reluctantly looked up from his papers, only to be surprised at the two people that were now staring at him. "Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, this is a surprise, not only to see you in my office but to see you two together," he smiled, only for it to falter a moment later at the words that came out of Hermione's mouth. "Sir, we're here to talk with you about the marriage law and how it came about." Kingsley gulped, seeing the determined look in his eyes. He knew this was going to be a challenging discussion, and he was afraid to say that it was one he may not win, but he would try his best. The Minister's Downfall Part 2. Hermione and Draco sat in their chairs just across from the minister. All three were staring at each other in uncomfortable silence. None of them knew what was truly going to come from this meeting, but it would be interesting nonetheless. Hermione was taking her time to gather her thoughts, trying to understand the thought process that the minister had to go through in order to make the decision without thinking of the consequences. "Why did you do it, Minister?" Kingsley sighed and leaned against his chair. "I'm sure, Miss Granger, you can understand why I had to do it. After the war, the numbers in our wizarding community were declining rapidly. I had to take action." Hermione frowned. "But a marriage law? Did you really think that would be the best option?" "I'm sorry, Minister, but forcing people to get married to people they may or may not be compatible with is barbaric. I had no choice." Kingsley's voice was firm. He knew Hermione was stubborn, but he hoped that he could bring her around some to understand his point of view. "Can you tell me that you're not happy in your pairing?" Hermione knew what game he was trying to play. He was trying to prove that her happy marriage with Charlie would be the same for everyone else. "I'm not going to lie to you. I am extremely happy in my marriage with Charlie," He makes a wonderful husband and best friend. I was lucky. But for many other people that is not the case. Take Draco for example. His marriage is not one of love or happiness. It's a sham. His wife is, in Muggle terms, a gold digger. After nothing more than his name and money. What kind of marriage is that? Draco nodded in agreement. He was truly unhappy in his marriage, and it sickened him that there was nothing he could do about it. His free choice was removed from him, and he was being forced to remain in a marriage that he did not want to be in. It's true, sir. Your so-called matchmakers clearly did not make the right pairing in my case. And it's not right that we have to stay in a marriage for a certain amount of time and bear so many children before we can choose to leave if we want. What about the people who could be getting abused? It's all well and good that you stated in the law that if anyone was caught abusing their spouse, then they would be exiled, but that's only if they're caught. What if no one wants to come forward? What if they're too scared to try and get away from their life? That to me is not a life. It's a fate worse than being in Azkaban. Kingsley pursed his lips and watched Draco in interest. He knew the young Malfoy heir had never been one to bear his feelings so openly. Maybe after the war it had changed him just like it had changed everyone. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but this had to be done. No, Hermione shook her head, her tone heavy with annoyance. It did not need to be done, especially considering that you didn't make the Wisengamt aware of your so-called law. As far as I'm aware, Minister, any laws or decrees must first be approved by the Council to ensure that it's just and fair. The fact that you went behind a lot of people's backs sounds like this was your own agenda. Now it was Kingsley who was annoyed. He was basically being accused of treason against the wizarding community. Now listen here, Miss Granger. I don't know what you've heard, but Hermione cut him off, eyes blazing with anger. Forgive me for being so blunt, Kingsley, but I believe you are going against human rights with this marriage law. Now, I'm not saying that you have to reverse every single marriage, but at least give the people an option for if they're not happy. Allow people to annul or divorce their partners. Why should you force someone to stay in a relationship with someone they don't love? Because it's for the good of the wizarding world. Kingsley bellowed, much to the surprise of Hermione and Draco. I was under immense pressure from the people to make some changes. I was elected to be Minister of Magic because they thought I was best for the job. Change doesn't just happen overnight. People just think as soon as you're in power you can start making changes straight away, but you can't. Takes time, there's processes and meetings. I certainly did not go behind anyone's back to pass this law. It's for the good of the wizarding world? Hermione repeated, shaking her head in disbelief. I really am sorry, Kingsley, but you're sounding like Voldemort right now. The two men shuddered at his name. Even after all this time, it still didn't feel right to utter the name in public. You've been corrupted by this power that you suddenly have. The reason why you were appointed Minister of Magic is because you were the best person for the job. You had amazing ideas to help everyone recover from the war, but this law, this is not one of them. And to me and Draco, it certainly does look like you have betrayed everyone rather than helped them. I'm sorry you feel that way, Miss Granger, Kingsley sighed. There would be no getting through to the young witch, and he knew he was losing this battle. I assure you that I did not want to make anyone unhappy. I just wanted to do the best I could to help our people recover. You may have thought that was what you were doing, Draco shrugged. But it's made things worse. Do you really want people to feel oppressed? At the rate you're going, people are going to hate you rather than love you. All we are asking is for you to take in people's feelings and their situations, because those have certainly not been taken into consideration before this law was put out. Hermione crossed his arms and stared at Kingsley, intending not to move until he budged or they at least made a little bit of headway. And what I don't? Kingsley raised an eyebrow. Draco smirked and leaned forward in his seat. If you don't, then we will have no qualms in taking our recent findings to the press. I'm sure if we're quick enough we can make the edition for tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure it would make the front page. The look in Kingsley's face was priceless at the mention of the press becoming involved. He frowned further and sweat was beginning to pool on his head. He certainly knew that if the press were to know of this, there would be calls for him to resign straight away. And he also knew not to take Draco's threat lightly. The young man never had trouble keeping to his word, and if he was truly that desperate to get out of his marriage, then he would do anything he could. I can just picture it now. Draco smirked and raised his hands in the air, spreading them out as if a title was appearing between them. The minister's betrayal. He pursed his lips before changed his mind. Actually no. The better one would be the minister's downfall. I get your point, Kingsley sighed. But I really do not appreciate the fact that you are bribing me, the Minister of Magic. If I so choose, I could exile you right now. Then all of this could go away. Hermione laughed. Not like a laugh she would use at one of Fred or George's jokes, but a humorless laugh. Kingsley, you and I both know that you are not that type of person. Exiling anyone would be the very last resort you would take. You would want to avoid it at all costs. You are also one of the most understanding people I know, so please I urge you to listen to what we're saying. I know that I'm happy in my relationship and with my marriage. At the beginning I thought I wouldn't be. I didn't know what to expect, but for me, you got my pairing right. Not everyone has that liberty. Maybe some people who were put together are better off as friends and not spouses. Even if people are soulmates, it could mean in a friendly way. There's so many scenarios that you need to take into consideration. She was pleading with him now, urging him to do the right thing and at least listen to what they were telling him. Like I said before, you don't have to reverse the marriages. You can make an amendment to say that if no one is happy in their marriage, they can get a divorce or annulment. Give them their basic human right, their freedom to choose. Kingsley listened closely to her words. The more she spoke, the more he could feel how passionate she was about this issue. Maybe in his haste to push this law through, he hadn't truly thought about the effect this would have on the people. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He was just trying to find the best solution to help them. It was only meant to be temporary. After a few minutes of mulling the decision over, he knew he was defeated. Solemnly, he nodded his head before speaking. Okay, I will take into consideration the concerns and issues you have both raised to me today. I can't promise any kind of outcome, but I will do what I can. That's all we ask, Draco smiled, feeling slightly better than when he had first came into the office. Thank you for your time, Minister. Hermione grinned and nodded. Yes. Thank you again for seeing us so short notice, Minister. Anything for the brightest witch of her age. Kingsley smiled and shook both of their hands as a sort of peace offering before showing them out of the office. As the pair took their leave and walked into the atrium, Draco couldn't hold his happiness and pulled Hermione into a tight embrace, enjoying the feeling of her being in his arms again. As they stood there for a moment to enjoy their brief victory, a bright flash of light broke them from their euphoria. Hermione pulled away from Draco quickly and saw a news reporter from the Prophet before them, a sickly smirk on her face that could rival Rita Skeeter's. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Hermione rolled her eyes. Nothing scandalous if that's what you're trying to think. Draco and I are just friends, so you can stop plotting whatever it is in that head of yours and leave us well alone. Aren't we touchy? The young woman sneered at her as she quickly scribbled in her notepad. Not touchy. Just someone with a lot of things to do without some journalist trying to ruin someone else's day. So good day to you. With that, Hermione spun around and made her way to the fireplace, joined shortly by Draco, who was chuckling at her outburst. She rolled her eyes. I couldn't help it. I hate journalists. Draco nodded. So do I. I just like it when you bite someone else's head off rather than mine, he smiled. Other than Ron and sometimes Harry, it can happen occasionally with other people, Hermione laughed. Good to know. Hermione shrugged. It's what friends, Draco. You know I can never refuse helping someone. It must be in my genes. She laughed and gave him a brief hug. I hope everything works out for you. I really do. She smiled once more before telling him goodbye and making her way back to the leaky cauldron to meet Jinny. As Draco watched her walk away, his smile slipped slightly and he sighed. I hope everything works out too. Betrayal. Has the bright West witch of her age got a new man? A shocking betrayal for the Weasley family today, as one of their own seems to have deserted them. Hermione Weasley, née Granger, was spotted in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic hugging someone who was not her husband, Charlie Weasley. The pair were clutched in a tight embrace as the young male with shockingly blonde hair gazed at her with such adoration in his eyes that it would make any passer-by second-guess the young witch's feelings for her husband. Could it be that this bookworm isn't such a good girl after all? Her fellow classmates, Lavender Brown and Padma Patil, had this to say. Hermione was such a prude back at Hogwarts, Padma stated as she twirled a piece of her dark brown hair around her finger. Yeah, she hardly showed any interest in any boy throughout our time at Hogwarts. Well, it seemed that way until I was interested in Ronald Weasley during our 6th year. Then she suddenly found him all interesting and wanted to be with him. So to be honest, I'm not really surprised. It's just the poor Weasley family I feel bad for. There you have it, avid readers. Hermione Weasley may not be so innocent after all. No word yet on how the Weasley family are taking this latest emotional blow. But stay tuned as this story develops. Charlie gripped the Daily Prophet tightly in his hands as he kept rereading the front page headline. Fear and betrayal hit him like a ton of bricks, which was soon followed by fury. He couldn't believe it, he just couldn't. There would be no way that Hermione would do something like to him. It just wasn't in her nature. The angry tears began to prick at his eyes and he wiped them away furiously. He didn't want to shed any tears or show any signs of weakness, but he couldn't help it. The thought of Hermione betraying him like that was too much to take in. A fit of anger, Charlie threw the paper at the window, scaring the small owl that had been perched outside enjoying his breakfast. At the moment, Hermione was still in bed sleeping and Charlie was stuck in two minds about what to do. He could either stay and wait for her to wake up before asking her about what she's been doing, or he could pack a bag and go stay at the Burrow for a few days. The reasonable part of him knew he should stay and talk this over as adults, but the angry and hurt part was taking over, and all he wanted to do was to leave and not see her for a few days until he had calmed down. Without another thought, he summoned a small overnight bag along with some clothes and books before apparating to his childhood home. Molly Weasley had been having a fine morning until she read the Daily Prophet. She knew she shouldn't after all the nonsense they had printed about Harry being a liar and trying to overthrow the ministry, but she still seemed partial to some gossip every now and then. What she didn't expect, however, was to find one of her daughter-in-laws plastered on the front page, hugging someone who was definitely not her son. She couldn't help but feel a little bit of anger at the photo. Even if they were just friends, it definitely looked like the young man was enjoying it more than he should be. However, after the whole Triwizard Tournament and the Rita Skeeter incident, Molly had learned her lesson in believing in everything that had been written in that damn gossip column, so she was a tad careful in whether or not to believe what had been written. As she tried to get back to her cleaning, a loud noise came from the living room. She turned in time to see a flash of red hair storming into the kitchen with bags in hand. She raised an eyebrow as Charlie took a seat at the table and glared daggers at the table. She sighed. "Now, Charlie dear, what did the poor table ever do to you?" she teased, trying to get at least a half smile from her, but it was to no avail. Charlie continued to glare at the kitchen table, his hands clenched into fists below it. He hadn't felt like this before. There was so much pent-up anger and hurt flowing through his body, he didn't know where to direct it. Even though he refused to look up, Charlie felt the chair beside him move out from under the table before his mother lowered herself into it and pulled him into a great big hug. "Oh my boy," Charlie sighed and wrapped his arms around his mother. He hadn't had one of her tight hugs in a long time. "Why?" Molly shook her head and smiled sadly at him. "Charles Weasley, did I ever tell you about the time when I incorrectly judged Hermione?" Charlie looked up at his mother with a questioning gaze. "No, you didn't." Molly chuckled and released him from his hold before patting his arm gently. "It was during the Triwizard Tournament. Harry was going through that awful time of trying to figure out those clues, dealing with Ron's strop as well as classes," she sighed, remembering the very stroppy and angst letters Ron had been sending her during their 5th year, although she did understand why he felt like that. He had always been in the shadow of someone else, especially his brothers and Harry, so for once he wanted the spotlight to be on him. Anyway, basically Rita Skeeter became the Triwizard Tournament journalist for the Prophet, and she begun writing all these stories on Harry and how he must be in pain without his parents. I think once that well dried up and she didn't think anyone was going to keep reading, she decided to spice it up a bit, and she started including Hermione in those stories. Charlie raised an eyebrow at his mother, just wondering where her story was going and how it could relate to what he is going through. Molly shook her head at Charlie and took his hand in hers, squeezing it reassuringly. "Son," she started writing stories on how Hermione was just using Harry for his fame and that they had been in a secret relationship. She even went so far to say that Hermione was using both Victor and Harry, that she was seeing them both behind her back. Realization dawned on Charlie and he looked at his mother in shock. "Did you actually believe that rubbish that she was writing?" Molly nodded sadly. "I did. When I first read the papers that came out, I couldn't believe it. You know, Harry is like another son to me. He practically is. And even though Hermione is part of this family as well, I don't take too kindly to the thought of anyone trying to use someone else," she sighed. She really had been horrible to Hermione for those few months, and she still felt awful about it to this day. I didn't treat her the same as everyone else for a while. For Easter, I even made sure to send her a smaller Easter egg. I knew at the time I was angry at the poor girl, but I wasn't going to exclude her. Although what I'd done probably made her feel excluded anyway. Charlie squeezed his mom's hand gently and smiled at her. You two forgave each other in the end, obviously. I'm sure it's all in the past. Now, Mum. Oh, it is. Molly smiled, eyes twinkling with happiness. I love that girl like another daughter. But what I'm trying to say, Charlie, is don't believe everything that is written in the newspaper. Especially that horrid gossip column. Journalists do everything and anything they can to get a scoop, and sometimes that means fabricating lies no matter who it hurts. So you think the photo isn't the truth then? Charlie frowned, some of his anger leaving his body, but he was still upset and confused about the fact that Hermione had been so secretive. I don't think Hermione would ever do that to someone she loves. Molly patted his shoulder gently before getting up from the table and resuming her chores, leaving her son to think about what she had said. Can I still stay for a few days though? Molly chuckled. Of course you can. But don't take too long though, otherwise Hermione is going to come beating down a door to find you. Charlie couldn't help but laugh at the sight of an angry Hermione storming her way through each room of the house before she found him. Even as angry and upset he was right now, he knew he wouldn't be able to stay mad at Hermione for long. All he wanted was the truth from her, and the truth was what he was going to get, even if he liked it or not. The truth always comes out. To say it had been a horrible day for Hermione would be an understatement. Not only had she a stressful day at work, this was partially down to the weather along with a number of her coworkers bothering her. But the Daily Property had to go and released a stupid article trying to announce that she had been cheating on her husband. When she noticed the official owl for the Daily Prophet waiting for her in her office, it wasn't out of the ordinary. It was once she saw her face plastered all over the front page that made her day truly rotten. She should have known not to open her mouth to any journalist, friendly or not. She had learnt her lesson with Rita Skeeter, but that day in the atrium of the ministry, she couldn't help but open her mouth and react. The sneer on the woman's face and the twinkle of an idea spawning in her twisted head made Hermione want to defend herself, Draco and what they were doing, but turns out that just made things worse. The pool of anger began to grow larger in her stomach. She ripped the prophet into multiple pieces before throwing it into the fireplace and gladly watched it burn. Her brief moment of happiness was short-lived as her office door swung open and hit the wall with an almighty thud. Soon enough, a barrage of redhead heads tumbled through the door, and Hermione had been surprised that no one of them had fallen flat on their face. Once they collected themselves, then a tidal wave of noise hit her all at once as they tried to talk over one another. The faces of the Weasley siblings were flushed red, in anger and embarrassment. None of them were waiting their turn to tell Hermione off, and instead they were barraging her with questions and some rude remarks that Hermione could not quite make out. Finally, Hermione had enough. Silencio! The mouths of her unexpected guests snapped shut, and the sound of immediate silence was comforting to her, giving her a brief moment to collect her thoughts and construct her argument. She stowed her wand away, crossed her arms across her chest, and glared at her supposed family. I take it you all saw the Daily Prophet? The red-headed quintet nodded their heads together while glaring at her. They knew better than to try break her charm while she was looking so calm and poised. That's how they knew they were in the danger zone. But Hermione took no notice and continued on her own tirade. After everything we've been through, especially you, Ron, Hermione glowered towards her ex-boyfriend. With Rita Skeeter, instead of asking your friend about this highly ridiculous and obviously fabricated new article, you instead chose to believe this delusional and dim-witted reporter.
I'm hurt.
The group stared at her in stunned silence, charm or no charm. They were feared to speak in fear of enraging Hermione, but after a moment or two it was finally Jinny who piped up first. You're hurt? You're hurt. How can you be hurt when you went behind your husband's back? How long has this been going on? Hermione narrowed her eyes at her supposed girl best friend. Did you not listen to what I said, or did your ears just pick out what you wanted to hear? Ginny's mouth hung open in her shock, opening and closing for a moment as she tried to figure out what to say, but once again Hermione had taken her by surprise. Listen to me carefully. Hermione took a step closer to them, her sibling-in-law's eyes drifting downwards to where her wand was stowed to make sure they weren't in danger of being hexed. I did not cheat on Charlie. Really? Fred questioned. You both look awfully cozy in that picture, especially Draco, George added, Fred nodding his approval towards his twin. I was giving him a hug. Am I not allowed to give a friend a hug in public? Have we suddenly reverted back to the Stone Age when women weren't allowed to hang out with a guy who was just a friend? Granted, we did used to have a thing, but I have long moved on from that moment of madness and I found happiness with Charlie. Why would I want to ruin that? Hermione was pleading with them, but she knew this could go either of two ways. The first would be that they would eventually calm down and hear her side of the story like reasonable people, or they would let their Weasley temper get out of control and she would be forced to kick them out of her office. Then explain to us why in the name of Merlin's left behind were you with that slimy git? Ron glowered at her. The tips of his ears tinged pink. So eloquently put as always, Ronald. Hermione rolled her eyes. If you would let me explain, and without interruptions this time. She glanced around at them, watching them nod slowly in agreement before continuing. Draco and we have been meeting up for weeks now. Ah! George yelled triumphantly. So you were cheating on Charlie? Fred elbowed him in the stomach, but also made sure to pull George out of Hermione's direct line of fire. Shut up, George. Did you not hear her mentioning that she wanted to speak without being interrupted? George slumped in defeat and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Sorry, Hermione. Thank you, Fred. Hermione smirked. And apology accepted George. But as I was saying, we've been meeting up for a few weeks, as way back when we first heard about the marriage law. This was before we got told of our partners. I had sent an owl to Draco, telling him I wasn't best pleased with the decision. He didn't reply until a few weeks ago and asked me to meet up with him. I agreed on the basis that it would be as friends. She ensured to emphasize the word friends so none of them would interrupt her again. Draco had been having issues with his chosen wife, so I said we could meet up and talk about it. Basically, neither of us were happy with the marriage law coming into effect. I for one was worried about the women or men who were trapped in an unhappy or abusive relationship. I wanted to try and find some sort of solution for them, as it wasn't fair to keep them trapped in that kind of relationship. Even if they notified the ministry of their abusive spouse, I highly doubt they would have done anything, even with that stipulation stating that anyone found to be abusive towards their spouse would have their wand broken and would be exiled from the wizarding community. Hermione took a deep breath, trying to catch her words and making sure she didn't lose them. People tend to drift off when she goes into long rants, especially her co-workers. But what has that got to do with Draco? Jinny asked, quite curious as to why the ferret would need any help. Because he was and is unhappy in his relationship. In his words, he thinks his wife is a gold digger and only wants him for his fortune. Hermione shrugged. But in no way during the course of our meetings did I say I was unhappy with Charlie. In fact, I always spoke highly of my husband and my love for him. I made sure to keep emphasizing that to him because although I've moved on, I didn't want him getting the wrong idea. Then what about this picture? You do look awfully cozy while hugging him, Bill pointed out. He had actually been the only one to remain quiet so far, and for that, Hermione was grateful. Bill was the closest sibling to Charlie, considering they were closer in age, and she knew how protective Bill was, but she was grateful for the fact that he was actually listening to her story and giving her the time to explain. That stupid picture was taken after we had our meeting with Kingsley. Well, I call it a meeting, but it was more of a blackmail situation. Wait, you blackmailed the minister? Fred stared at Hermione in awe. How did this one which constantly ceased to amaze him? Was there anything she couldn't do? I didn't, Malfoy did, she smirked. Of course he did, Ron muttered. Some journalist took the picture of us hugging because we were celebrating the fact that we had made some progress with Kingsley. He's going to take our recommendations into consideration. Hermione smiled. Despite the fact that people were angry at her, she was proud of the fact that she could potentially be changing others' people's lives and helping them out of dark situations. So what? Does that mean that all of our marriages are going to be annulled? Jinny questioned. Hermione shook her head. No. I told Kingsley that if people are happy with their marriages, then let them be and continue on. We don't want to ruin people's happiness. I just want to help people who aren't happy with their partners or they're in danger. That's all. So Kingsley said he was going to speak to some people and see what he can do. Bill nodded thoughtfully. He could clearly see the passion in Hermione's eyes as she spoke at why and who she was doing this for. She was always going to be a savior in the wizarding world, and he didn't think she was lying about anything, especially the cheating. I'm sorry, Hermione, he admitted. a sad smile on his face. I hope I can speak for the rest of my siblings here, but we were wrong to jump to conclusions like that. As you know, we don't have the best temper most of times, and we are a protective lot, so when we think one of our own is being betrayed or hurt, well, we jump to the defense pretty quick. Hermione smiled in relief. Thank you, Bill. That means a lot. Do the rest of you still think I'm lying? She glanced around at her in-laws in hope. Fred, George, Jinny, and Ron glanced at each other, guilty for the fact that they had doubted their friend and sister in the first place. Nodding in unison, they turned back to Hermione before tackling her in a bear hug, or as much as they could since Ginny's belly was ever expanding as the baby grew. We're sorry, Hermione. Hermione laughed and hugged them back tightly. It's okay. I forgive you, but just if you ever see another article in the Prophet about me, can you please come and ask me about it instead of jumping to conclusions? It will save me and my poor secretary from the Weasley temper. Oh, that feels good. Hermione sighed with relief as she collapsed onto her sofa while pulling her shoes off at the same time. It had been a long and stressful day, so she was glad to get home to get some well-deserved rest. For a few minutes, she just enjoyed the peace and quiet. Her unexpected guests had decided to stay for lunch, and lunch with the Weasleys was also a loud affair. But as the quietness kicked in, she began to realize that Charlie had yet to come and greet her. Charlie, she called out, not moving from the sofa. When she got no response, she pushed herself off the sofa and took a tour around her own home to try and figure out what her husband was hiding. He wasn't in the kitchen, which was strange considering it was dinner time. He wasn't in the bathroom or the library. Hermione was growing worried until she got to the bedroom. As she pushed their bedroom door open, she immediately knew something was wrong. Charlie's drawers and his side of the wardrobe had been unceremoniously opened in a haste. Various clothing items were spilling out, and as Hermione checked behind their bedroom door, she realized his favorite bag was gone too. As realization dawned on her, Hermione's anger from the beginning of the day came flooding back. But there was also an extreme sense of hurt. She knew Charlie would be angry with her for not telling him the truth. She had expected an argument, even but for him to just up and vanish from their home with no word or reason why. That hurt her to the core. But she knew exactly where he was, and without putting her shoes back on, she stormed to their fireplace to grab a handful of flue powder before stepping into their fireplace. The Burrow, the first fight. The flames to the Burrow roared to life with a spit of green fire. If anyone had been sitting in the room, they would have been flushed with the heat. Safe as the flames with flue were not dangerous, but just incredibly warm. Hermione stepped out of the fireplace and into the living room of the house she likes to call her second home. The silence that surrounded her was startling. Usually the house would be full of life, with either the youngest Weasleys running around, the laughter and talk of the family, or after the chaos of the chosen prank of the week by none other than the twins. But right now it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Her anger was raging through her, and right now there was a red mist in her eyes as she scoured the Burrow for her husband. But she didn't have to look for too long. As soon as she went into the kitchen, there he was, sitting at the table by himself, staring into a mug. For a moment she just stood there, taking in his features and seeing the sadness in his eyes. She could understand why he was angry. She had went behind his back to help an ex of hers in a plot to try change the marriage law in some way. If she had thought logically for a moment about what the consequences of her actions would be, that would have been enough to change her mind, but the fact of the matter was that she didn't think. Instead, she went with her heart. Her heart, which went out to all of those who were stuck in a loveless or violent marriage, all because of this law. So for once in her life, Hermione didn't think logically, but instead went with her heart. It wasn't the fact that he was angry at her that made Hermione mad. What made her angry was the fact that at the first sign of trouble in their marriage, he instead chose to pack a bag and return home instead of having a disagreement with her. That to her was the sign of a coward, but she knew that Charlie was not a coward. If he was, then there would be no way in hell that he would be working with dragons. So what was it about the first sign of trouble in their relationship that made him want to run? Well, she was about to find out, and Charlie, unknowingly, was about to find out about the wrath of Hermione. Hermione clapped her hands together and plastered a fake smile on her face, one that would rival Dolores Umbridge's, and that was a tough thing to accomplish. She watched as Charlie jumped in his seat before turning in her direction. So you wouldn't believe the day I've just had, she began as she walked further into the kitchen and stood at the head of the table. So for once, my day in work was terrible. It started out terrible from the moment I left the house and went down from there. I got into work and had to deal with the most incompetent people. But then, She let out a bitter laugh and walked around the side of the table, so she was now facing Charlie. Then I received the Daily Prophet by Owl Post and I unrolled it to see my face plastered all over the front page, deeming me an adulteress because I was pictured hugging a male that wasn't my husband before I even had a chance to take in what had been written by me. I then had a barrage of Weasleys storm into my office, giving my poor secretary such a fright. They demanded why I would ever cheat on you and what was going through my mind. I calmly explained to them that I had not cheated on you and I had instead been pictured with a friend after we had accomplished something which would help the wizarding community. But we'll get to that later. I managed to calm them down, which was a feat in itself considering the Weasley temper. But then we had lunch and I thought my day was getting better. Hermione took a breath as she stared Charlie directly in the eye, tears stinging at her eyes but refusing to fall, which she was on her tirade, and while she was gathering her thoughts, she saw that Charlie was bewildered and in shock. He definitely hadn't been expecting this outburst so soon. But imagine my shock when I get home from a hellish day at work, just wanting to sit in peace and talk everything out with my husband only to find that he wasn't there? That's fine. But what hurt and killed me the most out of this day wasn't my horrible day at work. It wasn't the damn article written in the Prophet, and it sure as hell wasn't being confronted by your siblings. The thing that hurt me the most was walking into our bedroom and finding your drawers open, clothes, and your bag missing. No note, just an empty house. That Charlie killed me the most. Finally, Hermione stopped. Her hands were clenched on the top of her chair, and she had been squeezing it so hard that there might be splinters now, but she didn't care. All she cared about was finding out what Charlie had to say. Unknown to both her and Charlie, Molly had just came in from her shopping trip along with Fleur, Angelina, and Jinny, who were now getting along in their pregnancy and were glad to get sitting down until they heard Hermione's voice drifting from the kitchen. The girls glanced at each other nervously, and instead of taking their seats, they chose to stand by the arched doorway to the kitchen and listened intently. After Charlie had a moment or two to gather his thoughts and recover after the unexpected rant from his wife, he took a breath and stood from his own seat. You're hurt? Really, Hermione, you're the one hurt? Did it ever occur to you that sneaking behind my back was going to upset me? It must not have, because here we are. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Of course I'm hurt, Charlie. I've just gotten home to talk everything through with you only to find you gone. No note or no explanation. Just gone. Yes, I know what I've done was wrong and I am sorry that I've hurt you. I never wanted that. I was just helping out a friend and helping them with something that is going to help a lot of people in the community. What I was doing was and is not going to affect us. Do you really think I would ever cheat on you? I never used to, but now I don't know what to think. Charlie growled, his temper now matching hers and rising like a dragon's flame, rising higher and higher until it singed someone. Hermione was stunned. The tears that were stinging at her eyes for so long were now beginning to fall slowly. Wow, she whispered, not being able to trust her voice until she got herself under control. So, let me get this straight. You see a picture in the Daily Prophet, you take that ridiculous article written from someone you don't know and who has obviously taken a leaf out of Rita Skeeter's book by fabricating a bunch of lies about someone, and you just believe them? You don't think to talk it over with myself, but instead at the first sign of an argument or a fight, you grab your clothes and you run. Charlie took deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. Inside he knew that she was right. As soon as he saw that article, he had jumped to the wrong conclusion straight away. He judged Hermione and he thought he would never do that to someone, especially someone he loved and cared for deeply. But on the other hand, he was also angry at both her and himself, and he couldn't help that. In this present moment, she was judging him, just like he had done to her, and being on the other side of it didn't feel so nice. I didn't run. I just needed space to cool down. You did run, Hermione yelled, surprising herself, Charlie, and their guests. You ran away, Charlie. Instead of being a mature adult and talking things over, you ran at the first sign of trouble. I'm not Voldemort. Charlie flinched at the use of his name. He would never get used to it. I'm your wife, and if you're upset or angry, then you should be able to come and talk to me, not run away like a coward. There was a stunned silence as they both glared at each other, their chests heaving up and down in anger, neither one of them willing to budge in their issue. As they were both trying to gather their thoughts, the front door once again opened and in walked Fred, George, Harry, and Ron, laughing merrily and recounting an earlier prank they had witnessed in the joke shop. As they witnessed the girls and Molly surrounding the doorway, They stared on in confusion. What's going? Harry tried to ask but was immediately cut off with Jinny putting her hand over his mouth and telling him to shush quietly. They pulled them over to the door and nodded towards the fighting couple. It's their first fight, Harry. Molly smiled sadly and patted his cheek lovingly. The first fight is always the nastiest. Hopefully once they both calm down, they'll be able to sort it out. Good luck to Charlie. Hermione has a right temper. Ron frowned, remembering the various times Hermione had been angry at him. The worst of it had been when she had conjured the birds to fly after him. He hasn't been able to look at a bird in the same way since. Can we all be quiet, please? Jinny hissed. The group fell into silence and peered back into the kitchen. Neither Charlie or Hermione had moved an inch since their fight had started. They were both still glowering at each other, and Hermione's tears continued to fall. A coward, am I? Charlie huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Hermione stood her ground. If you're not willing to face your wife with a problem, then yes, you are a coward. Charlie laughed bitterly. I'd rather be a coward than untrustworthy. That to Hermione was like a slap in the face. Her breath hitched and the tears fell harder. How could he call her untrustworthy? She had made one mistake by not telling him what she had been doing with Draco, but she hadn't cheated and she made sure she didn't do anything to affect her marriage. Hermione dropped her hands from the chair and took a step back from the table. She sniffed and wiped at her eyes quickly. On the other hand, as soon as the words were out of Charlie's mouth, he instantly regretted them. He didn't find her untrustworthy. In fact, he was pretty sure that she had been the most trustworthy person he had ever met. He was just hurt that she didn't let him in on what she had been doing. He understood that now, of course, after speaking with his mom and now after Hermione confronted him. He would never understand why he initially thought that Hermione would do something as hurtful as cheating on him. She was and always will be a loyal person. He knew that after hearing all about their adventures in Hogwarts from Ron and then with the Second Wizarding War, Hermione would rather be tortured than betray anyone. As he watched Hermione's resolve slowly crumble, he stepped around the table, ready to envelope her in his arms and apologize for being a jackass, but she stepped away from him, his own heart tearing open as she refused his comfort. Don't, Hermione sniffed. I don't want you to touch me. Hermione, please. Charlie's voice cracked. This time it was him showing how vulnerable he could be. I said don't, Charlie. Hermione yelled, her tears now full-blown, causing her face to splotch red in some places. If you find me so untrustworthy, then you shouldn't come home tonight. I don't want to see you. With that, Hermione fled from the room, not caring that her family had been watching as she pushed past them to get into the flue as fast as she could. Charlie followed right behind her, adamant on stopping her from leaving so they could sort this out. He hated fighting with her. They had both been wrong, but he didn't want the fight to continue. He wanted to resolve it. But as he got to the doorway, his mother stopped him with a gentle hand on his chest. She shook her head sadly at him. Just let her go, son. She needs time to calm down, and so do you. Charlie watched in agony as Hermione grabbed a fistful of flue powder and threw it into the fireplace. Before she stepped through the fireplace, she turned to meet his gaze. For a brief moment, they both stood staring at each other, both of them wanting to reach out and comfort one another, but they knew with how angry they were it wouldn't be right. As Molly had said, they needed their time. Without a word, Hermione stepped through the flames, and all Charlie could do was watch her leave. The aftermath. As Hermione got back to her house, she slammed the door shut and went to the only place that would give her comfort, their library. She stepped into the library and started to feel at peace. She felt like she had been back at Hogwarts. The various tall shelves stacked with books and the decor were a creature comfort her. She immediately found her safe place, which was on a very comfortable sofa which was draped with a large comforter. She took her place on the sofa and wrapped the comforter around herself as she let their argument sink in. Her heart broke and her eyes welled with tears that were finally surfacing. The stuff they had both said to each other was so hurtful. Could they come back from this? Imagine being married for only a short period of time and having one massive argument causing the end of your marriage. Hermione could just picture the headlines now. 1/3 of the Golden Trio's marriage breaks down. Where did it all go wrong? The Weasley dragon tamer leaves wife and seeks solace in Romania, or better yet, brightest witch of her age fails at marriage. Hermione groaned. It would be one of her worst failures yet if her marriage ended just because of one stupid mistake. But she wasn't going to let that happen. She loved Charlie, and Charlie loved her and they could work through this, they had to. She knew she had been wrong in lying to him, and she knew that she should have told him the truth as soon as Draco had told her, but her fear had gotten to her. And his reaction at the Burrow was exactly the reaction she had been hoping to avoid. Now everyone was messed up, and it was all because of her. She hated herself for it. The magnitude of what had happened finally hit her. Hermione burst into a fit of uncontrollable sobs. Her chest heaving quickly with each deep breath she tried to take, but the tears just kept falling and falling. She let out a loud cry before laying herself down on the sofa, clutching the comforter to her as close as she could as the pain overtook her. As she continued to cry, she didn't hear the flue going or the footsteps coming up the stairs, and she certainly didn't hear the door to the library opening and closing quietly. As Jinny stepped into the room, her heart ached at the sight of her best friend, clearly distraught at what just happened. Without hesitation, she dropped her bag on the floor and immediately took place beside Hermione, rubbing her back comfortingly and allowing her to cry it out. Hermione only flinched slightly when she felt the hand on her back. Thinking it was Charlie, she risked a glance up only to find that it was Jinny beside her. She relaxed ever so slightly, but the tears and sobs continued to come. She allowed herself to get it all out. If she didn't, then she would be a mess for days. After what seemed like hours, the sobs slowly dulled and the tears faded until she was just sniffling. Once she found that she had her resolve back, she lifted herself into a sitting position. "Hey," Jinny smiled sadly. "Hi," Hermione croaked, her throat hoarse with the crying she had done. "I don't think I need to ask you how you are because clearly you're a mess," Jinny teased, trying to rouse a smile from her, but to no avail. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Gee, thanks, Jin. Just what I needed right now." "Sorry," Jinny sighed before taking Hermione's hand in her own. "Listen, you both just need some space right now to cool down and clear your minds. Once everything has settled down, then Charlie will come home, and you two can hash it out whatever way you want." Hermione ignored the suggestive remark of her friend and shook her head. "What if he doesn't want to work it out? What if after our fight he doesn't want to be me with anymore? Maybe he'll just see me as the know-it-all, bossy bookworm again and leave. I'm sure he could find someone much better than me." Jinny stared at her in disbelief. "Don't you dare talk about yourself like that, Hermione. Sure, in school you might have been a know-it-all, bossy bookworm who never wanted to have any fun. But that was in school. Since the war you've grown so much, and you're now a fiercely independent, smart and beautiful woman who doesn't take any crap from anyone." She squeezed her hand tightly and smiled, as she saw a slight smile on Hermione's face. "Listen to me, everyone has their arguments, and as my mum said, the first fight in a marriage is always the worst one. After that, any of the fights or disagreements that you have will seem tame compared to it, so stop your worrying. I don't think Charlie will leave. In fact, he's a big of a mess as you are right now." That caught Hermione's attention. She looked at Jinny with wide eyes. "He is." Jinny nodded. "He is. Mum was hugging him before I decided to flew over, and I definitely think he was crying on her shoulder. He hasn't done that since he was a kid. Made the twins, Harry and Ron, feel right uncomfortable. They didn't know whether to stay or leave." Hermione giggled. She could just picture the four men standing there in the midst of a huge argument, looking awkward and torn between what to do. "I'm not surprised. Harry always hated fights, and I don't think your brothers seem comfortable seeing people cry. They don't know what to do." The two girls laughed together, and it warmed Jinny's heart knowing that she had helped to put a smile back on Hermione's face. "Tell me about it. When I was younger, I tripped over a loose stone in the garden and scraped my knee. To me, that felt like agony. It was bleeding and everything. They all ran out of the house. Since Bill and Charlie were of age, they had their wands out, but when they saw me on the ground and crying, they all started gaping and scratching their heads. You would have thought they had never seen a cut or a crying child before. They all ended up having to get Mum to come out and heal me up." Hermione laughed at the visual story playing in her head. All of the Weasley men gathered round a crying Jinny, not having a clue what to do. As the girls' laughter quieted down, Hermione pulled Jinny into a hug, as much as she could considering her expanding belly. "Thanks, Jin. I really appreciate it." "Anytime, Hermione. That's what sisters are for." Jinny smiled and returned the hug. "Now, what's for dinner? Me and the baby are famished. Is takeout okay for you?" Meanwhile, in the Burrow, a distraught Charlie was clinging onto his mother for dear life. His head was buried in her shoulder as he let the tears come out. He tried to not make any sound but couldn't help a quiet sob emitting from him every so often. Molly had to fight back her own tears seeing her second eldest son so upset. She hadn't held him this way in a very long time, and to be doing so now after that big fight with Hermione had her emotions going crazy too. Just behind the two, Fred, George, Ron and Harry were glancing at each other and shuffling awkwardly on the carpet, caught between going into the kitchen and leaving the upset Charlie and his mother to talk it out or staying here and trying to help. They were unsure of how much help they would be and were actually quite terrified at the thought of somehow making it all even worse, if that was possible. After a few minutes, Charlie broke away from his mother's hold and fell onto the sofa just behind him. He buried his head in his hands and groaned. "Why did I say all of that horrible stuff to Hermione? I didn't even mean it." Molly sighed and sat down beside her son, wrapping a comforting arm around his shoulders. "We know you didn't mean it, and Hermione will realize that too in time. But in the heat of the moment, you say things you don't mean. Everyone does it." Charlie sniffed and glanced up at her with red-rimmed eyes. "They do." "Of course we do," Molly nodded. "I've said so many nasty things to your father when we've been in a big fight, but after we've both had our own space and time to simmer down, we sit down and talk it out. I apologize to him for what I've said, and he apologizes to me for what he said. Then we put it behind us and move on." It all seemed so simple to Charlie when his mom put it like that, but it was just sitting down with Hermione to take it all out that seemed the biggest challenge. She didn't even want to see him right now, and he didn't know when she would even want him back in the house. It was all just a big, confusing mess that no one knew how it would be fixed. "I don't want to lose her, Mum." "I know, son, I know," Molly soothed. "And you won't. This is Hermione we're talking about. Do you really think she would let things end after one fight? Hermione is, and I mean this in a good way, quite stubborn, so when it comes to matters that she cares about and passionate about, she will not let it go until it's resolved. You two will be back to the way you were in no time." Charlie sighed and leaned back against the sofa, so he was now gazing up at the ceiling. "It's hard to give her space. I'm fighting against my instinct to just run over there and make sure she's okay. I hate the fact that I've upset her." To everyone's surprise, it was Fred that spoke up. "We know Char, but she's also upset you too. So you need time to yourself to be able to work everything out in your own mind before going back there. If you were to go back tonight in the state you both are in, it would just end up making things worse." George nodded in response to his twin. "He's right, you know. You two would just end up having another row, and then you'd be back here crying your eyes out to Mum. Do you really want that happening again?" Charlie sighed and shook his head. "No, I don't." "Good," Ron smiled, taking his own place on the sofa opposite Charlie. "Because neither do we." The group groaned at their youngest brother's response, and before he knew it, Ron got a smack to the back of the head. "Ow! What was that for?" "For having the emotional range of a teaspoon," Fred grinned. "And for being insensitive towards our brother," George continued. "And for you just being you," Harry added. Much the confused looks of everyone in the room, he just shrugged and smiled sheepishly. "I just wanted to add something, sorry, Ron." Charlie couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of his brothers and Harry. Even in their own dysfunctional way, they were able to make him smile a bit. "Don't worry, guys." He smiled at them. "It's fine, and thanks for trying to help me feel better." "Anytime, Charlie boy." Fred grinned and slapped his brother's back. "That's what we're here for," George piped up. "Every minute of every day." "Well, maybe not every minute. We do have needs, you know. Very specific needs. If you know what we're saying." The twins smirked as Charlie frowned at the mental image of what his brothers were implying before throwing a pillow in their direction. Okay. I get what you two mean. You don't need to add any more detail to that." "Oh, you boys," Molly sighed, trying to frown at her sons, but couldn't help the smile that appeared on her face at the thought of how much her sons wanted to help cheer Charlie up. Seeing that he would now be in the capable hands of his brothers, Molly decided to take her leave. She rose from her seat and smiled at her children. "I'll go put some dinner on now for you boys. And Charlie." Charlie looked up at his mum with a small smile on his face. "Don't fret, my boy. Everything will work itself out soon." "I hope so, Mum. I hope so." "Quite miss home." It had been a few days since Hermione and Charlie's argument. Neither had worked up the courage just yet to apologize and admit they were wrong. Charlie had still been staying at the Burrow, but was slowly getting fed up of not being able to sleep in his own bed with his wife. Not only that, but he had to deal with the various complaints with the pregnant women, who now seemed to be round at the Burrow even more as their pregnancies progressed. Jinny seemed to be the worse, always muttering to herself about how Seamus had done this to her, and she would get him back one day. It wasn't that Charlie wasn't happy for his sister and sister-in-laws, but seeing them every day with their expanding bellies just made him miss Hermione more, and it made him crave what they had even more. He truly couldn't wait to become a father, but how things were with Hermione at the minute, it just seemed impossible. Just as Charlie was making a cup of tea, the door to the kitchen slammed open, causing him to jump and spill some of the hot water on his hand. He cursed silently to himself and turned round to find a very angry-looking Jinny glaring at him. Hello." Jinny grunted and stalked into the kitchen. Charlie had to admit, for a heavily pregnant woman, his sister could still move quite quickly. "What are you still doing here, Charlie?" Charlie glanced down at his cup of tea and back up again at his irate sister. "Making a cup of tea?" Jinny huffed and rolled her eyes, pulling out a chair for herself and lowering into gently. Now that her stomach seemed massive, it was getting a lot harder to maneuver herself about. Once she got herself into a semi-comfortable position, she took to glaring at her brother again. "That's not what I meant, and you know it," Charlie sighed, finishing up what he was doing before taking a place at the table. "I don't know what to do, Jin. I'm scared to go back." He ran a hand through his tousled hair. It wasn't like him to be scared of doing something. He worked with dragons, for crying out loud. But the thought of going back to Hermione and not being forgiven for what he said terrified him. At the downcast look on her brother's face, Jinny softened ever so slightly. She had never seen Charlie look so lovesick and scared in all of her life. It was strange for her now to be comforting him rather than it being the other way around. She gently took his hand in hers and smiled. "Charlie, you had a fight. Big deal? In relationships, fights happen. You can't control when they will or when they won't. Yes, what Hermione did and said was wrong, but you also said some pretty hurtful things to her as well. You both need to pull your heads out of your arses and apologize to one another before this drives everyone crazy." Charlie chuckled softly. He knew that Jinny was right. He couldn't let his fear of not being forgiven stop him from going home. He had to at one point or another. Although he loved being at the Burrow very much, he much preferred to be in his own home with his wife, doing absolutely nothing but cuddling and talking about their days. "I know you're right, Jin. He paused, trying to find the right words to say. "It's just that I've never really felt like this about any woman before, and the thought of having ruined it because of one argument is driving me crazy. You know, I don't get scared very often, but I'm afraid that if I go home and Hermione doesn't forgive me, then it's going to destroy me." "I know, Jinny smiled sadly. "But she will, once Hermione has had time to calm and think about an argument or a fight. She usually becomes one of the most understanding people on this planet. You two just need to sort it out, plus I've just come from your place, and believe me, she's not doing the best either. She's going crazy with guilt over what's happened." Charlie's eyebrows rose. "She is. Of course she is." Jinny slapped his hand. "Think about it, Charlie. Do you really think Hermione would be the type of person to ever cheat on someone?" Without hesitation, Charlie immediately answered, "No." "And do you think that she's the type of person to let something go so easily?"
No.
"Then there you have it. Before both of you drive yourselves crazy with what if I done that or said that, just go talk it out and take it from there. It would do you both the world of good." Jinny smiled. Charlie sighed and nodded. He knew his baby sister was right. If they didn't fix this now, then it would make everything a whole lot worse. "Thanks, Jin. I really appreciate it." Jinny smiled, leaning back in her seat and placing her hands on top of her bump. Now that her job here was done, she could finally relax and wait for the owl from Hermione to say everything had been sorted. What are little sisters for? Now, go get your wife. Charlie didn't need any more encouragement than that. Without another word, he dashed into the living room and straight to the flue. He pulled the ash powder from the pot on the floor, threw it into the flames, and called out his home address. He was finally ready to put everything to rest. Hermione closed her book with a fed-up sigh. She couldn't concentrate on reading anymore. She was sick and fed up of constantly reliving the fight in her mind. She just wanted some kind of peace and confirmation that everything was okay, but with Charlie still back at the Burrow, she didn't know when she was going to get that. She had always been a strong and opinionated woman, often quite stubborn at times too, which could create more problems, so she didn't understand why she was having this kind of reaction. Apart from her relationship with Ron, which now seemed a lifetime ago, and a brief summer romance with Victor Crumb, Charlie was just her second long-term relationship. To her, she didn't know what a rational or not so rational reaction to an argument like this was. She isn't weak, and she certainly does not need to rely on any man for anything. But Charlie is her husband, and she never wants to fight with him. Marriage was certainly confusing. As she rose from her seat to go get another cup of chamomile tea, she heard the flames from the flue rising to life. She paused for a moment and silently hoped that it wasn't Jinny again arriving to try convince her to speak to Charlie. When she didn't hear the usual shout of her name, she left the room and went back to the living room. Hermione's breath hitched as she stepped into the living room and saw the all-too-familiar of her husband standing there. She had missed the sight of him over the days they had been parted, and she didn't realize just how much she had missed him until now. "Charlie," she whispered. Charlie felt a familiar tug in his chest as his name was whispered from her lips. Seeing her standing there all wrapped up in her favorite blanket, with a messy bun on top of her head and wearing one of her favorite shirts, which was actually his. He couldn't believe how lucky he was to be married to such an amazing and beautiful woman. The love he held for her hit him like a ton of bricks, and without saying anything, he rushed over to her and enveloped her in a tight embrace, one hand wrapping around her waist and the other entwined with the stray pieces of her hair that had fallen loose from her bun. They stood like that for a few minutes and in silence, both of them just enjoying the feeling of being back in each other's arms. Hermione clutched tightly to the back of his shirt, breathing in deeply and inhaling his intoxicating scent. She had missed him so incredibly much. It was the best feeling having him back in her arms. After what felt like forever, the both pulled back ever so slightly from the hug so they could look each other in the eye. They both drank in the sight of each other. To anyone else, it would seem that they had been parted for a lot longer than a week. Charlie took his hand from her hair and instead placed it gently on her cheek, cupping it softly as he looked into her chocolate-brown eyes, a small smile on his face. "I've missed you so much, Hermione." Hermione felt the butterflies erupt in her stomach at the sound of his voice. "I've missed you too, Charlie." Charlie pulled her even closer to himself. "Listen, Hermione, I'm so sorry about our fight and about all of those things I said. They were horrible and untrue. I just felt hurt at what happened." Hermione winced ever so slightly but nodded in agreement with him. "I know, Charlie, and I'm so sorry that I made you feel that way. That's the last thing I ever want to do. I know I should have came to you first and let you know what I was doing. But you have to believe me when I tell you that I would never, ever cheat on you." Charlie nodded. "I know you wouldn't, Hermione. I don't think you could ever do such a thing." He placed a sweet kiss to the top of her head. "Instead of jumping to conclusions and running back to the Burrow, I should have waited for you so we could speak about it together. Instead, I messed everything up by running away and then shouting at you. Can you forgive me?" Hermione smiled. "Of course I can forgive you, Charlie. You're my husband, and no matter how big of a fight we have, we'll always get through it. But I want to ask you for your forgiveness too. I was wrong for keeping secrets and sneaking off behind your back. I should have told you from the very beginning what I was doing, but I didn't, and that means I messed everything up too. Can you forgive me?" Charlie chuckled. "Of course I forgive you, you silly witch." In his happiness, Charlie picked Hermione up and twirled her around, finally glad to be home and with the woman he loved again. Although he knew that they would have their disagreements and their fights, as long as they had each other, had their time to cool off and were able to talk things through again, he knew they would be all right. Feels like home again. It had been a few weeks since Hermione and Charlie finally reconciled after their first fight. It seemed that everything was finally starting to get back on track for them. They had fallen back into their routine, and the whole Weasley family were grateful that they had managed to sort things out. No one had wanted to choose sides or see their marriage end after such a short amount of time. They had managed to forgive each other just in time to mark Jinny's, as well as Angelina and Lavender's 7th month of pregnancy. The whole family had decided to gather at the Burrow once more to celebrate the occasion. The girls were nearing the end of their pregnancies, and they couldn't have had much different experiences. Jinny seemed to be miserable. Although she had enjoyed the first few months of her pregnancy, her belly had now grown that much she could no longer see her feet. Her feet and ankles were constantly swollen, and her back was in constant pain. She couldn't wait to give birth and enjoy the feeling of having her baby in her arms. Angelina had experienced a much more smoother experience so far, although not without its concerns. She had begun experiencing Braxton Hicks only a few days ago, and she hadn't seen George move so fast since his beater days at Quidditch. They had went from their home to St. Mungo's in what seemed like a matter of seconds. She just knew that George was going to be an amazing father, even though she knew how worried and panicked he was. As soon as that baby was born and placed into his arms, everything would fall into place. Lavender had seemed to have it the easiest, which she had no problem in bragging to everyone about. It's just been the most amazing and beautiful experience. She sighed happily as she leaned into Ron's side and caressed her bump. Hermione had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. Surely it hadn't been all that rosy in the 7 months she was pregnant, but she was trying not to judge too much. She knew everyone's pregnancies were different, and often at times people could have relatively pain-free and simple pregnancies. Aside from that, Hermione had finally gotten over her jealousy of the 3 women. It had been petty and upsetting at first because Hermione had liked to be first in everything. She knew it wasn't a race or an exam, but she had wanted to be involved with being one of the first women to be pregnant. But she was okay with it. In fact, she couldn't have been more happier for them. She knew that eventually everything would work out on its own, and she could just envision the moment when she got to tell Charlie that he would become a father. It would make the waiting worth it. Harry watched from across the room as the family socialized together. Everything was peaceful, and he still couldn't believe how lucky he had gotten all those years ago, when the Weasleys helped him get onto the Hogwarts Express. He couldn't think of a better family to be a part of, and the fact he was officially family with Ron and Hermione made it even more special. He could never repay the people in the room for everything they had done for him throughout the years. It was a family gathering that seemed so special to everyone for so many reasons, and Jinny was glad that the family felt whole again. With the help of Seamus, she rose from the sofa and clinked the side of her glass of orange juice to gather everyone's attention. "I'd like to make a speech," she smiled as all eyes in the room turned towards her. "I just want to say thank you to everyone for everything. I know that I haven't been the easiest person to get along with in the last few months because of the pain I've been in. But you have all done so much to help me feel more comfortable and to make this journey easier for Seamus and I." Jinny smiled and took Seamus' hand in her own. "We couldn't have done anything without you. So cheers." Jinny raised her glass to everyone in the room and they followed suit. "Just before you all lose attention in what I'm saying, I have a very important question to ask a very special someone in this room." Hermione raised her eyebrow as Ginny's eyes landed on her. She felt her face flush with heat as all eyes turned to her. "Hermione, these last few weeks have been really difficult for you." Jinny smiled sympathetically as Hermione cringed at the reminder of the pain she had caused Charlie and her family. "But everyone has their rough patches in life, and you have gotten through your first one with your husband, and I pray that you don't have to go through another one for a long, long while." Hermione laughed and felt tears beginning to form in her eyes. She didn't know where Jinny was going with this, but she was certainly feeling loved. "Ever since we met, you have been nothing but a big sister to me, always looking out for me and protecting from trouble." And Ron, everyone in the room bar Ron laughed, which made Jinny giggle more. "Sorry, Ron. But if Hermione didn't protect me, then you would have tons more bat bogey hexes your way." Jinny grinned as Ron flinched from the memories. "Fair point. And don't worry, I remember our fights quite clearly, so I'm glad we didn't have any more," Ron admitted. "Anyway," Jinny continued before she got more sidetracker. "Hermione, you have been a big part of my whole life, and I couldn't wish for a better sister. What Seamus and I would like to ask you is, would you like to be our baby's godmother?" Hermione had no words. Out of everything she thought Jinny would ask, she didn't expect to be asked that. The tears she had felt forming now began to trickle down her cheek. She looked to Charlie, who was beside her, and he was grinning like a madman as he nudged her forward. "Go on." Hermione sniffed and made her way over to Jinny. "You really want me to your baby's godmother? Even though I tend to mess up lot." Jinny laughed and hugged Hermione the best she could with her bump getting in the way. "Of course we do. We couldn't imagine a better person to be godmother for us. And we don't care if you mess up. Everyone messes up. God knows I've messed up a lot, but we'll make mistakes and we'll grow from them. You'll be one of the best role models for our little baby, and we couldn't ask for better than that." Hermione was so overwhelmed with love, she couldn't find any words to convey her gratitude to Jinny. So she just hugged her as tight as she could, without hurting the bump, and put all her unspoken words into it, which seemed to work, as when she pulled away, Jinny was wiping away her own tears. If you couldn't tell, that was yes, by the way. After the whole emotional speech from Jinny, Hermione excused herself to use the restroom. She needed to tidy herself up, as more than likely her mascara had run. The one day she didn't wear waterproof mascara and something emotional had to happen. She locked the bathroom door and turned to the mirror. As she had predicted, her makeup had run and she looked like a wet raccoon. Note to self: Wear waterproof mascara at all times. Hermione opened up her small beaded bag to get her makeup out when she saw an unopened box of pads at the bottom of it. She frowned and lifted the box out. They were definitely unopened. How long had they been in there for? Hermione's heart began to pound in her chest, and not wanting to waste another moment, she unlocked the door and ran to Ginny's old bedroom. Thankfully, Molly hadn't gotten around to fully redecorating it just yet. So many of Ginny's old things, including her calendar, were still around. Hermione grabbed the calendar from the desk and flicked it open to the right month. Her body ran like clockwork, and she had never missed a period in her life. Every month it would come on the same date, and she never had to worry. Until now. She put her finger on the day it would usually come and counted until the day they were on. Her eyes widened as she realized just how long it had been. It had been 3 weeks. She hadn't had her period in 3 weeks. Perfect timing. Oh, Hermione, will you calm down? Jinny sighed and watched as the older witch continued to pace up and down the room. She was moving so fast Jinny thought she was going to leave burn marks in the carpet. Hermione, on the other hand, felt like she was going to throw up. Out of all the times this had to happen, or there was a change of it happening, it had to be now, just as she and Charlie were getting back on track after their first major fight. She knew this was something they had both been wanting for a while. They had been talking about it and planning for it to happen in the future. But right now, right just didn't feel like the right time. Was there ever a right time to have a baby? Hermione, you haven't even taken a test yet. You need to stop freaking out. There's always a chance you're not even pregnant. Jinny smiled, trying to be reassuring, but was met with a steely gaze.
I'm scared, Jinny.
Charlie and I are just back on track after that whole Draco fiasco, and now my ovaries and his sperm. Jinny gagged and made a face. She really didn't need to hear anything like that about her brother. But Hermione didn't seem to notice as she continued. Decide to make a baby? Possibly. Any other time would have been great. But now, Jinny hoisted herself from the bed as best she could, considering her belly had now expanded so much she could no longer see her feet, so moving around and getting up was beginning to get difficult. Even with how difficult it was, she made her way Hermione and placed 2 comforting hands on her shoulder and made her stop in mid-stride. Hermione, listen to me. You are the brightest witch of your age. You know there's never going to be a right time to have baby. Babies can happen at any time. Sometimes they're planned and sometimes they're a surprise. Hermione stared directly at Jinny as she spoke, letting her words wash over her and calm her. She needed to gather herself and calm down. You're right, of course I am. Jinny smirked. Now, let's take this slow and start with the first step. You need to take a test to confirm that you're pregnant, and if it's positive then we'll take it from there. Okay? Hermione nodded. Now that she had managed to calm down and gain some reason back, she knew that taking a test would be the best thing to do. She just didn't want to get her hopes up if the test came back negative. Now, do you want to do this the Muggle way or the witch way? It had been a few minutes since Hermione had taken the tests. She had decided to do the Muggle test and the magical way of finding out. Both took the same amount of time, and it was extremely frustrating that anyone had to wait this long for such an important result. Hermione chewed her lip as she stared at the white and pink stick on the countertop. She didn't even know that Jinny had known where to get one, but she couldn't be more grateful that she had one spare. If the test came back positive, she just hoped that Charlie would be happy. Who was she kidding? Of course Charlie was going to be happy. She watched him while he played with Victory. He had the biggest smile on his face and he took such great care of her. Hermione just knew that he would be amazing with their own children. Hermione! The sound of Ginny's voice pulled Hermione from her thoughts. She glanced over to her with a raised eyebrow, but Jinny just nodded towards the test, which had just beeped a moment ago. Just as Hermione went to reach for the stick, a warm and ticklish feeling began to spread throughout her stomach. She jumped at the feeling and looked towards Jinny, who was smirking. I felt the exact same way when I done it. It tickles. Just a bit, Hermione giggled. She took the stick from the counter and placed a hand on her stomach. She was going to do it the same time, and she just hoped that it was the result that she had wanted. Hermione took a deep breath and finally let her eyes look down at the small, white stick on her hands. She was more than surprised as she saw the little plus sign staring back up at her. Just to make sure, she pulled her top up and her stomach was now emitting a soft glow. She glanced up at Jinny with a raised eyebrow, which made her sister-in-law laugh. Sorry, I should have told you that before you'd done the test. Jinny smiled, using the counter beside her to help hoist herself up. Your stomach glows if you're pregnant. And then if you're not pregnant, it obviously doesn't glow. Hermione laughed slightly, still not believing that she was pregnant. She placed a gentle hand on her still flat stomach and smiled. They were going to have a baby. I'm pregnant, she whispered, her eyes meeting Jinny's, who looked just as pleased for her. We're going to have a baby? Jinny grinned and nodded. You and my brother are going to have a baby. Hermione felt the tears beginning to prick at her eyes as she pulled Jinny into a gentle hug, as much as they could since Jinny's stomach was now acting as a barrier between them. After a few moments, they pulled away from each other. Hermione put the lid back onto the test and slipped it into her pocket. She was going to use it to help tell Charlie. So how are you going to tell Charlie that you're pregnant? Jinny asked as the two women left the bathroom. Hermione shrugged. I'm not sure. I want to make it special for him. I know he'll be happy though. I've seen the way he looks at all you pregnant women and how he plays with Victoire. He'll be a great dad. Jinny hummed in agreement. He sure will. Charlie loves being an uncle, but he's going to love being a dad more. Seamus can't wait either. Anytime he comes home from visiting his mother, he always manages to bring a green onesie home. They both laughed as they continued downstairs and rejoined the party. No one had seemed to notice they had been gone for long, as everyone was still engrossed in a conversation. Hermione smiled as she surveyed the room. She couldn't have imagined being a part of a more perfect family than the Weasleys. They had practically taken both her and Harry in when they were 11, always making sure they felt at home, while at the Burrow and Mrs. Weasley always making sure they were fed enough. She was truly lucky to have so many amazing people in her life. A pair of warm arms slid around Hermione's waist, making her jump in surprise. The familiar sound of a husky laugh made her smile and brought warmth to her as she realized it was Charlie. She slowly spun around in his arms until they were face to face. Charlie pecked Hermione's cheeks softly before pulling back and gazing at her. There seemed to be something different about her tonight. There was a sparkle in her eye that Charlie hadn't seen before. Her cheeks were tinted pink, although that could have been from the peck he just gave her. And she just seemed much happier tonight than she had been in a while. Charlie knew how much Hermione had been struggling watching 3 of the women being pregnant at the same time and feeling left out. But he was glad to see that everything seemed to be heading in the right track. He didn't fail to notice Hermione and Jinny coming back down the stairs, and the women were laughing together. It all seemed to be working out for the best. Earth to Charlie, Hermione giggled, waving a hand in front of his face. Charlie blinked and felt his own cheeks flushing with heat. Sorry, what? Hermione laughed. Oh, nothing. I was just asking what you were staring at. Charlie chuckled and gave her an impish grin. Why, I was just staring at my beautiful wife. Is that illegal? He leaned and captured her lips with his own. It was a soft and gentle kiss. They were both aware they were still in the presence of their family, so didn't want to make their public display of affection too obvious. But it seemed it was obvious, as there was a cat call from the farther end of the living room. Charlie groaned and rested his forehead on Hermione's for a moment before glancing up to see Bill smirking at him. Careful, Char. There are children in this room, you know, he teased. Charlie rolled his eyes. You're just jealous you can't kiss your wife right now. Hermione shook her head but smiled at the brothers' interaction. Play nice, boys. This is a family night after all. Don't want the testosterone ruining the evening now, do we? The family laughed. It was nights like these that made you appreciate the time you spent with your family, no matter how many times you were teased or a prank was played. Bill watched as Hermione and Charlie went back to their private conversation. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the loving way Charlie looked at Hermione. He was happy for his brother that he had finally found something that could make him happy. It had been a long time coming for Charlie. A gentle tug on his trousers brought him out of his thoughts. He glanced down to find Victoire staring up at him with a confused look on her face. He bent down and scooped her up into his arms. He smiled at his daughter and placed a sweet kiss on her cheek. What's up, Buttercup? Victoire giggled at the nickname her father had gave her before beginning to play with a strand of his long hair. Daddy, what's
Tea?
Victoire frowned as she tried to repeat the word her Aunt Hermione had said. She took a moment before it finally came out, much to the embarrassment and shock of Bill. What's testosterone? Bill gulped, before sending a playful glare towards Hermione. He would have to get her back for this, but first, he had to come up with a way to distract his daughter and fast. Otherwise Fleur was going to kill him. When 2 becomes 3. It had been a week since Hermione had found out that she was pregnant. Time seemed to move so much faster now that she knew. The only downfall was that she had yet to tell Charlie. She hadn't meant to put it off for a week. She had just wanted to make it as special for him as possible. This was their first child after all, and she wanted to make sure they both basked in the excitement for as long as they could. After going back and forth between various ideas on how to break the news to him, she had finally decided. Hermione knew a lot of expecting parents were now having surprise parties to announce it to their family or making a very big spectacle out if that was something she absolutely did not want. So Hermione decided to keep it private. A private moment that they could share together and store in their memories for their lifetime. That's how Hermione found herself in the kitchen at the crack of dawn, making sure she had Charlie's favorite breakfast out for him for once he woke up. She had just finished plating his food and pouring the coffee as he finally made his way into the kitchen. Charlie sniffed the air and smiled as the familiar scent of bacon hit his nose. "Smells good, Hermione." He stood behind her and wrapped his arms around her gently. Hermione smiled at the feeling of his body connecting with hers. As she felt his arms drifting slightly lower to her belly, she wriggled her way free, much to the confusion of her husband. She just smiled and waved him off. "If you kept going any lower, I'd get distracted, and more than likely one of us would end up with hot coffee all over us." Charlie laughed but agreed with her. Distractions in the kitchen were never a good idea. He took his usual place at the table, only now noticing that it had been set slightly differently. Usually the table would be bare, but there was now a simple white tablecloth draped over the table. There was a beautiful bunch of flowers in a vase in the middle, and Hermione had laid out their best china that they had received as a wedding gift. Charlie raised an eyebrow. "What's all this? What's all what?" Hermione questioned, trying her best to sound nonchalant. She knew Charlie was an observant man, and whenever she was excited or nervous about something he could tell almost instantly. But she didn't want to give the surprise away too early. "The tablecloth, the flowers, and using our good china?" Hermione shrugged as she placed his food and coffee in front of him. "I just thought the table could use a bit of a spruce up. The flowers were in bloom, and I thought it would make a lovely addition to the kitchen. And well, we haven't used the china since we were gifted them, so I thought, why not try them out?" Charlie chuckled, ready to respond, but his Weasley appetite took over when he saw the plate of food before him. His eyes lit up like a child's at Christmas as he dug into his food, although he managed to keep it a lot more civilized compared to Ron. Ron had always had poor table manners. Hermione leaned back in her chair and watched Charlie with a smile on her face. Little did he know he was just about to get the surprise of his life. After the food was ate and the dishes done, Hermione grabbed the small gift bag she had stored in her library. Her nerves suddenly skyrocketing, and she felt the nausea creeping up. She knew she didn't have anything to be nervous about. Charlie was going to be ecstatic about the news, but there was just something so nerve-wracking about telling your partner that you're pregnant. Hermione took a pause just before she got to the doorway of the kitchen again. She took a few deep breaths to steady her nerves, and once she felt ready, she made her way back in just as Charlie had finished putting the last dish away. "Charlie!" Charlie turned at the sound of her voice. He slung the dish towel over his shoulder and leaned against the counter as she smiled brightly. "Yes, dear." Hermione giggled. He always loved trying out a new pet name on her. "I've got something for you." She held out the gift bag towards him, trying not to laugh as he looked confused at the bag. "Hermione, you shouldn't have." Charlie gingerly took the bag from her. "I didn't get you anything." Hermione smirked. "Believe me, Char, you've gave me enough." Charlie shook his head at Hermione's odd behavior as he opened the bag. He pulled out small wads of colored tissue paper before finding a variety of gifts. The first gift he pulled out was a small, brown teddy bear that had a dummy in its mouth. His eyes flickered towards Hermione, the confusion still etched on his face as she continued to pull out the various items such as a volume control, what that meant he had no idea, ear defenders, a rattle that had a small teddy bear clinging to the side of it, a biohazard bag, emergency nappies, biochemical gloves, an emergency gas mask, and baby care instructions. Underneath that all remained one rectangular box. He pulled the lid off and saw a white stick laying neatly on top of more tissue paper. His heart was beginning to pound as he began to understand the meaning of all the gifts. He flipped the stick around and felt ready to faint as he read the one single word on the screen. Pregnant. Charlie was pretty sure he had stopped breathing. He felt like the room was spinning and found himself clutching onto the counter tightly as he tried to wrap his head around this. Sensing the worst, Hermione rushed over to Charlie and put a steady hand on his shoulder, her own heart beating so quickly she could hear the rhythm in her ears. "Charlie, are you okay?" she asked softly. Charlie's eyes met Hermione's. For a moment his mouth was so dry that he couldn't speak. He knew the words he wanted to say, but they just weren't coming out. Charlie finally took a deep breath to try settle himself. Once he found that the room had stopped spinning, he loosened his grip on the counter. "We're having a baby?" he asked slowly. Hermione nodded, a small smile on her face. "We're having a baby," Charlie repeated, this time to himself. The words felt foreign in his mouth. It was a sentence he thought he would never get to say. "We're having a baby," Hermione whispered. Without warning, Charlie sprung into action. He let out a delighted yell and picked Hermione up off her feet and spun her round. "I'm going to be a dad? You're going to be a mum? We're having a baby." Hermione laughed in delight as Charlie spun her around. This had been the reaction she had been hoping for, to see the delight and wonder on Charlie's face as he came to the realization that they were having their first child together brought tears to Hermione's eyes. Although the more Charlie kept spinning her, the more nauseous she was feeling. She tapped Charlie repeatedly on the arm until he gently placed her on the ground. Charlie took one glance at the greenish complexion before he knew what was about to happen. He sidestepped out of the way as Hermione dashed to the bathroom to throw up the delicious breakfast she had made. Charlie stared at the open doorway. Note to self: don't spin my pregnant wife. Author's note: this is a shorter chapter, but I wanted to dedicate a small, fluffy chapter on how Hermione tells Charlie about the baby. For anyone who wants to know about the items she gave him, they come part as a daddy survival kit, which I thought would be quite funny. A volume control is a dummy/pacifier for the baby. Not broken yet. 3 months later, Jinny stretched her sore and tired body, trying to rid herself of some of the uncomfortable pains she had been getting accustomed to over the last few weeks. Her hand ran over her large bump with a loving smile gracing her lips. It was only a matter of time before they got to meet their baby. Her mother was insistent on her and Seamus staying with them towards the end of her pregnancy, and once the baby was born, insisting that they would need help with the baby after the birth and trying to figure out the routine. The smell of freshly baked cookies hit her nose and she grinned, her stomach rumbling with hunger, and a sharp kick from the little one told her they wanted some of the treat too. Jinny pushed herself up from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, chuckling slightly at the sight of many plates of cookies littering the kitchen. "I know I've been craving cookies, Mom, but don't you think this is overkill?" Jinny laughed. Mrs. Weasley shook her head but smiled at her daughter's teasing. "These are not all for you, Jinny. I've made a batch for everyone. I'll be sending them with Errol and Hermes." It seems Hermione has been getting similar cravings. Charlie said she hasn't been able to stop eating ice cream. Jinny sniggered, remembering all too well the sweet craving phase she had went through. While she was still going through that one, she happily snatched a warm cookie for the plate and bit into it, sighing in delight as the warm chocolate melted on her tongue. "Good as ever, Mum." "Thank you, dear." They fell into a blissful silence, Jinny eating away at her cookies, while Molly put the various cookies into different containers before sending them off with the owls. Hermione lay upon the slightly uncomfortable hospital bed, squirming slightly as the cold gel was placed upon her belly. She giggled slightly. Charlie looked down at her and quirked an eyebrow. "It's cold," she laughed. Charlie chuckled and placed a sweet kiss to her temple, watching as the doctor placed a funny-looking instrument on her belly while staring at a screen. He had been a bit nervous when Hermione had told him she wanted to have her scans done both the Muggle and Wizarding way. They had went to their first appointment at St. Mungo's, which was bewildering to him. The healer had performed a spell so that they could see the baby literally in Hermione's stomach, just like they were now as the doctor was getting the screen ready. But it was so clear, and the baby had been sitting cross-legged like a little Buddha, as Hermione said. He had never been in a Muggle hospital before and had found it quite intimidating with all the noise and people running about shouting "clear" a lot of the time. Even though he hadn't been in St. Mungo's a lot either, with getting most of his treatment as a dragon tamer done in Romania, he heard it was well known for its calming and relaxing presence. Hermione saw the tension in his face and by his body. She squeezed his hand gently to let him know it was okay and that she was okay. "Okay. Are you ready to see your baby?" The doctor smiled at the young couple. "Yes, please." The doctor turned the screen slightly so they were able to view it. Okay, so here's the feet. Their little toes, she smiled, glancing at the young woman on her bed, her heart warming as she saw the tears glistening in her eyes. She always loved being able to see the parents' reaction to seeing their baby for the first time. So the baby is breech at the minute. It looks like they're sitting like a little Buddha. But the position is fine for now. You're still a good bit away from birth. Hermione smiled as she stared at their baby on the screen. It was beautiful being able to finally see the life they had created together. Their little baby. She felt pressure on her hand and glanced at Charlie, her heart swelling with love as she saw a few tears falling as he stared at the screen. He was going to make an amazing father, she knew it. That must be a comfy position for them. The baby was sitting like that in our last scan. The doctor paused for a moment as she eyed her curiously. Like last time, the couple nodded and she printed out a few photos for them to look at it. She passed the photos quickly to them before turning her attention back to the screen. She brought up the previous ultrasound results and compared them to today's. A feeling of concern washing over her, but she remained impassive, not wanting to worry the couple just yet. So we're done here for today. We'll get you back in soon to have another look. If you have any questions or worries, you know how to reach me. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamilton. Hermione smiled, wiping the gel from her stomach and pulling her shirt back down to cover it. Charlie helped her from the bed and together they left the room. Dr. Hamilton turned back to her screen and sighed. She really hoped her hunch was wrong here, but to make sure she needed an expert. She pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed the number she needed. You're through to Dr. Robbins. Hey, Dr. Robbins. It's Dr. Hamilton here. I need your advice on something. Do you mind if I send you through the ultrasound? Of course. Send them to me, and I'll take a look for you, Dr. Hamilton. Thank you. Dr. Hamilton quickly emailed the images to her and remained silent while she could hear the slight sound of a mouse being moved and typing on the keyboard. After a few minutes, she finally spoke again. I just needed a second opinion to make sure before anything is mentioned to the parents. They're a young couple, must only be newlyweds. I hate having to give bad news. Dr. Robbins muttered a response to at least show some sign of acknowledgement that she had been listening. Her eyes were focused on the ultrasounds before her, and she immediately knew that Dr. Hamilton was correct. From these scans, it does look like it could be type 2 or 3 osteogenesis imperfecta. It's rare, but from the size of the baby's head, there doesn't seem to be any sign of movement from the baby and short femurs that haven't grown. Dr. Hamilton sighed. Her worst fear for the couple had been confirmed. Prognosis. This is a very sad situation, and I know you hate giving parents to be the bad news, but that is unfortunately part of our job. From these scans, if it is indeed type 2 and the infant survives birth, I don't think the infant will live longer than a couple of days or weeks. That's what I was afraid of. But thank you, Dr. Robbins, for the help. I'll arrange another appointment to speak to the parents. The phone call finished, but Dr. Hamilton continued to stare at the scans. She just found it so unfair that a young, newly married couple would have to experience so much heartache in the early stages of their life together. Having to give bad news was always the worst part of the job for any doctor. But when you are dealing with parents-to-be, there was just something even more heartbreaking when they didn't get the news that they wanted. She sighed to herself as she picked up the phone once more, this time dialing the number of Hermione to arrange the new appointment. It was going to be a nightmare for them, and as much as she didn't want them to suffer, she didn't want to delay in informing them. Author's note: sorry for having not updated in a while. This is a bit of a shorter chapter, and just a fair warning. The following chapters will be quite tough and sad to read, but they are important to Charlie and Hermione's story. For those that are curious, osteogenesis imperfecta type 2 is a lethal type of osteogenesis imperfecta. It is a genetic disorder characterized by increased bone fragility, low bone mass, and susceptibility to bone fractures. Safe. Author's note: this chapter is quite heavy, with a sensitive topic mentioned throughout. Dr. Hamilton. Dr. Hamilton turned to find her student for the day chasing her down, with a scan in her hand. She had a feeling she knew what this was going to be about. She just hoped she was wrong. Yes, can I just ask you about these scans again, please? Dr. Hamilton took them from her hands and glanced over them, her heart heavy as it was confirmed she was looking at Hermione Weasley's scan pictures. Oh yes, she sighed. It's so hard, isn't it? I wish I didn't have to give the parents this news. Her student, Rebecca, nodded in agreement. Is there really nothing that we can do to help their baby? I mean, you're the top fetal surgeon in England. If there's anyone that can help them, It's you. Dr. Hamilton smiled sadly. Thank you, Rebecca. That's very kind. But I wish I could tell you there was. But it wouldn't serve you or them. Cases like this are usually hopeless. This baby would have a very painful, short life.
I'm sorry.
Rebecca sighed and nodded. She knew it was a long shot, but she just wanted to hope for the best. For once in her medical career, she had hoped the prognosis was wrong, so they wouldn't have to tell the parents the bad news. But today was not that day. Hermione and Charlie sat in the doctor's room patiently, confused and slightly worried as to why they had been called back so soon. They had thought the last appointment had went well. Their little baby seemed to be doing so well, and Hermione, who was ever the worries, couldn't stop going through every single scenario about what could happen today. Charlie could practically feel the stress and anxiety radiating from her. He squeezed her hand gently and gave her a comforting smile. Everything will be okay. Are you sure? Hermione whispered, tear pricking at her eyes. I don't understand why we're here. We shouldn't be back here so soon. Charlie pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Hermione, love, you need to stop stressing. We don't know if anything bad has happened. It could be something simple or it might be something worse. We don't know yet. And that's the point, we don't know. So stop driving yourself insane with worry until we get told what we need to worry about. Hermione sighed but nodded. He was right. She had been worrying herself sick since she had received the phone call from Dr. Hamilton asking them to come back in. All of the worst-case scenarios kept playing in her mind repeatedly when she knew there might not be a worst-case scenario at all. The door to the room opened and in walked Dr. Hamilton with her student doctor. She gave a small smile to Charlie and Hermione as she sat down at her desk. Thank you both for coming back in today. I know this must have been a shock. Hermione laughed a little. Just a bit. Charlie squeezed her hand again. Hermione has been driving herself mad with worry over the last few days. Dr. Hamilton nodded solemnly. She clasped her hands together and took in the still happy couple for a moment, knowing that in a few seconds their world would be shattered with what she had to tell them. She wanted to memorize their happiness about their first child before it had to be ruined. With a sigh, she looked them in the eye. I called you both back in today because I found some abnormalities at your last appointment. During the scan, Hermione nodded her head vigorously. Okay, so what kind of abnormalities are we talking about? Well, Dr. Hamilton began, pausing for a moment to collect her thoughts before continuing. I was concerned with a number of things. From your first scan to the one you attended with myself, the baby's size was one thing. And you had also mentioned that the baby was sitting like a little Buddha. Hermione smiled fondly at the memory. Yeah, the baby seems to really like that position. Dr. Hamilton smiled sadly. Hermione, between your first and second scan, the baby hasn't moved position. Hermione frowned. The baby hadn't moved? How was that even possible? Her hand flew down to caress her stomach. And no, that can't be right. I'm so sorry, Hermione. Usually at this stage of your pregnancy, you should be beginning to feel movement from the baby as they grow and adapt to the womb. But your baby hasn't moved. Charlie felt gulped. He squeezed Hermione's hand even tighter if that was possible as he stared at the doctor. What does this mean? I consulted with a colleague of mine, an excellent fetal surgeon. I wanted to confirm if my suspicions were correct, and she unfortunately did agree with me. We think your baby has a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta. There are 4 types of this condition, and we think your baby has type 2. Okay, Hermione began. Type 2 doesn't sound so bad. Please tell type 2 isn't bad, she pleaded. Dr. Hamilton frowned. She really hated having to give bad news to parents.
I'm sorry, Hermione. Charlie.
But type 2 is a lethal type of osteogenesis imperfecta. It's a genetic disorder characterized by increased bone fragility, low bone mass, and susceptibility to bone fractures. Hermione let out a gasp. Her hand that had been caressing her stomach flew to her mouth as the tears began to fall. You don't mean what? What does she mean? Charlie questioned. If we're correct, and it is type 2, and if you continue with the pregnancy, if the baby survives the labor, we don't think the baby will survive longer than a few days. Or weeks at the most. Silence fell in the room as Hermione and Charlie tried to drink in the news. Hermione felt sick to her stomach at the thought of losing their baby. Their first baby, and this had to happen. You said it was genetic, right? Does that mean? She trailed off. Dr. Hamilton jumped straight in, immediately knowing where her train of thoughts were taking her.
No.
Absolutely not, Hermione. This is not yours or Charlie's fault. So please, do not be blaming yourself. Charlie shook his head, unwilling to accept this news. Isn't there anything that you can do? Tests, treatment? Anything? He pleaded. I am so sorry. I really am, Dr. Hamilton apologized, moving herself from behind her desk to now be on front of them. There's nothing that we can do. There are of course options you can think about, but for right now I don't think we should mention them until you both are ready. I understand this is hard to process. Charlie nodded grimly, his heart shattering into pieces at the thought of losing their little one. It felt like everything had just fallen into place for them. They were back on track after the Draco fiasco, and now this had to happen. He had been so looking forward to becoming a dad, and now it was being taken away from him. He felt the tears welling up in his eyes, and he'd done nothing to stop them. He held Hermione's hand tightly and allowed the tears to fall. They cried together. Dr. Hamilton and Rebecca allowed them some private time to hug one another and cry. They sat in each other's arms for what felt like eternity, just holding one another and whispering to each other. They were each other's gravity. Holding on to each other helped them feel safe. It was their own little bubble, and right now they were wishing to go back to being oblivious for a bit longer, just so they could enjoy their happiness for a while. After what felt like a lifetime, Dr. Hamilton knocked on the door and re-entered, proving a box of tissues for them. Hermione, I know right now you're going through a pretty big shock and hurting terribly, but I would just like to ask, would you be okay if we done a test on you? This test will confirm if the baby has type 2 or not. Hermione gulped. She looked at Charlie for some help. She wasn't sure what she wanted to do. On one hand, her mind was screaming yes to go for the test and to find out. But the other side of her was just wanting to go home and lay in bed with Charlie to try wrap their head around things. Charlie remained silent, not trusting his voice to speak. But he nodded slowly, letting her know it would be okay if she wanted to do it, or if she didn't want to do it. After her inner turmoil, Hermione nodded, yes, I'll do it today. More so to get it over and done with now, rather than having to wait in fear and worrying about all the different scenarios again. Okay, Dr. Hamilton nodded. I'll have Rebecca here take you to a room. You can get changed into your gown and I'll be there momentarily. Okay? Hermione nodded, with a comforting and sad smile from Rebecca. They both rose from their chairs and followed her out. Okay, so you're going to feel a little bit of pressure, Dr. Hamilton murmured softly, as she injected the needle into Hermione's swollen stomach. Charlie watched on half in fear and half in fascination at the needle being pressed into Hermione. He winced ever so slightly. It looked painful, but whatever stuff they had on her stomach seemed to be doing the trick. Hermione didn't seem in pain. So, this test, will it definitely tell us what type it is? Yes, it will, Dr. Hamilton confirmed. Hermione sighed and turned her head to look at the screen. She stared at their little baby, still safe and warm inside of her right now. She wished she could just keep her inside of her, let her grow like she normally would and reap the reward of having her baby at the end of it. But now she knew that it wasn't a possibility. Their baby might die being born, or she might not live long enough. They would have to hold the baby in their arms and watch as they took their last breath. She bit back a sob, turning her head away from the screen and instead to look at Charlie. He was gazing at her with love and sadness in his eyes. At least she knew that no matter what, she would always have him by her side. Charlie began to fidget in his seat as he impatiently stared at the door. It felt like they had been waiting forever for Dr. Hamilton to return with their results. He wanted to get up and pace the room, but ever since the scan, Hermione had been so silent, it was starting to scare him. Hermione! Hermione remained silent, her own eyes fixed upon the door and her heart hammering in her chest. Hermione, love. Please look at me, Charlie whispered, pleading with her. Hermione took a shaky breath and turned to face him. No matter what they tell us, we have each other, okay? It's you and me. We can get through anything together. Charlie pressed a kiss to her hand that he was still holding. Hermione nodded. I'm so scared, Char, she whispered, sniffing slightly as she scooted closer to him. I just wish this was a bad dream and we'd wake up and everything would be okay. The baby would be safe and we wouldn't be worrying or crying. We'd be us. I know, I wish for that too. I just want these last few hours to not have happened and for us to be going about our day as normal. Charlie sighed. It was just a fantasy that they would always be wanting. No, they would never truly get to know their firstborn. never get to see them say their first word or take their first step. They would just become a memory, one that Charlie does never want to forget. Before they could respond, the door to Dr. Hamilton's office opened once more, but instead of Rebecca following, it was another doctor. Hermione, Charlie, Dr. Hamilton greeted, taking a seat across from the pair as Dr. Robbins copied her movements. "This is Dr. Robbins. She is the colleague I was telling you about earlier. I'm so sorry to have to meet you under these circumstances." Dr. Robbins smiled sadly. "Thanks," Hermione murmured. "We have your test results," Dr. Robbins spoke, holding a folder in her hand as she stared at the young couple. "It's type 2, isn't it?" Hermione whispered, closing her eyes momentarily to try stop the raging tears from spilling. Dr. Hamilton glanced at Dr. Robbins, a sad look shared between them as they answered. "Yes, it is." Dr. Robbins took the lead. "With type 2, we're dealing with low birth weight, underdeveloped lungs, swelling problems, respiratory problems. If carried to term, type 2 infants typically pass away within a few hours of delivery, sometimes days. Your baby can also be at high risk for intrauterine fractures." "I'm sorry, but..." Hermione's free hand rested on her stomach as she stared the doctors in the eyes. "My baby's bones are breaking inside of me? The place where they're meant to be safe. Their bones are breaking." Her voice caught at the end as the tears finally spilled. Charlie wrapped his arm around her shoulders, squeezing them tightly as he tried not to cry himself. Dr. Hamilton glanced down, her own heart breaking. She couldn't imagine being told herself that her baby's bones were fracturing in the one place that was meant to be safe. It was like your body was betraying you. Can they feel it?" Hermione asked. Dr. Robbins gave a slight nod, not wanting to further upset her but not wanting to withhold the truth. "Pain. The baby is in pain. Again. I am so sorry to you both." Dr. Robbins frowned, reaching her own hand forward and placing it gently on their intertwined ones. They spent the next hour talking to the doctors, listening to their options and being given a lot of information that even Hermione felt overloaded with. In the end, they chose to think about their options. The day had been long enough and they were emotionally and mentally exhausted. Hermione also wanted to speak with Molly, which Charlie agreed with. The two doctors had left them alone for privacy, and as they were getting ready to leave, a silver Patronus materialized before them, with a message that neither of them wanted to hear at the minute. "Jinny's in labor, and unto us a Weasley is born." Hermione and Charlie sat side by side in the maternity ward waiting room of St. Mungo's, neither of them speaking but holding each other's hands so tight it was as if their lives depended on it. After receiving the Patronus about Jinny, Hermione hadn't felt as nauseous in her life. She was extremely happy for her sister-in-law, but getting that news after discovering that your baby wasn't going to survive was, well, it was a kick in the teeth. Charlie had offered to go alone, and that when the baby was born he would flew her, but Hermione declined, knowing that despite what they were going through, she would need to be there for Jinny. So now here they were, surrounded by their family, who were all anxiously awaiting the new arrival. Both Angelina and Lavender looked like they were ready to pop any day, and Hermione just knew it wouldn't be long until another two Weasley babies made their appearance. She had never felt more envious of the three women. The sound of a door opening and closing again brought Hermione out of her thoughts. She glanced up from the spot on the floor she was staring at to see Molly coming back to the waiting room, looking a tad flustered. Her eyes met Hermione's, and for a moment, Hermione could see a flash of concern flicker in the Weasley matriarch's eyes, but as quickly as it had came, it disappeared again. "Hermione, dear," Molly smiled, taking a seat beside her daughter-in-law. "How is Jinny doing?" Hermione forced a smile on her face. Molly patted her hand gently. "Jinny's doing good. She's about 6 centimeters along now, so hopefully it won't be much longer. She's asking for you." Hermione sucked in a sharp breath. Of course she should have known that Jinny would want to see her and ask how the scan had went. She absent-mindedly squeezed Charlie's hand, feeling grateful when she felt the pressure of his hand squeezing back, giving her that comfort and reassurance. "I'll go see her now." She went to stand, but Molly's grip on her hand tightened slightly. She glanced down at the woman she considered her second mother. "Hermione, dear, are you all right? You don't seem yourself," Molly asked quietly. Hermione gulped, guilt washing over her. She would need to put on a better happy face. She didn't want to take the attention away from Jinny and Seamus on one of the most special days of their lives. "I'm fine, Molly. Thank you. She gently pulled her hand away and made her way to Ginny's room, all the while feeling a pair of eyes watching her as she went. Hermione knocked gently on the door and pushed it open, peeking in at first. Jinny, it's me. Thank God, Hermione. Get in here now. Hermione let out a small but genuine laugh as she stepped into the room. Jinny was laying on her bed, looking flustered and drenched with sweat. It definitely seemed that the labor and waiting was taking its toll on her. But even through it all, Jinny still looked glowing and so happy. How are you, Jin? Jinny winced as she felt another contraction. Her hand went to her stomach and she tried to smile apologetically to Hermione.
I'm
Fine. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Really? Jin, you're in labor. You're allowed to not be fine. I'm sure you're in pain. Jinny nodded. It hurts so much, she cried. I had to send Seamus out to find me some water. It was either that or hex his bits for doing this to me. Hermione laughed. As hard as it was for her and Charlie right now to be here, she was still genuinely happy for Jinny. She was going to make a fantastic mother. I think not hexing your husband's bits off would be best. Jinny glowered at her for a moment before smiling. I know. It's hard not to think about it though when you have a god knows what size of baby coming out of your vagina. Fair point, Hermione agreed, taking a seat beside her bed. Right? So let me know about your scan. I need something to try distract myself from this pain I'm in. Jinny smiled. Hermione bit her lip gently. If she could, she wouldn't say anything about the subject. Try and distract Jinny with anything else, but she knew that wouldn't work. Jinny would sense her diversion and then try even harder to get information from her. She sighed and put on her fake smile again. It was great. Everything turned out okay with the baby. Jinny sighed in relief. That's great, Hermione. I know how much you and Charlie were both worrying that something would be wrong. At least now you can both relax and enjoy the pregnancy again. You have so much to look forward to. Jinny proceeded to spend the next 45 minutes, in between contractions of course, describing in detail what Hermione had to look forward to in the next stages of her pregnancy. Meanwhile, Hermione sat like the good friend and sister she was, nodding and answering at certain parts. But the more Jinny went on, the harder it got for her to keep her facade up. She needed to get out of the room and fast before the tears began to fall. In a stroke of luck, the door to Jinny's room flung open and an obviously flustered and stressed Seamus entered carrying a jug of water for Jinny. Sorry, love. It took me forever to find a healer to give me a hand. He placed the jug on the side table and poured her a drink which Jinny happily expected. It was only then he noticed Hermione. Oh, hey Hermione, we're glad you could make it. Seamus grinned, the excitement obvious in his eyes. Hermione smiled. We wouldn't miss it, Seamus. I'll give you two some alone time. Before the couple could reply, Hermione left the room quickly, shutting the door behind her before leaning against the wall. She took a few deep breaths to try help herself calm down. This was a mistake. Maybe she shouldn't have come. This was going to be torture for her and Charlie to watch. Jinny and Seamus would soon be meeting their baby, something which Hermione and Charlie would get to do. But then they would have to watch their baby die. This wasn't fair. How come this had to happen to them? They had both been so excited to be having their first baby, and now that was ripped away from them. Whatever God there was, it seemed that they didn't want Hermione and Charlie to be happy. Hermione slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor and finally let her tears out. She wrapped her arms around her gently around her small bump. I'm so sorry, little one, she whispered. She allowed herself a few minutes to cry, to allow herself to be sad before she had to put her facade up once again. When she eventually managed to calm herself down, she performed a quick glamour charm to mask the evidence that she was crying before making her way back to her family and Charlie, once again taking her seat and enveloping her hand within Charlie's. The Weasley family had been waiting for what seemed like hours before Jinny finally delivered the newest little addition. Molly had came running from the room, looking frantic and excited all at once. Jinny's just delivered a beautiful baby boy. He has the most gorgeous set of red curls. It looks like the fiery Weasley hair lives on. The group let out a chorus of whoops and hugged each other happily. Hermione and Charlie partook in the celebratory hugs and congratulations, albeit a lot quieter than their family. Finally, it was their turn to meet the new Weasley. They entered the room quietly and watched for a moment as the new parents cradled their new baby together, Seamus pressed a gentle kiss to Ginny's temple, and she smiled adoringly up at him. It had felt like they had intruded on a private family moment. As Hermione shuffled back towards the door, the noise of her shoes on the floor broke Jinny from her bubble. She grinned up at them, pure delight etched on her face. "Charlie, Hermione, come meet your new little nephew." Charlie gulped but walked forward, his eyes watering as he took in the sight of his nephew. His mother had been right. He had a beautiful, thick set of red curls atop his head, and for a moment a vision of their own unborn baby flashed through his mind, but he forced that vision down for now and tried to focus on his sister's little one. "He's beautiful, Jin." "Congratulations," he smiled sweetly, giving his sister a quick one-armed hug and giving Seamus a proper, brotherly hug. "Has he a name yet?" Hermione asked. Jinny smiled and looked at Seamus, giving him a nod for him to break the news. Seamus gave them a bright smile, his arm wrapping around Jinny and their son protectively. "We'd like to introduce you to our son, Rory Finnegan." Hermione felt her heart melt at the beautiful sight of the newborn cradled in Ginny's arms. "It's perfect, you guys." "Thanks, Hermione," Jinny smiled before letting out a huge yawn. "Labor sure does take it out of you." Charlie chuckled. "I'm sure it does, Jin. We'll go now and let you get some rest." "Congratulations again, little sister. We're so proud of you." They both gave Jinny and Seamus a quick hug before leaving the room. By the time they made it back to the waiting room, the only people left were Molly and Arthur, who had just finished saying goodbye to Ron and Lavender. Molly beamed as the pair approached her. "He's just so handsome, isn't he? I can't wait to get all of the cuddles." Arthur chuckled and placed a calming hand on his wife's shoulder. "Settle, Molly. Let Jinny and Seamus enjoy it first before you start coddling him." Molly gasped and swatted his arm. "Arthur Weasley, I do not coddle." Hermione stifled a genuine laugh. She didn't want to face Molly's fury. "We're just about to head home ourselves. It's been a long day." Molly nodded. "Of course, dear." She pulled the young girl in for a tight hug and squeezed her comfortingly before whispering in her ear. "Come over for some tea tomorrow. I can tell there's something on your mind. You know you can always talk to me." Hermione sniffled slightly and nodded. "I know I can. Thanks, Molly." She smiled affectionately at the older woman before hugging Arthur goodbye. Molly watched the couple disappear through the flue, pursing her lips slightly. Something wasn't right with the two of them, and she just hoped that it would be okay in the end. She didn't want to see Hermione or her son getting hurt. Both of them deserved happiness for everything they've went through the years, but she knew deep down they would get through it. They always did in the end. The choice. Hermione's eyes fluttered open as the bright light streamed in through the curtains. For a moment she enjoyed the warmth of the sun on her skin. It was comforting. For that briefest of moments, she felt okay. She felt happy that Jinny and Seamus had finally had their little baby boy and they were now a family of 3. Then the sadness hit. She took a deep breath as she stared at the ceiling, the tears falling gently, and she made no effort to wipe them away. She could barely remember getting home from the hospital last night. Everything seemed to go in slow motion, and all she could remember was being exhausted. The whole day had taken it out of her, and of Charlie. Hermione looked to her side to find her husband still sleeping soundly beside her, his chest rising and falling with each breath he took. One of Charlie's arms were draped comfortingly over her stomach. She placed her own hand over his and tried not to make a sound. She lay like that for a few moments, crying to herself and thinking about the unimaginable decision she would have to make soon. A decision that no mother and father should have to make over their unborn baby. But she didn't want their baby to be in pain anymore. In the one place that they were meant to be safe, their baby was hurting. Charlie began to stir beside her, and after a moment his eyes opened slowly, wincing at the bright light of the sun before they began to adjust. His attention automatically turning to Hermione, who was staring at the ceiling. "Hermione, Charlie shuffled close to her, pressing a tender kiss to her shoulder and holding her closer to him. "Are you okay?" Hermione's eyes snapped to his own. "Am I okay?" she whispered. "Am I okay?" "Really, Charlie? We just got told our baby is going to die yesterday and you're asking me if I'm okay." Charlie sighed, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment. "I'm sorry. I know that was a stupid question. I just..." He trailed off, not knowing what to say or what to do. Hermione bit her lip. This was just as hard for Charlie as it was for her. She knew he didn't mean to hurt her by asking if she was okay. He was genuinely concerned as her husband, but she couldn't help but snap at him.
No, I'm sorry, Charlie.
I shouldn't have snapped. She intertwined their fingers together, and they lay in silence side by side, neither knowing what to do or what to say. I never thought we would be in this position, Hermione admitted. You always see or read about people going through something like this, and you never think about what if it happened to you. Charlie nodded. It's so unfair. Life's a bitch, isn't it? Hermione laughed bitterly. After everything we've been through, you would think life would allow us this little bit of happiness and peace. But no, it decides to torture us some more. Charlie hugged her tightly, burying his face in her hair and not wanting to let her go. He wished they could just stay in their happy bubble, that their baby was going to be fine and they could enjoy everything that first-time parents got to enjoy. Why did this have to happen to them? Why did it have to happen to anyone? Life was a cruel mistress. I wish we didn't have to tell anyone, Hermione sighed. The thought of having to tell Jinny and Seamus while they were enjoying their first days of parenthood wasn't right. Then of course Lavender and Ron, George and Angelina, they were all due their babies shortly. She didn't want to make any of them feel guilty for enjoying their newborns. She didn't want to ruin their happiness with her misery. We have to tell them though. We can't keep this from our family, Charlie stated. The family deserved to know the truth. I know they do, but at what cost? Hermione turned to face him. She reached out and cupped his cheek gently. They deserve their happiness. I don't want to take that away from them. Charlie frowned. You won't be taking away their happiness, Hermione. Something like this would make them cherish what they have even more. Hermione shrugged. Maybe it will make them feel guilty around us. Guilty about being able to hold their little baby in their arms while we're going to have to possibly bury ours. Charlie winced at her brutal words. We shouldn't think of that right now. Why not? Hermione questioned. It's going to happen, Charlie. Our baby is going to die. Our baby is dying inside of me right now, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I can do. My body is meant to be the safest place for our child, but instead it's hurting them. Their bones are breaking inside of me and they're in pain. She shouted, the tears spilling down her cheeks as she pushed Charlie's arm off her and jumped out of bed. Hermione grabbed her dressing gown, avoiding Charlie's gaze. Charlie watched for a moment as Hermione began to break down in front of him. This was incredibly hard for him, but he couldn't imagine how hard it must be for her. She was the one carrying the baby, and to be told that their baby was in pain inside of her, he couldn't imagine what that must feel like. Charlie jumped out of bed and practically ran to her. He stood in front of her and held her gently in his arms. Don't be blaming yourself, Hermione. This isn't your fault. It's no one's fault. Okay? Hermione pressed her head to his chest, nodding slowly and sniffling. It was hard to not blame yourself for the pain your baby was in. She was their mother, and a mother should always protect her baby, but that was taken away from her and from Charlie. I'm sorry, her voice croaked. Don't be sorry. We're going through something unimaginable. You shouldn't be sorry for how you're feeling, Charlie whispered, squeezing her tightly and holding her for as long as she needed. The two stood in each other's embrace, trying to comfort one another as much as they could. Hermione had slowly begun to calm down again. The tears had eventually stopped, even though she knew there would be more later. She glanced at the clock on the wall and sighed. Your mum asked us to come over for tea. Do you want to go? We can just stay here if you want. Charlie shook his head. No, you go on. I'll meet you there in a bit. I was going to go speak to Bill for a bit. Hermione nodded. She stood on her tiptoes and pressed a loving kiss to his lips. Charlie returned the kiss eagerly. He couldn't remember the last time they had kissed, whether it had been a few days or longer. This whole situation had thrown them through a loop. He slowly pulled away, staring at Hermione for a moment before pressing a kiss to her temple. I love you, Hermione. Always remember that. Hermione smiled. I will. And I love you too, Charlie. Hermione walked through the door to the Burrow, enjoying the feeling of warmth and comfort spread through her as she entered her second home. Just being here could always help her feel a bit better. The living room was empty, something she still wasn't used to after it being so busy over the years while she was there. She entered the kitchen and the smell of freshly baked cookies hit her nose, her stomach grumbling at the scent. As if it read her mind and heard her stomach. The cookies were plated and drifted to the table just as Molly walked through the door. Oh, Hermione dear. I'm so glad you could make it. Molly smiled and hugged the younger girl tightly as she could. Thank you for inviting me. Molly waved her hand as they took a seat together at the table. She used her wand to bring over the tea and some cups. Once they were all settled, Molly turned to Hermione. A concerned look etched on her face. Hermione, what's going on? I don't think I've seen you look so lost in a long time. Hermione sighed, her fingers playing with the rim of her cup nervously as she tried to find the words to say. Her bottom lip began to tremble, and before she knew it, Hermione was a blubbering mess as she told Molly what had happened. The Weasley matriarch felt her heart breaking as Hermione broke down into tears, telling her the news of their baby, and then having to meet Jinny and Seamus' new son. Her guilt at not wanting to tell anyone in fear of making them feel guilty of having their baby around her and Charlie. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Molly pulled her into a hug and stroked her hair gently to try help her calm down. There's no way I can do what I need to do, Hermione choked out through a sob. Shoo. Molly rocked her back and forth. There is a way, sweetheart. There's always a way. Molly briefly heard the front door open, her eyes snapping to the kitchen door, ready to tell whoever it was to go away until they were finished in here. She relaxed though when it was Charlie who walked through, red rims around his eyes. Oh my boy, come here. Charlie rushed forward and was gladly enveloped in a hug between his mother and Hermione. He finally allowed himself to break once again as he sobbed into his mother's shoulder, something he hadn't done since he was a child, and clung onto her as if she was his lifeline. The three of them stayed like that until both Hermione and Charlie's tears had quietened down some. Now, have you looked into all of the options? You've told me what the Muggles said, dear. But what about St. Mungo's? Hermione shook her head. I researched it last night once we got home. Even they don't have a cure for it. They have treatments available, but it doesn't always work, and even if it did, it doesn't put the survival rate up much higher, she hiccuped. I don't want to put our baby through even more pain for it not to work. Molly nodded in understanding. Of course, you need to make what you think is the right decision for you and your baby. Hermione gulped, squeezing Charlie and Molly's hand as tightly as she could. I just don't think I can do it, she whispered. I know it may not seem like it, Hermione, but you can do it. You are so strong for having to go through this and make this difficult choice. Molly smiled sadly at her. If it's what you choose to do, then just pick a day to be induced, as the Muggles told you, and you'll give birth to your beautiful baby. You'll give them a name and get them christened right then and there. You'll get to hold that little baby and talk to them and sing to them, she whispered as she moved out of the way for Charlie to fully envelope her in an embrace. She stayed by Hermione's side, holding tightly onto her hand. You're going to look at their little face and memorize every single detail about their face. And you can do that for as long as they live. And you will do that with Charlie by your side and with us, your family, around you. Everyone will be here for you. Hermione nodded. She turned her head to face Charlie and to look into his eyes. I can do that, Mione, he whispered. You do that for me? For us? Charlie held back a sob and nodded. Of course I will. I do it for the baby. For you. For us. With her family beside her, Hermione knew what she had to do. It was something she wished she never had to do, or something that anyone would ever have to do. But what she could do was hold their baby, to cuddle them, sing to them, and cherish whatever amount of time they would have. That was something Hermione knew that she and Charlie could do. Fly. It had been a week since Hermione had spoken with Molly, and as hard as it was to hear, she knew she was right. That's how she now found herself sitting in her doctor's office with Charlie by her side, completing her admittance forms. Today was the day they were going to have their little baby, and it felt like one of the hardest things both of them have ever had to do, knowing that at the end they would have to say goodbye. It felt even harder now since being at the Burrow. They had one last ultrasound to find out their baby's gender, and for a moment they were delighted to find out they were having a baby girl before the realization of what was happening hit them again. So what exactly happens after this? How do we get started? Hermione asked, holding Charlie's hand tightly in her own. Dr. Robbins put 2 pens down on front of them before sliding the forms over. After we're done here, I'll take you both to your room and we'll begin the medication that starts dilation. This is called Pitocin. And once that is administered, your body will start to know what to do. Hermione nodded, taking a deep breath and trying to calm her racing heart. This form is the birth certificate. Have you decided on a name? We've thought of 2. Charlie smiled sadly. but I think we want to wait until we see her before we choose. Of course, Dr. Robbins smiled. You can just sign and we'll fill in the rest at a later time. Hermione and Charlie grabbed their pens and filled out the form in the required places. Dr. Robbins took them from the couple and slid them into the folder before pulling out another form. This is a consent form as we're doing an induction termination. You're at 25 weeks, which means we could intervene to keep the baby alive after the delivery. Hermione shook her head, feeling a rush of cold wash over her as the realization that she had to say goodbye to her baby was happening today. She didn't know how she was going to cope later if she could barely keep it together for the forms. These forms are just to make it official. Hermione watched as Charlie quickly signed his side of the form before sliding it across to herself. She held the pen in her hand and stared at the blank signature section, feeling sick to her stomach. She couldn't do this. She wasn't strong enough. She glanced at Dr. Robbins to find another form in her hand. What are the other forms? Dr. Robbins frowned. This was the one form she was not looking forward to asking them to sign. This whole process was difficult already. This is the death certificate. She placed it gently on front of the couple, awaiting their reaction. Charlie reacted first, a rush of anger flowing through him. Really? Could this not wait? You're already asking us to sign a death certificate when our baby hasn't even been born yet. I am so sorry to both of you, Dr. Robbins assured. But this is the better way, to get all the paperwork out of the way now, and then you'll not have to worry about it again. She glanced at the couple and could see the hesitation and fear in their eyes. They needed to be alone. Would you like a minute? Yes, please, Charlie grunted, trying to stop himself from tearing the room apart. Dr. Robbins nodded and quickly left the room, allowing the couple time to be together and grieve. Once the door closed completely, Charlie and Hermione remained in silence, neither sure of what to say or what to do. All I wanted was to start a family with you. And now this is happening, Hermione sniffed. Charlie moved his chair closer to hers and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close to him. I know, love, I know. This isn't fair. This whole situation isn't fair, Hermione cried, throwing her pen and watched it hit the wall with a slightly satisfying smack. It's not, I know it's not fair, but we'll get through this, Hermione. We'll get through this together. Okay? Charlie pressed a kiss to her hair and held her gently for a few moments. They stayed like that together until the door opened and Dr. Robbins entered the room. I know this is silly to ask, but are you okay? I know this can be overwhelming. Hermione fought the urge to laugh bitterly. Overwhelming is an understatement, she whispered before grabbing Charlie's pen and signing both forms. There we go, Charlie whispered, finishing the tie on the back of Hermione's gown. Hermione shivered as her legs and some of her back were exposed to the chill of the room in her gown. She turned slowly and held her arms out to the side as she smiled at Charlie. How do I look? As beautiful as ever, Charlie smiled and kissed her lips softly. The door to the room opened and for a moment, Dr. Robbins hovered awkwardly in the doorway. She could clearly see she was interrupting a private moment between the two and had no idea where to look. Hermione and Charlie jumped apart, blushing slightly at the intrusion, and to anyone else they would see an in-love couple ready to have their first baby. Sorry, Dr. Robbins laughed slightly. I should have knocked before coming in. I was just coming to see if you were ready to get started, Hermione. Hermione shrugged. As ready as I'll ever be. Dr. Robbins nodded and moved to the bed as Charlie helped Hermione into the bed and got her as comfortable as possible. Okay, so the medicine is going to be administered through your okay? It will help kickstart contractions, so you'll start to feel some pain over the next few hours. I'll come in and check on you often to see how we're getting along. Is that okay? Hermione nodded and watched as Dr. Robbins set up her wincing slightly as she felt the sting of the going in and then again at the slight burn as the medicine began to be administered. There we go, all set up, Dr. Robbins smiled. I forgot to say, you have some guests, Hermione. Would you like me to send them up, or would you prefer you and Charlie to be left alone for now? Hermione glanced at Charlie. What do you think? Do you want anyone up? I think it might be good for a while. Might distract us for a bit having some more company, Charlie admitted. Hermione nodded. Even though she really didn't feel like visitors at the moment, a distraction would be good for a while. I'll send them in now for you. Dr. Robbins gave them one last smile before leaving the room. They didn't have much longer to wait until the door reopened and Molly, Arthur, Harry and Ron came through the door. Molly immediately rushing over to hug her tightly, while Arthur patted Charlie on the back comfortingly. Harry and Ron stood, awkwardly at the side for a moment, unsure what to do or say. "Thanks for coming, everyone," Hermione smiled, trying her best to put a brave face on. "Don't be silly, dear, of course we were coming. The rest of the family are in the waiting room as well." I don't think I've ever seen a Muggle doctor look so confused before when we all stood up once they asked for your family. Molly gave a small laugh. "I can imagine," Charlie chuckled, remembering the sight of the healer's face when they were all in the waiting room for Jinny and Seamus. "Are you okay, Hermione?" Harry asked gently, standing close by her bed. "Not really," Hermione sighed. "I never thought I would be going through something like this." Harry nodded and reached out to give his best friend's hand a squeeze. "No one ever does. But you know you have us all around you for anything you need. We'll be outside the whole time. Okay?" Hermione felt the tears prick at her eyes. She knew her voice was going to give her away, so she just nodded before pulling Harry into a hug. Harry chuckled at the sudden contact but hugged her back tightly before moving out of the way for Ron to do the same. The four of them stayed for a few minutes, talking about various topics to try help Hermione and Charlie forget for a while. Hermione even had to scold Ron on falling behind in his work, reminding him several times that she wasn't going to be there to pick up his work for him. "We should go back to the waiting room. Everyone else is waiting to see you." Molly smiled sadly at Hermione, pressing a gentle hand to her cheek. "I'll come back in once the others come out. Is that okay?" "I'd like that," Hermione smiled. What made this experience worse for her was the fact she couldn't have her own mother here. Going through a loss like this, she needed her mother, but she still hadn't been able to get the courage to go and bring them back, not after seeing how happy they were in Australia. So, the fact that Molly was here and wanted to be in the room with her meant everything to Hermione. It was another reason why she thought of Molly as her second mother. After one last hug from everyone, Arthur included, they left the room, allowing Fred, George, Katie, and Angelina to come in. Fred and George provided some much-needed laughter, telling tales of the different pranks they had in store for the shop and giving them a few sneak previews of some of their new products they had in development. Hermione had certainly been impressed with the adult witches products they were making and agreed that once she was feeling better, that she would try her best to help out. It was hard seeing Angelina, who had happened to go into labor not long after Jinny. She thankfully didn't have the baby with her, but the thought of her getting to go home to her baby made Hermione's heart hurt even more. Charlie thoroughly enjoyed hearing the stories of Katie's Quidditch career, hanging on to every word as she gave him a play-by-play from their most recent victory. Soon, though, they also had to leave but reassured them that they were just outside if they needed anything. It was then Bill, Fleur, Luna, and Lavender's turn to visit. Bill had kindly brought her numerous runes to solve, varying in difficulty. "I'll make a curse breaker out of you yet, Hermione," he had said, which Hermione had genuinely laughed at. Fleur fussed around her, almost mimicking Molly if that was even possible. She even French braided her way, telling her it was a lot easier to have her hair out of the way for this experience. Luna had been delightful as ever. When she had came into the room, Hermione felt as everything had gotten a lot calmer. She felt more at peace for those few minutes, and she began to cry again when Luna presented her with a hand-knitted blanket to keep her warm during her stay. Hermione had hugged her so tight she thought she had broken some ribs, but Luna reassured her that she was fine. Lavender had given her a tight hug, which had surprised Hermione since they had never really gotten along before, especially back in Hogwarts. But Lavender seemed to be trying a lot harder now, which Hermione appreciated. Hermione relaxed against her pillows as the last of their visitors had left the room. Seeing everyone had exhausted her, and on top of that, she was beginning to feel the effects of her medicine. The cramping in her stomach had started off dull. It reminded her of period cramps, but she could feel them steadily getting worse, so she was grateful when everyone had finally left the room. "Do you need anything?" Charlie asked, watching as Hermione winced in pain again. "Just some water, please." Charlie poured some water into the jug and handed it to her just as the door opened again. This time Molly and Dr. Robbins coming in. Dr. Robbins monitored her again and tracked her contractions silently as Molly made sure Hermione was comfortable and checked to see how Charlie was holding up too. "Okay, so things are starting to move along, Hermione," Dr. Robbins noted down in her chart. "It might still be a while before it really starts to hit, so just try keep as comfortable as possible. Thanks, Dr. Robbins. Hermione shuffled slightly in the sheets to get herself comfortable as the doctor left the room. She glanced between Charlie and Molly, who were now situated on either side of her. How are you two holding up? I'm fine, dear, Molly smiled, patting her hand sweetly before going back to her knitting. I'm okay too. Charlie kissed the back of her hand. I just hate seeing you in pain. Hermione nodded. I hate being in pain too. At least at the end of this we'll have. She trailed off, realizing what she had been about to say. Charlie sucked in a deep breath, realizing what she had been about to say. We'll still have her, love. I know, but not forever, Hermione sniffed, and for the first time in hours she began to cry again. We'll not get to take her home, to dress her, feed her, change her. We'll not get to see her first steps, or first words. Charlie. Her hand went to her stomach as another contraction hit. She groaned and let her head fall against the pillow as she tried to breathe through it. It seemed like Hermione had been pushing for days on end. All she could think about was the pain coursing through her stomach as she tried to birth their baby. She clung onto Charlie and Molly's hands tightly as she continued to listen to the doctor and tried her best to push. Almost there, Hermione. You can do it, Dr. Robbins called. Charlie kissed Hermione's head. You can do it, love. Just keep thinking we'll be getting to meet our baby shortly. Hermione cried out in pain as her body pushed one more time. All of a sudden there was a lot of pressure, and after a moment she felt empty. She collapsed against the pillow, breathing heavily as she tried to wrap her head around what happened. She could barely make out Dr. Robbins calling for the nurse, who then appeared and took their baby away to be cleaned and swaddled. Where is she going? I want our baby. I want to hold our baby, Hermione whimpered. Dr. Robbins stood from her chair at the end of the bed. It's okay, Hermione. The nurse is just giving your little girl a clean and will bring her right back to you. Hermione nodded, and soon enough their baby was in her arms. She glanced up at Charlie, who was staring down at their daughter with awe and sadness in his eyes. Hermione could see the tears already falling down his cheeks. She turned her attention back to the baby in her arms. Even though she was incredibly tiny, she was still beautiful to Hermione and Charlie. Charlie reached down to stroke his daughter's hand, his lip quivering as he saw her taking short breaths. She must have still been in pain. She's beautiful, Hermione. Well done, love, he whispered, giving his wife a sweet kiss to the lips before resting his head on hers as he continued to gaze at his daughter. Do we have a name for her? Dr. Robbins asked gently. Hermione took a breath and gazed at her daughter's small face, taking a finger and gently caressing her cheek for a moment before she looked up at Charlie. What do you think? Charlie smiled. You know I love both of them. Why don't you pick? You just went through hell to bring her into this world. Hermione laughed. Yeah, I did, but she's worth it. She smiled. Everyone. We would like you to meet Amelia. Dr. Robbins smiled sadly and put the name on the forms. What a lovely name. It suits her perfectly. I'll give you both some time. With that she took her leave, taking a moment out of the room to lean against the wall and breathe. This was always a tough part of her job. She hated having to watch anyone grieving over a lost one. But there was something that hit harder when it was new parents saying goodbye to their child. With a last look into the room, she decided it was time for a well-earned break before having to come back. While Dr. Robbins left, Molly teared up at the sight of her second eldest son and her daughter-in-law savoring every moment they had with their baby girl. It was a cruel world they lived in for them to have their firstborn taken away from them. It was something that no parents should ever have to bear. But she knew that with time, the pair would get through it. They had so many people around them to care for them and be with them through everything. Although losing a child was something she had never experienced herself, she would be there through everything with them. With one last look at the family, she softly excused herself so they could say goodbye to their daughter. It's a quiet uptown. Trigger warning: infant loss and grief. Charlie walked through the streets of Ottery St. Catchpole, the memories of the last few days flying through his mind so fast it was beginning to make him dizzy. They had been staying at the Burrow since it happened. His mum didn't want them to be alone while they were going through something like this. When he had left the house, Hermione had fallen asleep on his dad's chair. For the first time in days, she had finally managed to get herself some sleep. As he walked along the street, passing a few muggle shops on the way, he could see some people glancing his way, and he barely registered that they were friends of his parents, who obviously knew what they were going through at the moment. He couldn't bear to acknowledge their sympathetic looks. Charlie had never liked the quiet before. He had always preferred constant noise. It made him feel busy and less alone. Maybe this was because the Burrow had always been so noisy and boisterous while he had been growing up. The only real time of quiet was when everyone was in bed and the only noise was the groaning and banging of the ghoul in the attic. But now, he couldn't get enough of the quiet, having a moment to himself and finally being able to feel like he could breathe again. Sometimes his mum fussing over him and Hermione could feel so overwhelming. He wanted to shout out at her and tell her to stop, but then the feeling of guilt consumed him. He knew she was only trying to help, doing the one thing that a mother knows best to do, which is take care of her own when they're hurting, whether it's physical or emotional. So he continued to let her fuss over them, whether it was giving them about 1,000,000 hugs a day or make them food so she knew they were eating. Charlie knew that she was grieving as well, grieving the grandchild she had lost. The whole family were grieving, and sometimes it was hard for him to remember that when he was so consumed with his own grief. Sometimes he didn't know how to be there for Hermione. They both lost their daughter, lost something so important and loved to them. But she had carried their daughter, protected her for as long as she could before she had to give birth and cradle their baby until she passed away. There was something more about that. He couldn't put a word to it, and he would never know how it actually felt to have to deliver a child and then watch them die. Charlie felt his body shudder and the tears once again overwhelming him. He finally arrived at the spot he had been visiting ever since the birth. It was a small wooded clearing, with a gorgeous ground of flowers still blooming in patches. Nearby there was a small bridge that overlooked a small river. He had taken Hermione here once. It had made her smile for the first time in a long time. She had called it their 100-acre wood. He hadn't understood what it meant at first, but then Hermione showed him a book called Winnie the Pooh, and it clicked into place. What he would give to be able to change what happened. They didn't deserve this pain. Hermione especially didn't deserve this pain after everything she's been through. Charlie just wished he could make it better for her. For both of them, this pain he was feeling was something he had never felt before. He allowed his eyes to close and imagined the feeling of cradling his tiny daughter in his arms. There are moments that the words don't reach. There is suffering too terrible to name. You hold your child as tight as you can, then push away the unimaginable. The moments when you're in so deep feels easier to just swim down. And so they move uptown and learn to live with the unimaginable. They had to begin to live with the unimaginable, with the pain that no parent should ever have to feel. He had cradled his little girl tightly in his arms. The pink blanket had been wrapped lovingly around her, and he had spent as much time as he could just gazing at her perfect little face, taking in all the details and trying to memorize them. She had a perfect little nose which he knew was from Hermione, and if anyone asked, he would always swear that while he was staring at her, she smiled. He knew she was too young, and it might have been impossible, but seeing what he saw made his heart soar. She had given him the signature Weasley smile, and that was going to be a memory that would always stay with him. I spend hours in the garden. I walk alone to the store, and it's quiet uptown. I never liked the quiet before. If you see him in the street, walking by himself, talking to himself, have pity. You would like it uptown. It's quiet uptown. He is working through the unimaginable. His hair has gone gray. He passes every day. They say he walks the length of the city. You knock me out. I fall apart. Can you imagine? If their daughter had survived, he just knew they would have taken her here for walks and picnics in the sun. It would be their family spot. At that thought, his heart clenched with sadness and his hands gripped onto the wood as he stared down into the water, his reflection staring back at him. His hair was disheveled from the amount of times he ran his hands through it, and the bags under his eyes were so big they could carry the shopping in them. He looked so much older than what he really was. It was the stress of the loss, he supposed. Look at where we are, look at where we started. I know I don't deserve you, but hear me out. That would be enough. Charlie made his way back to the Burrow, the feeling of dread and unhappiness weighing heavily on him as he approached the gate. Never would he have thought that the Burrow could be associated with such unhappy feelings, and once the worst passed, he hoped he never would feel this unhappy at his childhood home ever again. He walked quietly into the living room, pausing for a moment as the silence enveloped him before his eyes fell to Hermione, who was now awake and curled up on the chair that she had been asleep on. Charlie watched as she continued staring out the window for a moment with silent tears running down her cheeks. Without hesitation, Charlie pulled off his coat and sat next to his wife, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and squeezing tightly. Hermione leaned into his embrace, appreciating the comfort that it brought. She wiped her tears away before leaning her head on his shoulder. "I didn't do anything wrong," she whispered. Her voice was so low Charlie at first thought he was hearing things. But when he glanced down to see her tear-filled eyes staring up at him, he knew she had actually spoken. "What's that, love? The doctors and nurses. They told me I didn't do anything wrong." Hermione's bottom lip quivered for a moment before she nuzzled into Charlie's neck. "I know that, love. I know," Charlie soothed, pressing a kiss to her hair and held her tightly, allowing his own tears to fall. "If I could spare her life, if I could trade her life for mine, she'd be standing here right now. And you would smile, and that would be enough. I don't pretend to know the challenges we're facing. I know there's no replacing what we've lost. And you need time. But I'm not afraid. I know who I married, just let me stay here by your side. And that would be enough." All Charlie wanted to do was to make Hermione smile again. He would take his daughter's place if he knew that would make her happy. He wasn't sure what was going to happen now, or the challenges that they would continue to face in their marriage, but he knew they would do it together and as team. They were stronger together. He knew that no matter what, they would never be able to replace their daughter. She would always hold a piece of their heart. But for now, they needed time to heal and come to terms with their loss. And as hard as it was now, Charlie knew that Hermione would be okay with time. He knew who he married, and she had been through some terrible situations and came out stronger because of them. He knew she could do it again. They both could. If you see him in the street, walking by her side, talking by her side, have pity. Look around, look around. They are going through the unimaginable. Jealous. Trigger warning: mentions of infant loss throughout. Note: I know these last few chapters have been emotional, but I promise happiness will return. Thank you all again for reading, voting, and liking. Your support with this book means the world to me. How very quietly you tiptoed into our world. Silently, only a moment you stayed. But what an imprint your footprints have left upon our hearts. Dorothy Ferguson. Months had now passed since the devastating loss of Hermione and Charlie's little girl. It hadn't been easy, and at times it seemed impossible to carry on. If they weren't fighting, they were crying, and if they weren't crying, then they were silent. They couldn't figure out how to be Charlie and Hermione again. The enamored and fiercely devoted couple that had a spectacular wedding. And that's because they weren't that couple anymore. What they had gone through had changed them in more ways than one, and alongside dealing with grief, they also had to deal with the loss of their baby. It hadn't helped that Charlie had to go back to work so soon. Even though his bosses were more than understanding of the circumstances, the Welsh sanctuary was still needing to be improved, and they were accepting more dragons than originally anticipated, and Charlie had no choice but to go back. So that left Hermione to herself. She tried to surround herself with people to distract her thoughts from thinking about her little girl, very small but adorable fingers as she held it in her own. Or how she discovered what everyone was talking about when they described the smell of their newborn babies. It was delightful, and a smell you honestly could not describe. But those thoughts were too painful, they were too raw. And what didn't make things any easier was that Hermione was surrounded by young children. Jinny, Angelica, and Lavender were gushing over their little ones. They had tried for a while to avoid bringing the babies over to the Burrow after what had happened, but it eventually got to the point where Hermione broke down to Molly. She felt horrible that everyone felt like they couldn't share their happiness and children just because of her and Charlie. They were allowed to be happy, and she wanted them to be happy, even if it meant extreme pain for her. So slowly the Weasley women began bringing their children around, and Molly was enamored with them all. You could see from the love and warmth in her eyes that she loved being a grandmother. Though there was still a tinge of sadness when she glanced at Hermione. And today was one of those days. Jinny had brought little Rory round, and every time he seemed to get bigger and even cuter. Hermione spent most of the time switching between the kitchen and the garden. Every little giggle and stutter she could hear from Rory was ripping her wounds right open again. She clutched onto her mug and took a few deep breaths as she tried to work up the courage to go in and see Jinny and Rory. The fear was overwhelming, and she felt so incredibly guilty. She wanted nothing more than to be happy right now, but she just couldn't. But for now, she had to put her big girl pants on, put a fake smile onto her face, and spend some time with Jinny and her nephew. With a deep breath, Hermione walked slowly into the living room. She could see Jinny sitting beside Molly on the sofa while they laughed and observed Rory. Hermione forced her eyes to look at Rory. He was sitting on the floor with conjured bubble animals floating around him and giggling every time he grabbed one and it popped. Hermione felt searing pain in her heart but forced her smile to stay in place. "Hey, Jin!" Jinny jumped and turned round to find Hermione huddled by the kitchen door, her heart breaking as she seen the despair and sadness in her eyes despite the smile on her face. She rushed up and pulled her into a big hug. "Hey, Hermione. If you get uncomfortable, just say the word and I can take Rory upstairs for a nap." Hermione shook her head. "Don't be silly, Jinny. You don't have to tiptoe around bringing Rory over because of me. I'm fine ish. I'll have to cope because it's not fair on any of you. I don't want to be pushing my pain and sadness on to anyone else." Jinny sighed, but smiled sadly and patted her cheek just like Molly would do. "As long as you're sure." "I am." Hermione hugged her quickly before taking a seat on the opposite sofa, while Jinny sat back down beside Mrs. Weasley. "How is he?" "Oh, he's the best," Jinny gushed. "The healer at St. Mungo's say he's looking perfect for his age, and developing just as they expect. If he has any magic, they said he'll start to show signs before he's one. Seamus and I keep watching out for any little sparks or odd things happening. Nothing yet, but we're not worried." Molly beamed. "He's just perfect, and turning into the best little boy. Aren't you, Rory?" She waved her wand and conjured a bubble hippogriff, which Rory immediately started to grab and laughed as it flew around him. "That's great, Jin. I'm happy for you." Hermione smiled. "And how's Seamus doing?" "Oh, the best. He's in line for a promotion at work, so he's been putting in a lot of late hours recently. But he makes up for it by getting up during the night with Rory. He dotes on him so much." Hermione stared at Jinny. She could see and feel the happiness radiating off of her, and for a moment she truly smiled. She smiled for her friend who was so deserving of happiness and had found a perfect match, even with the marriage law, and now they had a perfect son together. But she was so jealous, and it killed her to say that. She was jealous of the way she gets to go home with her baby. She gets to wake up and spend her days with her baby. She gets to enjoy waking moment of it. While for now, Hermione can't enjoy anything. Her baby was ripped from this world in a cruel, cruel way, and she couldn't understand why it happened. It was a cruel world they lived in. They stayed like that for a while, making small talk and watching Rory as he had fun and enjoyed the attention he was getting from his family. But after a while, Hermione was exhausted and excused herself. Molly tried and tried to get her to stay for the night, but Hermione was adamant about not wanting to overstay and allow Molly and Arthur to enjoy a quiet night to themselves. It was when Hermione stepped foot into her living room that she allowed everything to hit her at once. The pain she felt was guttural, and it felt like it was splitting her in half as she let it out. A sob escaped her lips, and she was so overcome with emotion that she had to grab the edge of her sofa to steady herself. She hated this. She hated feeling like this. She wanted to be better, but more importantly, she wanted her baby. Healing. Trigger warning: infant loss and grief. As Hermione sank onto the sofa, her body racked with sobs, she felt the familiar weight of despair pressing down on her chest. The grief, which she had tried so hard to keep at bay, surged forward with a force that left her breathless. She clutched at the fabric of the sofa, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, "I want my baby," over and over again, the words a painful mantra that echoed through the empty house. The days blurred together, an endless cycle of pain and numbness. Hermione went through the motions, trying to find solace in the small routines of daily life, but everything reminded her of the child she had lost. The nursery, once filled with hope and dreams for the future, now stood as a haunting reminder of what could have been. She avoided it as much as she could, but sometimes, in the quiet of the night, she found herself standing in the doorway, her heart aching with a loss so profound it was difficult to comprehend. Charlie, too, was struggling. He threw himself into his work at the Dragon Sanctuary, hoping the physical labor and the constant demands would distract him from the pain. But no matter how hard he worked, the grief followed him, a shadow that lingered at the edges of his consciousness. He missed Hermione terribly, missed the connection they had once shared. The loss of their child had created a chasm between them, one that seemed impossible to bridge. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at the sanctuary, Charlie returned home to find Hermione sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the wall. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. He felt a pang of guilt and helplessness as he watched her, unsure of how to reach out to her, how to comfort her when he himself felt so broken. "Hermione," he said softly, stepping into the room. She turned to look at him, her expression unreadable. "How are you holding up?" She gave a small, humorless laugh, shaking her head. "I'm not, Charlie. I'm barely holding on." He sat down beside her, taking her hand in his. "I know. I feel the same way. I miss her so much, Hermione. Every single day." Hermione nodded, tears welling up in her eyes again. "I don't know how to move forward, Charlie. I don't know how to be us again." He squeezed her hand, his voice thick with emotion. "We'll find a way, Hermione. It might take time, but we'll find a way to heal. Together." She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, and for the first time in months, they sat in silence, drawing comfort from each other's presence. It wasn't a solution, but it was a start, a small step toward finding their way back to each other. A few weeks later, Hermione received an unexpected visitor. It was Jinny holding little Rory in her arms. Hermione felt a mix of emotions as she invited them in, her heart aching with the sight of the baby, but also filled with a strange sense of hope. Jinny had always been a pillar of strength, and Hermione found herself grateful for her friend's unwavering support. They sat in the living room, Rory gurgling happily in Jinny's lap. Jinny looked at Hermione, her eyes filled with concern and determination. "Hermione, I know it's been incredibly hard for you and Charlie. I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through. But I want you to know that we're here for you. All of us." Hermione nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Thank you, Jinny. It means a lot." Jinny reached out and took Hermione's hand, her grip firm and reassuring. "You don't have to go through this alone. Let us help you, Hermione. Let us be there for you." Hermione felt a tear slip down her cheek, but for the first time in a long while, it wasn't solely out of grief. It was a tear of gratitude, of hope. "I'll try, Jinny. I'll try." That night, as Hermione lay in bed, she thought about Jinny's words. She knew the road to healing would be long and difficult, but for the first time, she felt a glimmer of hope. She turned to Charlie, who was already asleep beside her, his face lined with the same grief and exhaustion she felt. She reached out and touched his hand, feeling the warmth of his skin against hers. "We'll find a way," she whispered, more to herself than to him. "We'll find a way to heal together." And with that thought, she closed her eyes, allowing herself to hope for a future where the pain was a little less, and the love they shared was enough to carry them through. Hermione woke the next morning with a sense of tentative resolve. The conversation with Jinny and the silent connection with Charlie had sparked something within her, a faint light in the darkness that had consumed her for so long. She knew that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she was determined to take the first steps toward healing. She found Charlie in the kitchen, making coffee. He looked up as she entered, a flicker of surprise and relief crossing his features when he saw her. "Morning," he said, handing her a steaming mug. "Morning," she replied, taking the coffee gratefully. She sipped it slowly, savoring the warmth and the comfort it brought. "About last night," Charlie began, but Hermione interrupted him gently. "I've been thinking," she said. "We've both been trying to deal with this pain in our own ways, but I think we need to face it together. Maybe we could start by talking to someone, a counselor or a therapist. What do you think?" Charlie looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. "I think that's a good idea, Hermione. I'm willing to try anything if it means we can start to heal." Hermione felt a weight lift off her shoulders at his words. She knew it wouldn't be easy, but having Charlie's support meant everything to her. They spent the rest of the morning discussing their options, and by the afternoon, they had scheduled their first appointment with a grief counselor. A week later, they found themselves sitting in a cozy, sunlit office, facing a kind-looking woman with warm, empathetic eyes. Her name was Dr. Caldwell, and she had been recommended by Jinny, who had heard about her through a friend. "Thank you both for coming," Dr. Caldwell began. "I know this isn't easy, but it's a crucial step in the healing process. Can you tell me a little about what brings you here today?" Hermione glanced at Charlie, who gave her a reassuring nod. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. We lost our baby girl a few months ago. Since then, it feels like we've been living in a fog, unable to move forward or even properly grieve together. Dr. Caldwell listened intently, her expression compassionate. I'm so sorry for your loss. Grief is a very personal and often isolating experience, but it's important to remember that you're not alone. You have each other and you have people who care about you. Let's work on finding ways to support each other through this difficult time. Over the next several sessions, Hermione and Charlie began to open up about their feelings, their fears, and their memories of their daughter. They cried together, shared their pain, and slowly started to reconnect. It was a painful process, but with Dr. Caldwell's guidance, they learned to communicate their emotions and support each other in ways they hadn't been able to before. One evening, after a particularly emotional session, Hermione and Charlie decided to take a walk in the garden. The air was cool and crisp, and the stars shone brightly in the night sky. Do you remember the night we found out we were expecting? Hermione asked, her voice soft. Charlie smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. Of course. We were so happy, so full of hope. Hermione nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. I want to find that hope again, Charlie. I know it won't be the same, but I believe we can find a new kind of happiness. Charlie pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her. We will, Hermione. We'll honor her memory by living our lives to the fullest, by loving each other and finding joy wherever we can. Hermione leaned into his embrace, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't felt in months. Thank you, Charlie, for standing by me, for being my rock. I don't know what I would have done without you. Charlie kissed the top of her head, his voice filled with emotion. We're in this together, Hermione. Always. As the months passed, Hermione and Charlie continued to heal, their bond growing stronger with each day. They found solace in their shared memories and comfort in the small moments of joy they began to experience again. They leaned on their friends and family, who offered unwavering support and love. One evening, as they sat together in the living room, a fire crackling in the hearth, Hermione turned to Charlie with a thoughtful expression. I've been thinking, maybe it's time we started talking about our future again, about what we want, where we see ourselves in a few years. Charlie took her hand, his eyes filled with love and determination. I think that's a wonderful idea, Hermione. Let's dream about our future together. They spent the night discussing their hopes and dreams, talking about everything from their careers to the possibility of trying for another child someday. It was a conversation filled with tentative hope and cautious optimism, but it was a step toward a future where they could find happiness and fulfillment once more. Through their grief and healing, Hermione and Charlie discovered that while they would never forget their little girl, they could still find joy and purpose in their lives. They learned that love, even in the face of unimaginable loss, could endure and grow stronger. And as they walked hand in hand into their future, they carried the memory of their daughter with them, a silent but powerful testament to the strength of their love and the resilience of their hearts. Threads of hope. Hermione stood in front of the attic door, her hand hovering over the handle. She had been avoiding this moment for months, but she knew it was time. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and ascended the stairs. The attic was filled with boxes and forgotten treasures, relics of their life before the loss. Her eyes were drawn to a particular box, one she had labeled with a heart when they first discovered they were expecting. With trembling hands, she lifted the lid. Inside was the journal she had kept, alongside a scrapbook filled with ultrasound photos, baby shower invitations, and little mementos of their journey into parenthood. As she opened the journal, the memories came flooding back, memories of joy, hope, and the dreams they had for their baby girl. Hermione sank onto the dusty floor, the journal open in her lap. She began to read, her vision blurring as tears filled her eyes. Each entry was a snapshot of their happiness, a record of the life they had anticipated so eagerly. She reached the pages where she had pasted the ultrasound pictures, tracing the tiny form of their daughter with her fingertip. Overwhelmed by grief, Hermione hugged the journal to her chest and cried. She cried for the dreams that would never come true, for the milestones they would never witness, and for the baby girl she would never hold again. Her sobs echoed through the attic, a raw and painful release of the emotions she had kept bottled up for so long. Hermione! Molly's voice called from the bottom of the stairs. Hermione hadn't heard her arrive. Are you up here, dear? Hermione couldn't find the strength to respond. Molly's footsteps grew louder as she climbed the stairs. When she reached the attic, she took in the sight of Hermione, crumpled on the floor, clutching the journal. Without a word, Molly crossed the room and knelt beside her. "Oh, sweetheart," Molly murmured, wrapping her arms around Hermione. The warmth and comfort of her embrace brought a new wave of tears. "Let it out, my dear. Just let it out." For what felt like hours, Hermione cried in Molly's arms. She felt a strange mix of comfort and vulnerability, grateful for Molly's presence and support. When her sobs finally subsided, she pulled back and wiped her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. "I'm so sorry, Molly," she whispered, her voice raw. "I thought I could handle it, but finding the journal and scrapbook, it was just too much." Molly shook her head, her eyes filled with understanding and compassion. "You don't have to apologize, Hermione. Grieving is a long and difficult process, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed. I'm just glad I could be here for you." Hermione nodded, taking a shaky breath. "Thank you. I miss her so much, and I feel like I've been trying to keep it all together for so long, but sometimes it's just too hard." Molly squeezed her hand gently. "You don't have to keep it all together by yourself. You have Charlie, you have us. We're all here to help you through this." Hermione looked down at the journal in her lap, the weight of it both a comfort and a burden. "I know, and Charlie has been wonderful, but sometimes I feel so alone in my grief." Molly nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Grief can be very isolating, but it's important to remember that it's not just your grief. Charlie is grieving too. Maybe you can find ways to share your memories and pain with each other, to heal together." Hermione wiped her eyes and nodded. "You're right. We've been trying, but it's hard. Sometimes it feels like we're on different paths, even though we're both hurting." Molly smiled gently. "Healing isn't a straight path, Hermione. Twists and turns, and sometimes it feels like you're moving backwards. But as long as you keep moving, even if it's slow, you're making progress." Hermione took a deep breath, feeling a small spark of resolve. "Thank you, Molly. I needed to hear that." Molly helped her to her feet, and they carefully put the journal and scrapbook back in the box. As they descended the stairs, Hermione felt a sense of release. Sharing her pain had lightened the burden, and she felt a little more prepared to face the future. When they reached the living room, Hermione turned to Molly. "Would you like some tea?" Molly smiled warmly. "That sounds lovely." As Hermione poured tea into 2 cups, she glanced at Molly, who was watching her with a gentle, reassuring smile. The aroma of chamomile filled the room, providing a small but welcome comfort. Once they were settled, Hermione took a deep breath.
Molly, I'm sorry.
"I've been so absorbed in my grief, in what Charlie and I have been going through, that I haven't really asked about anyone else. How are Jinny and Seamus doing?" Molly's smile widened, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Jinny and Seamus are doing well. Rory is growing so fast, and they're both over the moon with him. Seamus has been busy with his work, but he always makes time for family. Jinny's thinking about going back to work part-time, now that Rory is getting a bit older." Hermione nodded, feeling a pang of regret for not being more present in her friends' lives. "I'm glad to hear they're doing well. And what about Ron and Lavender?" Molly's expression softened. "Ron and Lavender are good, too. They've been focusing on their family and work. Lavender has been doing some freelance writing, and Ron, well, you know him. He's still at the ministry and loving every bit of it. Their kids are keeping them busy." Hermione felt a warmth spread through her as she listened to Molly's updates. "It's good to hear that everyone is doing well. I've missed so much. I've been so caught up in my own world." Molly reached out and placed her hand over Hermione's. "It's understandable, dear. You've been through something unimaginable. It's natural to feel disconnected. But your friends and family are here for you, and they understand. They want to help you through this, just as you would help them." Hermione nodded, her eyes filling with tears once more. "I know. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want them to feel like they have to tiptoe around me." Molly squeezed her hand gently, You're not a burden, Hermione. You've always been there for us, and now it's our turn to be there for you. Lean on us. Let us support you and Charlie. That's what family does. Taking a sip of her tea, Hermione felt a small, but significant, shift within her. She realized that she didn't have to carry the weight of her grief alone. She had a network of people who loved her and wanted to help her heal. "Thank you, Molly," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for being here, for listening, and for reminding me of what's important." Molly's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Anytime, Hermione, anytime." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, sipping their tea and enjoying each other's company. For the first time in what felt like forever, Hermione felt a sense of connection, a reminder that she was not alone in her journey. "I think I'd like to see Jinny and Seamus soon," Hermione said after a while, "and maybe visit Ron and Lavender. I need to start reconnecting with everyone." Molly's smile was radiant. "That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'm sure they'd love to see you too. Just take it one step at a time. There's no rush." Hermione nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "I will, and I'll talk to Charlie about it too. Maybe we can start visiting more often." As the front door creaked open, Charlie stepped inside, weary from another long day at the sanctuary. He paused in the hallway, hearing the familiar murmur of voices from the living room. Recognizing his mother's voice, he walked closer, and the conversation became clearer. "Start visiting more often," Hermione was saying. "I think it would do us both some good." Molly's warm laughter followed. "Absolutely, dear. You both need to remember that you have a whole family who loves you." Charlie leaned against the doorframe, a small smile forming on his face. He hadn't heard Hermione speak with such optimism in months. Stepping into the room, he cleared his throat gently to announce his presence. "Hello, Mom," he said, his eyes flicking between Molly and Hermione. "What's this about visiting more often?" Hermione's eyes lit up when she saw him. "Charlie, we were just talking about reconnecting with everyone. I think it's time we started spending more time with our friends and family." Charlie walked over and placed a kiss on Hermione's forehead, then hugged his mother. "That sounds like a wonderful idea." Molly beamed at him. "I'm so glad to hear that, Charlie. You both need the support of your loved ones right now. And it's important to create new memories, to continue living life." Charlie nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "You're right, Mum. We've been in our little bubble of grief for so long. It's time to start reaching out." Molly stood up, her eyes sparkling with maternal pride. "I'll leave you two to discuss it. But remember, you're always welcome at the Burrow. Anytime." "Thanks, Mum," Charlie said, giving her another hug before she left. Once they were alone, Charlie turned to Hermione, his expression softening. "I'm really glad you're thinking about this, Hermione. It's a big step forward." Hermione nodded, her eyes moist but determined. "It just felt right, talking with your mom. I realized how much I've missed everyone, how much we've missed." Charlie took her hand, squeezing it gently. "We'll take it one step at a time. Maybe we can start with a visit to Jinny and Seamus this weekend." "How does that sound?" "That sounds perfect," Hermione said, her voice filled with newfound resolve. "And we can visit Ron and Lavender after that. I want to see the kids catch up on their lives." Charlie smiled, feeling a sense of hope blossom within him. "I'd like that, and I'm sure they will too." As they sat together, planning their visits and discussing the details, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The air felt lighter, the future a bit brighter. They knew it wouldn't be easy, that there would be moments of sorrow and pain along the way, but for the first time in a long while, they were moving forward together. Later that evening, as they prepared for bed, Charlie wrapped his arms around Hermione, holding her close. "I'm proud of you," he whispered into her hair, "for taking this step, for being so strong." Hermione turned in his embrace, looking up at him with gratitude and love. "I couldn't do it without you, Charlie. We're in this together." As they lay down, entwined in each other's arms, Hermione felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew the journey to healing would be long and difficult, but with Charlie by her side and the support of their family and friends, she felt ready to face whatever came next. For the first time in months, Hermione drifted off to sleep with a smile on her lips. A new light. Charlie had begun their journey toward healing, and while the sorrow still lingered in the quiet moments, there was a newfound sense of calm between them. They were slowly reclaiming their lives, day by day, allowing the small joys to seep in where the sadness had once overwhelmed them. In the weeks that followed, Hermione found herself laughing again, small bursts of joy that had been absent for so long. It wasn't the loud, carefree laughter she had once known, but it was enough to remind her that there were still reasons to smile, that life could still hold moments of brightness. Charlie had noticed too. One evening, as he watched her curl up in her favorite chair, engrossed in a book, a soft smile tugged at his lips. He hadn't seen her this peaceful in so long. The change was subtle, but it was there like the first signs of spring after a long winter. It was enough for now. They both knew they were still on a fragile path, but they were walking it together, and that made all the difference. It was in this spirit that Hermione came up with the idea of hosting a family game night. She and Charlie had been spending more time with their loved ones lately, finding comfort in the familiar warmth of the Burrow, the chaotic laughter of the Weasleys, and the quiet conversations with Jinny and Harry. They had both realized that though their loss had been a personal one, they didn't have to carry the weight of it alone. "Why don't we invite everyone over?" Hermione suggested one evening as they prepared dinner. "We can have a game night. It'll be just the adults, no kids this time. I think it could be good for us." Charlie looked over at her, his eyebrows raised in surprise. "A game night?" He let out a chuckle. "Are you sure you want to subject yourself to Fred and George's antics for an entire evening?" Hermione laughed softly, her eyes twinkling. "I think it might be fun. Besides, we could use a little chaos. It's been too quiet around here." Charlie grinned, leaning over to kiss her on the forehead. "All right then, let's do it." And so, a few evenings later, the living room of their small cottage was transformed into a cozy haven filled with the warmth and energy of family. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a soft glow over the room. The table was piled high with snacks courtesy of Molly, who had insisted on providing more food than could possibly be eaten, and the sounds of laughter and playful banter filled the air. Ron and George were engaged in a fierce competition of wizard chess, their voices rising in mock outrage as pieces smashed into each other with satisfying cracks. Jinny and Harry were sprawled out on the couch, debating strategy for their next game of exploding snap, while Percy, much to everyone's surprise, was regaling them all with stories of the ministry's latest bureaucratic mishaps, making even Fred chuckle. Hermione, sitting cross-legged on the floor beside Charlie, felt the corners of her mouth curl into a smile. She hadn't realized just how much she'd missed this, the easy camaraderie, the feeling of belonging to something larger than herself. She glanced at Charlie, who was deep in conversation with Bill about the latest dragon hatchlings at the reserve. His face relaxed and animated in a way that warmed her heart. "All right," George suddenly announced, standing up and clapping his hands. "Enough of this slow-paced nonsense. It's time for a real game." He waved his wand, summoning a large, enchanted board that unfolded itself on the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves for the ultimate test of wit and strategy magical mayhem." The room erupted into cheers and groans, with Fred immediately claiming, "As reigning champion, I demand we all acknowledge my superiority before we begin." "You cheated last time," Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. Fred shot him a grin. "Ah, but only because you didn't catch me. That's on you, little brother." Hermione shook her head, laughing at the familiar bickering. As George handed out the enchanted game pieces, she felt Charlie nudge her gently. "You ready for this?" he asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "The Weasleys take their games seriously, you know." Hermione gave him a wry smile. "I think I can hold my own." The game began in earnest, and soon the room was filled with shouts of excitement, complaints about unfair tactics, and bursts of laughter as players tried to outmaneuver each other. Hermione found herself caught up in the moment, her competitive spirit coming to life as she carefully plotted her moves. It felt good to be surrounded by this chaotic energy, to feel like part of something vibrant and alive once again. At one point, as Charlie playfully sabotaged one of her moves, Hermione caught Ginny's eye from across the room. Jinny smiled warmly at her, and Hermione felt an unspoken connection pass between them, a reminder of the conversation they had shared months ago. The grief was still there, lingering beneath the surface, but tonight, in this moment, Hermione felt a spark of joy that she hadn't known was possible. As the night wore on and the Weasley family's competitive banter echoed throughout the house, the atmosphere softened, shifting from frenzied gameplay to the gentle lull of conversation and shared memories. A few empty bottles of fire whiskey littered the table, remnants of the drinks Harry and Charlie had poured, while George dramatically recounted an exaggerated tale of his latest joke shop invention. Hermione, her cheeks warm from both the fire whiskey and the laughter, leaned back against Charlie's chest as she surveyed the room. She felt a contentment she hadn't expected, a lightness that had been missing for so long. It was in this warmth, surrounded by the people she loved, that Hermione found herself feeling bold, mischievous even. She looked up at Charlie, who was still chuckling at Fred and Ron's antics, and a sudden idea formed in her mind. Sitting up straight, she cleared her throat. "All right, everyone," she said, her voice carrying above the conversations. "I have an idea for a game." The room quieted, and all eyes turned toward her. Harry raised an eyebrow, intrigued, while Jinny grinned, already sensing that something unusual was coming. Hermione smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. "I was thinking, how about we play a muggle game? A drinking game, to be precise." Charlie looked at her in surprise, but there was a spark of amusement in his eyes. "You, suggesting a drinking game? Why not?" Hermione shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fun, and it's something different. Besides, it's simple enough for even the most competitive among us to enjoy." She shot a teasing look at George and Fred, who exchanged grins. "All right then, Hermione," Fred said, leaning forward. "What's this game called?" "Never Have I Ever," Hermione replied, her smile widening. Ron, halfway through a sip of his drink, nearly choked. "Never have I." "What?" "It's a game where you say something you've never done," Hermione explained, looking around at the group. "If anyone has done it, they take a drink. It's a great way to learn some interesting things about each other." She grinned wickedly. Fred was the first to catch on, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "So, basically, we get to expose each other's deepest secrets?" he asked with a mischievous grin. "Exactly," Hermione said with a nod. "And the more honest you are, the more fun it gets." Charlie chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. "Hermione Granger, leading a drinking game. I never thought I'd see the day." Hermione shot him a playful look. "What can I say? Life's full of surprises." Everyone seemed game for it, and soon enough, the drinks were refilled, and they all settled into a circle on the floor, their laughter echoing through the cozy living room. Hermione's heart swelled as she looked around at them, her family by choice, all gathered together in this moment of levity. "I'll start," Hermione declared confidently, feeling emboldened by the fire whiskey and the moment. "Never have I ever ridden a dragon." Charlie smirked at her as he raised his glass. "That one was too easy," he said before taking a long drink, his eyes never leaving hers. Bill, too, took a drink, laughing as he remembered the old days at Gringotts. Fred, looking far too pleased with himself, jumped in next. "Never have I ever worn a dress." Harry groaned, rolling his eyes as he raised his glass. "Thanks, Fred," he said sarcastically before taking a drink. Even Ron had to drink, looking sheepish as he recalled the Yule Ball and that horrid set of dress robes. Jinny, grinning wickedly, leaned in for her turn. "Never have I ever kissed someone in the library." Hermione's eyes widened as Jinny gave her a knowing look. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she reluctantly raised her glass, while Jinny and Harry both snickered, clearly enjoying the memory of Hermione and Ron's long-awaited kiss during the Battle of Hogwarts. "Oh, this is going to get good," George said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He turned to Harry with a grin. "Your turn, Potter." Harry thought for a moment, then smirked. "Never have I ever gotten detention for sneaking into the restricted section." Hermione groaned, but there was no hiding it now. She raised her glass with a laugh, remembering all those late nights in first year trying to uncover the mystery of the Sorcerer's Stone. "Worth it," she muttered before taking a sip. The game continued with varying degrees of teasing and mischief. The group quickly fell into easy banter, and as the drinks flowed, the revelations became more and more outrageous. Charlie, to Hermione's amusement, ended up drinking to almost every dragon-related statement. Fred and George, as expected, were exposed for several prank-related escapades that led to new rounds of laughter. Hermione felt lighter than she had in months. There was something freeing in the simplicity of the game, the way it let them all shed their grief for a few hours and just be themselves, just be together. As the night grew later and the room filled with more laughter, Hermione leaned back into Charlie's chest once again, the fire crackling softly beside them. She could feel his steady heartbeat against her back, the warmth of his arms around her. "Feeling all right?" Charlie murmured into her ear, his voice low and affectionate. Hermione smiled, her head resting against his shoulder. "More than all right," she whispered back. "I feel alive." Charlie tightened his arms around her, his chin resting on top of her head. "I'm glad," he said softly. "You deserve this, Hermione. We both do." As the night wound down and the game finally ended with George declared the unofficial champion of outrageous revelations, Hermione found herself looking around at the people she loved most. They had all been through so much individually and together, but tonight, in this small cottage filled with laughter and warmth, it felt as if they were reclaiming a piece of the joy that had been missing for so long. And in that moment, Hermione knew, deep down, that they were all going to be okay.